Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗵𝗲𝗔𝗂𝗵𝗲 on Wattpad. Now let's start. On a night in 𝗵𝗲𝗃, near the orphanage, a cloaked figure carried an infant child who was crying but radiated a dangerous power. The figure reached the door of the orphanage and gently set the crying child down. The woman, cloaked and determined, spoke softly to the baby, expressing her sorrow for having to leave him. She warned that if people discovered his parentage, he would be in grave danger. More than that, she revealed that his family posed a global threat. For the sake of humanity, she urged him not to follow in their footsteps. The woman took out a cross pendant and placed it around Izuku's neck. The pendant glowed, revealing kanji symbols of elements, but 2 words struck fear into her heart: gods. As the words faded, she felt a sense of relief. She implored Izuku to never lose the pendant, as it was a shield for his power and a means to keep him hidden from a looming threat. With a heavy heart, she bid farewell and vanished into the night, leaving Izuku still crying until the door opened, revealing the caretaker. The caretaker noticed the baby, who was glaring at her with an unsettling intensity. She wondered what was wrong with him and what the pendant signified. When she reached to touch it, a jolt of energy shocked her, causing her to recoil in pain. Despite her discomfort, she decided to take him in, recognizing his potential. The cloaked woman watched from a distance, praying for the child's future. 10 years later, the orphanage was filled with laughter and excitement as it was adoption day. Parents arrived to adopt children, many of whom possessed quirks. The caretakers busily filled out paperwork, pleased with the day's success as nearly 20 kids found new families. However, one child remained different from the rest. Izuku sat in his room, observing the happy faces around him with a mix of hatred and disgust. He had messy green hair, bright green eyes, and wore a simple green shirt and blue jeans, along with the familiar cross pendant that held a green jewel. Izuku had no last name, having been left at the orphanage's door. He was an isolated child, never adopted due to his cold demeanor. He refused to go to any family that harbored fear in their hearts. Since his arrival, Izuku had made no friends, as others disliked him for his aloofness. Many regarded him with fear and disdain, but he remained indifferent to their opinions, believing he did not need love or affection. He was unique, having discovered he possessed multiple quirks, which was deemed impossible. At the age of 4, when all children underwent testing for their quirks, Izuku's results astonished everyone. He had a powerful telekinesis quirk and exhibited extraordinary strength, speed, agility, reflexes, and intelligence. However, the doctors and nurses were unsettled by the cold rage reflected in his eyes. They noted that his pendant concealed a different power, one that their scanners could not detect. Despite their attempts to remove it, they suffered injuries from the electric shocks it emitted. The caretaker observed Izuku's cold gaze, which seemed to pierce through to the soul. She resolved to speak with him, recognizing the challenges he faced. Because of his unique abilities, potential adoptive parents hesitated to take him in, leading to frustration among the caretakers. Currently, Izuku was reading a book while walking toward the forest near the orphanage, seeking solitude. He was unfazed by his loneliness, even as he watched other children enjoy their time with their families. Occasionally, the other orphans would mock him or attempt to bully him, but Izuku showed no mercy in return. He recalled a day at the playground when he witnessed some boys tormenting a girl with brown hair and pink cheeks. One of the boys, with ash blonde hair and an arrogant demeanor, used his explosion quirk to assert 𝗵𝗃𝗲. Although Izuku initially hesitated to intervene, seeing the girl in distress compelled him to act. He jumped in, kicking the 3 boys away and glaring at them, commanding them to leave. 2 of them fled, but the explosion boy stood his ground, leading to a brief confrontation. In the end, Izuku emerged victorious, leaving the injured boy behind as he walked away, unaware of the girl's gratitude. As the day drew to a close, Izuku returned home, sensing someone watching him. He turned but found no one there. Shrugging it off, he continued on his way, while the girl he had saved watched him with admiration. She vowed to be there for him, her expression revealing a deep affection. Back at the orphanage, the caretaker called out to Izuku, informing him that he had a package. She sneered at him, but he ignored her, taking the package and heading up to his room. The adults were visibly angry, exchanging glares. One caretaker expressed her frustration, suggesting they should have expelled him, stating they had no concern for him. Another caretaker agreed, mentioning how the cross pendant seemed to cause distress among the children whenever they touched it. The matron laughed, declaring that they wouldn't have to deal with him again, believing he would never become a pro-hero, but would remain alone and unloved. Izuku overheard this and felt a surge of anger, wishing ill upon them before he succumbed to exhaustion and went to sleep, knowing he had school the next day. The following day, Izuku prepared to head to 𝐲𝗓𝗔 Junior High, a school he despised primarily because of Katsuki Bakugo. Ever since Izuku had stood up to Bakugo, the boy had harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. Izuku's mother was no help, always defending her son and scolding Izuku or the orphanage. Despite this, Izuku remained unfazed. He noticed a package that was still unopened and locked, deciding to take it with him to school. He utilized a storage quirk he had unlocked, placing the package inside before leaving while the other kids were still asleep. At 𝐲𝗓𝗔 Junior High, Izuku made his way to class, spotting Bakugo and his lackeys. Bakugo mocked him, calling him an orphan and questioning why he was still there. Izuku, feeling provoked, warned Bakugo to get out of his sight before he faced consequences. Bakugo challenged him, ready to fight, but their confrontation was interrupted by their teacher, who forbade fighting in school. The two glared at each other, and Bakugo made a cruel remark about Izuku's loneliness, to which Izuku responded defiantly, expressing his disdain. Throughout the day, Izuku excelled in his tests and projects, achieving the highest scores in the school, which frustrated many of his peers. Some students attempted to confront him, but during one encounter, a group of students blocked his path. Izuku, irritated, demanded they move aside. One boy attempted to punch him, but Izuku swiftly countered with an uppercut. As chaos erupted, Izuku's pendant began to glow, and he felt a surge of power coursing through him, causing the ground to tremble and making it difficult for the other students to move. A teacher arrived, bewildered by the commotion, and a girl informed him that it was Izuku's power causing the disturbance. The teacher ordered Izuku to stop, and as he struggled to control the energy, the pendant's glow faded and the shaking ceased. Bakugo, witnessing this, was taken aback by Izuku's newfound strength, realizing it stemmed from the pendant. In a moment of reckless impulse, Bakugo reached for it, only to be met with a painful shock. Izuku, feeling threatened, grabbed Bakugo by the neck, warning him never to touch his pendant again before leaving the crowd and kicking Bakugo back. Following this incident, parents demanded action against Izuku, but the principal defended him, citing his academic achievements and the fact that Bakugo and his friends had instigated the conflict. Mitsuki, Bakugo's mother, glared at Izuku, but he paid her no mind as he left the school. Bakugo was determined to seek revenge, dreaming of joining UA and becoming a powerful pro-hero. In the forest, Izuku opened the package he had kept hidden, revealing a note and some keys to a house. The note informed him of his destiny and hinted at a deeper origin, instructing him to use the keys for a new home, as he would be kicked out of the orphanage at 15. It reassured him that rent and bills would be covered, but he would need to earn his keep. Conflicted but intrigued, Izuku pocketed the keys and noticed a significant sum of money inside the package. He pondered whether to trust the note, feeling that the matron and her associates would do anything to expel him. Determined to be prepared, he returned to the orphanage, where he faced a stern reprimand from the matron. After resting, he noticed the pendant glowing again, this time revealing a kanji symbol on his left arm that read, "Gods." A distant figure sensed this power and was shocked, questioning how it was possible, while her followers expressed concern for their leader. 5 years passed, and it was graduation day at 𝐲𝗓𝗔 Junior High. Many students were excited about applying to UA, the top school in Japan. Izuku, however, was indifferent, contemplating applying only for educational purposes. The teacher reminded everyone not to use their quirks in class, But 𝗵𝗃𝗲 arrogantly dismissed his classmates, boasting about his superiority. As tension mounted, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 confronted Izuku, slamming his hand on Izuku's desk and warning him not to attend UA. Izuku, feeling provoked, unleashed a fierce glare at 𝗵𝗃𝗲, warning him to back off or face dire consequences. The classroom atmosphere thickened with anticipation as the two prepared to clash, while the other students looked on, eager to see how the confrontation would unfold. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 was determined not to be outdone by Izuku. For the past 5 years, he had always lost to Izuku, especially when he held back and relied solely on his raw skills. To 𝗵𝗃𝗲, it felt as if Izuku was superior. He growled, vowing to make Izuku suffer, calling him worthless and an orphan. Izuku had finally had enough of 𝗵𝗃𝗲's taunts. He threw the first punch, sending 𝗵𝗃𝗲 flying back. He declared that he would apply to UA for an education, not because he cared about heroes or villains, but because that was not his dream. This revelation shocked the entire classroom. The teacher questioned Izuku's intentions, but he remained silent and left, leaving 𝗵𝗃𝗲 furious that this orphan loser thought heroes and villains were not his concern. After school, Izuku headed back to the orphanage, knowing he would be leaving for good since the caretaker no longer wanted him. He had kept the money and keys to his new home a secret. On his way, he encountered a slime villain attempting to grab him. The villain cackled, thinking he had found a new body to wear, but suddenly felt a burning pain as Izuku ignited with flames. The villain screamed in agony as All Might arrived, swiftly capturing the creature and placing it in a bottle. Izuku watched, unimpressed, and remarked that he had been handling the situation just fine. All Might, noticing Izuku's fiery demeanor, introduced himself and asked for his name, but Izuku chose to walk away without answering, leaving the number 1 hero puzzled. Izuku returned to the orphanage, where the matron and her friend wore sinister grins. They informed him that it was time for him to pack his things and leave. Izuku, unfazed, declared that he didn't mind leaving since he had never felt loved there. He packed his belongings while the other children laughed, relieved to see him go. Once he finished, he felt a sense of freedom wash over him. He activated his storage quirk to carry his items and soared into the sky with his angel wings. As people celebrated, a girl who had been watching Izuku leave felt upset but also excited about the possibility of visiting his new home. Meanwhile, a cloaked woman who had left Izuku at the orphanage felt powerless to intervene, knowing it was out of her hands. Izuku arrived at his new house, which was much larger than the orphanage. He unlocked the gate and stepped inside, finding it empty but not minding, as he saw that the rent and bills were paid for 10 years. He wondered who had arranged this for him but decided to take care of it as his new home. With only 10 months left until the entrance exams, he had mastered most of his quirks but sensed something more within him. Meanwhile, the girl who had been following Izuku, Ochako Uraraka, marveled at his new home and felt determined to train hard for her future with him. 10 months later, the day of the entrance exams arrived. Izuku had not only trained his quirks but also discovered a different energy source called magic. Initially shocked, he adapted quickly. He focused on both his powers and his physical body, using Takoba Municipal Beach, littered with trash, as his training ground. He cleaned the beach alone, gaining the gratitude of onlookers who wanted to help but respected his wish to do it by himself. After 2 weeks of relentless work, the beach was spotless, and Izuku's hard work had transformed him, showcasing his toned physique, which caught the attention of many. Afterward, he moved to another area to further master his quirks and magic. Although he struggled at times, his dedication paid off as he unlocked over 20 mastered quirks and numerous magic spells. He was in peak perfection, but he only wanted to apply to UA for an education. He didn't care about becoming a pro hero, he just wanted to live a normal life in isolation. He trained for 6 months while learning about his origin, wondering about the cross pendant he had since being left in the dilapidated orphanage. He had heard that the caretaker was looking for him and wanted him to come back, but he refused and dismissed her. Izuku didn't care about anyone else, as he was used to being alone. However, every time he headed out or stayed at home, he felt as though someone was watching him, which annoyed him. He suspected it was that dog 𝗵𝗃𝗲, but he knew 𝗵𝗃𝗲 wouldn't dare confront him. Izuku's cross pendant was acting differently, It had changed color from silver to gold, with a red jewel in the center. His left arm bore glowing kanji symbols, and he could hear a voice, though it didn't last long. One day, Izuku found a pet that was just like him. As he walked back home after earning some money through various jobs, including taking from criminals and mob bosses, he didn't care about right or wrong. He needed to survive. He noticed an alleyway and heard a whimpering sound. Upon closer inspection, he was shocked to see a three-headed white dog resembling the mythical Cerberus from the underworld. The injured dog growled at him. Izuku spoke in a kind tone, assuring the dog that he meant no harm. Though he hated people, he was always kind to animals. He extended his hand, and the dog sniffed it while Izuku gently petted its head. He asked if the poor creature was lost and if it had an owner. The three-headed dog whimpered sadly, alone and forgotten, howling in pain. Izuku noticed the injury and the gross virus affecting it. He vowed that whoever had done this would pay. He promised the dog that he would heal it and purify the virus, using his healing quirk to dispel the infection. The wound healed completely, and the dog, now happy, liked Izuku's face with all three heads. Izuku laughed, telling the dog it was okay. The three-headed dog nodded and wagged its tail. Realizing the dog was female, he asked if she wanted to come with him to their new home. The dog barked happily in response. He decided to name her Shana, and she wagged her tail in excitement. Izuku picked up the small Cerberus and took her back to his home, unaware that someone was watching. The cloaked figure noted that Izuku had adopted a three-headed dog, but it seemed he didn't care. Cerberus had chosen her new Now, Izuku was ready for the UA entrance exams. He packed everything he needed while remodeling his new home with Shana's help. She was loyal and fierce, civilized and clean, unlike most dogs. Izuku trained her, fed her, and provided her with a comfortable bed. He even took her to the vet, though many people ran away upon seeing the three-headed dog. Neither Izuku nor Shana cared. As he prepared to leave, he told Shana to stay and guard their home. He instructed her to scare off or bite anyone who tried to trespass, but not to kill them, as he didn't want to deal with the police. Shana barked obediently, proving to be an excellent guard dog and fighter. Izuku left the house, and Shana watched him go, resting but keeping her ears perked for any intruders. In her thoughts, she promised not to let him down. When Izuku arrived early at UA, he noticed other examinees, including Bakugo. He ignored the arrogant boy, focusing solely on his education. Bakugo glared at Izuku, filled with resentment. He had trained hard to become the world's best hero, but every time he tried to assert his dems over Izuku, he ended up losing or being sent to the nurse's office. Bakugo sneered, questioning why Izuku, the orphan, was there, insisting that the entrance was only for those who wanted to become heroes, not just for an education. Meanwhile, a girl who Izuku had saved and who had been watching him smiled upon seeing him. She approached him, expressing her gratitude for everything he had done for her. Her name was Ochako Uraraka, and she had been inspired by Izuku's hard work and commitment to his training. She admired how he had adopted the three-headed dog, Cerberus, and was never afraid of the creature, despite how others judged her. Ochako had seen Izuku defeat Bakugo and felt compelled to train hard herself. She wanted to thank him for his help and found the courage to confess her feelings. She was surprised that Izuku didn't want to be a hero, only seeking an education, and was astonished by his multiple quirks and resourcefulness. In her thoughts, she resolved that Izuku would always be a hero to her, imagining a future where they were married with many children, and she was the #1 hero while he had a good job. Her daydreaming was interrupted when she noticed Izuku looking at her, causing her to blush. Flustered, she stammered an apology, saying she wanted to thank him for saving her, and hurried away before Izuku could respond. He was left puzzled, wondering what she meant by that, as he couldn't recall saving her. Izuku felt a sense of familiarity as he hurried into the building. The exams were beginning, and President Mike welcomed everyone, explaining the details as usual. Tenya Lida attempted to reprimand Mike, but Izuku urged him to be quiet and listen, causing Lida to glare at him. Izuku brushed it off. On the far side, Ochako watched her crush maintain his calm demeanor, while Bakugo seethed, eager to show Izuku his place. As the written test concluded, everyone moved on to the practical exams. Present Mike explained the rules. They would need to take down as many villain robots as possible to earn the highest score. The test commenced, and Izuku dashed forward, surprising everyone as he exclaimed that it had begun. Present Mike shouted that there was no countdown, prompting the rest to rush in and start the test. Izuku quickly took down 50 robots using his telekinesis quirk and destroyed 40 more with his flame magic. He moved swiftly, utilizing his strength and speed. With 90 robots locking onto him, Izuku soared into the air with his angel and devil wings quirk, creating a massive lightning and wind slash. The crowd gasped in astonishment as Izuku showcased his multiple quirks, taking down a total of 200 robots. Ochako, determined not to fall behind, began destroying 60 robots with her own quirk, declaring her resolve to make Izuku happy. Bakugo, furious at the thought of being outdone by Izuku, charged at the robot villains, growling in frustration. In the stands, pro heroes watched the examinees with keen interest, particularly one boy who had amassed the highest score of 1,000 points. Two pro heroes, the green-haired telekinesis sisters, Tatsumaki and Fubaki, noted his impressive telekinesis quirk, which resembled their own. Midnight questioned who the boy was and how he could possess so many quirks. All Might, shocked, frowned, recalling that he had seen Izuku before when he was attacked by a slime villain, yet he had shown no fear. He remembered seeing him cleaning up the beach alone. Nizu confirmed that Izuku was an orphan, having been abandoned at a young age. He shared that Izuku was born with multiple quirks, along with superhuman strength, speed, intelligence, agility, and reflexes. Despite his high scores at Aldra School, many students had tried to pick fights with him, with Bakugo being the most injured. Nizu also revealed that Izuku's cross pendant was said to inflict unimaginable pain on anyone who tried to take it by force, resulting in injuries to many doctors and nurses. Snipe inquired about any DNA tests to identify Izuku's biological parents, but Nizu explained that they had been unsuccessful after numerous attempts, leaving them puzzled about his origins. All Might expressed his disbelief that someone with so many quirks and abilities could have no known BLD relatives. Nizu suggested they would need to ask Izuku later and decided to deploy a massive robot for the test, pressing a button to activate it. The contestants heard a loud boom as a 0-point massive robot appeared, shocking everyone as it went out of control, causing chaos. Tornado shouted for Nizu to shut it down before it got worse, but Nizu struggled with the controls. As everyone fled in panic, Izuku looked at the chaos with disdain. Suddenly, he heard a cry for help and recognized the girl from the entrance, trapped as the mammoth robot loomed over her. Driven by an instinct to save her, Izuku transformed into a green dragon, unleashing his green fire breath and clawing at the robot with acid and toxic claws. The robot was destroyed, leaving Ochako stunned as she witnessed Izuku's transformation and bravery once again. Reverting back to his normal form, Izuku found his shirt torn, revealing his muscular physique. He approached Ochako, who was blushing fiercely, and helped her out from the rubble, healing her wounds. She stuttered her thanks, feeling flustered as she was carried in his arms, overwhelmed by his strength. Izuku flew up with Ochako, returning to the others who watched in awe. He instructed Lita to take her to safety, and the pro heroes expressed their gratitude for his actions. Midnight, Fubaki, and Tornado blushed at Izuku's impressive physique, with Midnight commenting on his well-trained body. Izawa, concerned about Midnight's reaction, reprimanded her while All Might resolved to speak with Izuku to uncover the truth about him. Tornado insisted they needed to talk to him, and Izawa expressed his longing to have Izuku in his class, feeling the urgency of the situation. Vlad King expressed his interest in a particular boy in his class, intrigued by the cross pendant he wore. The last time he had seen it, it was silver, but now it gleamed gold with a red jewel. Nizu insisted they needed to uncover the boy's identity. Snipe agreed, emphasizing the importance of their investigation. After the exams concluded, many students felt relieved, but Izuku found himself summoned to the office. He anticipated questions from the pro heroes about his powers and skills, which he was reluctant to discuss. Upon entering, he noticed several pro heroes present, including two green-haired women who were fixated on his pendant. Izuku's irritation surfaced as he glared at them, surprising everyone with his blunt demeanor. All Might observed his expression, concerned. Nizu initiated the conversation, asking if Izuku knew who his parents were and how he possessed multiple quirks. All Might frowned, sensing Izuku's rising tension. Izuku unleashed a fierce aura, declaring his frustration. He didn't know who his parents were or how he had so many quirks. His sole reason for applying to UA was to receive an education. He had no longing to become a hero. The pros reacted in shock, questioning his lack of ambition. Izuku explained that he wanted to live his life away from the hero and villain dynamic, which he found dull. He demanded that the two women stop staring at his pendant. Tornado informed him that they sensed immense power emanating from it, which seemed to keep his abilities in check. 𝗵𝗃𝗍 added that reports indicated anyone who tried to touch it was met with a shock. Izuku clarified that he had no control over the pendant. He recalled a cloaked woman who had brought him to the orphanage and given him the pendant, instructing him never to remove it. Despite his attempts, he couldn't take it off, as if a barrier prevented him. Midnight interjected, questioning why he applied to UA if he didn't want to be a hero. Izuku explained that he had been rejected by many normal schools due to his scores and perfect grades. He felt compelled to apply to UA, as it was his only option for a good education. The others could see he was sincere, and Detective 𝗍𝗄𝗎, who had been listening from behind the door, nodded in agreement with All Might. Nizu suggested that Izuku give UA a chance for the education it offered, while 𝗧𝗵𝗲 urged him to consider the hero course, as his quirks could benefit many. Izuku remained adamant, expressing his disillusionment with heroes. He recounted his lonely upbringing in a harsh orphanage, where he had to fend for himself. He insisted that having multiple quirks did not obligate him to become a hero, as many others with quirks chose different paths. The pros fell silent, recognizing the truth in his words. Izuku declared that he didn't care about passing or failing, he simply wanted to live his life and receive an education. Nizu urged him to consider the potential dangers of his powers being exploited by others, emphasizing that UA could provide the best education. Izuku groaned at this, acknowledging that while he despised the idea of being a hero, he needed a good education. Reluctantly, he agreed to give the hero training school a chance, but only for the sake of his education. The teachers felt a sense of relief, though they were concerned about his deep-seated loneliness stemming from his past. Nizu welcomed him to UA, noting that he had achieved the highest scores in both tests while saving a girl. Izuku expressed his frustration about the giant robot incident, questioning who had orchestrated such a dangerous event. Nizu remained quiet, whistling in response. Izuku vented his annoyance, asking who his homeroom teacher would be. Aizawa introduced himself, and Izuku was taken aback by his appearance, likening him to a tired old man who seemed disillusioned with life. The room erupted in laughter, but Aizawa shot Izuku a glare, promising to keep him on his toes. As Izuku prepared to leave, he hoped the girl he had saved was all right. He stepped into a warp gate, leaving the pros concerned but determined to help him change his perspective. Meanwhile, Nizu addressed Tornado and 𝗵𝗃𝗍, acknowledging their longing to investigate Izuku's past and his parents. Tornado expressed sadness, sensing a connection between Izuku's telekinesis and their own abilities. 𝗵𝗃𝗍 countered, reminding her that their sister had been gone for years, and Izuku's DNA test had shown no relation. Despite this, Tornado felt a strong intuition that Izuku was somehow linked to their sister. They resolved to head to the orphanage to uncover clues about Izuku's history, with 𝗵𝗃𝗍 agreeing to join her. As they left, the cloaked woman who had given Izuku the pendant listened intently, her expression troubled. Tatsumaki warned 𝗵𝗃𝗍 that they couldn't get involved in this situation, nor could Izuku learn about his parents. It was for the best. If anyone discovered the boy's power, a certain woman would come to take him back, and the fear in her voice was palpable. A week later, Izuku prepared to head to UA. He donned his uniform and packed his backpack. He noticed Shana wanted to accompany him, but he explained that pets weren't allowed at school. This made Shana upset, but Izuku promised to bring her favorite food, pizza, when he returned. Shana barked happily at the mention of pizza. As Izuku left the house, he called out to Shana, letting her know he was on his way. Shauna chanted excitedly about pizza as she resumed her guard duties. On his way to school, Izuku suddenly stopped when he saw a cloaked woman standing in front of him. He sensed her power and prepared himself for a confrontation. The woman introduced herself, revealing that she needed to warn him about a dangerous enemy who sought his power. She explained that there was much he didn't know about his origins or his parents, and that someone would come to take him away. She admitted to being the reason he ended up in the orphanage and that she had given him the cross pendant. Izuku was taken aback, shouting in disbelief. Before he could react further, she vanished, but her voice echoed in his mind. She cautioned him not to become like the dark figure she spoke of, emphasizing that the prophecy must not be fulfilled or all hope would be lost. Izuku was left feeling upset and confused, pondering the meaning of her words about the Dark One and the prophecy. He wondered why she had left him in the orphanage and placed the cross pendant around his neck. Izuku thought about the day ahead as he continued walking to UA. Upon arriving, he stood before the enormous door of Class 1A, marveling at its size. Just then, a voice called out to him. It was Ochako Uraraka, who rushed over to express her gratitude with a warm hug. Izuku felt a bit bewildered by her affection. He gently tried to step back, asking what she was doing. Ochako explained that she wanted to thank him for saving her once again. She reminded him of their first meeting at the playground when they were 4 years old. Izuku's memory flickered back to that day when he had stood up to some bullies, including Bakugo, who had been tormenting her. He recalled how he had intervened, not out of a longing to be a hero, but simply because he couldn't stand the unpleasantness of their behavior. Ochako expressed her gratitude, introducing herself formally and bowing slightly, calling him her hero. Izuku, still feeling uncertain about the title, responded that he wasn't a hero and that he had only enrolled in UA for an education. Ochako insisted that she would always see him as a hero, and in a moment of spontaneity, she kissed his cheek. This unexpected gesture made Izuku blush, and he quickly walked toward the classroom, with Ochako trailing behind him. As they entered the classroom, Izuku noticed the other students of Class 1A, but his expression shifted to one of frustration. He couldn't quite understand why Ochako was so cheerful and why she insisted on calling him Izuku-kun. As Izuku noticed Bakugo in the same classroom, he felt a surge of frustration. He couldn't believe it. Why was Bakugo here? Ochako sensed the anger radiating from Izuku as he glared at Bakugo. She thought to herself, why was that bully in their class? Bakugo caught Izuku's gaze and smirked, recalling how he had tormented Ochako in the past. He taunted them, calling Izuku an orphan and mocking Ochako. In response, Izuku kicked Bakugo in the chest, firmly telling him to silence himself before things got worse. He took his seat, and Ochako followed, feeling disheartened by Bakugo's words about her. She worried that Izuku might think less of her now. Izuku turned to her, asking if she was okay. Ochako nodded, though sadness lingered in her eyes. He encouraged her not to let Bakugo get to her, describing him as a rabid animal that needed to be ignored for now. Grateful, Ochako thanked Izuku, who was still puzzled by her use of kurin when addressing him. Meanwhile, other students noticed Bakugo's injury, and a red-haired boy approached him, checking if he was all right, but Bakugo brushed him off with a glare directed at Izuku. The boy, Ijiro Kirishima, tried to engage Izuku, asking why he had kicked Bakugo, but Izuku ignored him, giving a heated glare that made Kirishima step back. Concern rippled through the classroom as Minoru Mineta remarked on Izuku's presence. He was distracted, however, by Ochako, making her uncomfortable with his gaze. Bakugo, still fuming, questioned why Izuku was there. A girl named Tsuyu Azui noted that she had seen Izuku during the exams and mentioned his high score. Mina Ashido chimed in, recalling that he could use an acid quirk like hers. Denki Kaminari added that he had transformed into a dragon and saved everyone from a giant robot. Momo Yaoyorozu recognized Izuku's name, recalling that he attended Aldra Junior High. Kyukajiro admired the cross pendant he wore, commenting on its beauty, while Toru Hagakure expressed a longing to touch it. Izuku shouted for everyone to stay away, causing them to recoil in surprise. Ochako explained that the pendant was special to Izuku and served as a protective charm. She warned that touching it could be dangerous. Bakugo growled, covering his hand as he listened to Ochako. Shoto Todoroki, a boy with red and white hair and a scar on his face, observed the scene quietly. Tenya Ida, a boy with glasses, apologized for the misunderstanding. However, Bakugo scoffed, dismissing Izuku as a worthless orphan, claiming he was abandoned by his parents because of his quirks. Izuku had reached his limit. He forcefully grabbed Bakugo and pushed him against the wall, demanding silence. Everyone felt a chill as Izuku's rage filled the room, while Bakugo struggled to fight back, his strength waning. Aizawa intervened, his eyes glowing red, commanding Izuku to stop. Izuku released Bakugo, who coughed and recoiled from Izuku's fierce glare. Returning to his seat, Izuku sensed the fear radiating from his classmates, but he was taken aback by Bakugo's claim about him having multiple quirks. Toru expressed disbelief, questioning how that could be possible. Fumikage Tokoyami echoed the sentiment, while Hantashiro looked worried. Aizawa, attempting to regain control, announced that it was the first day and they would be conducting the quirk assessment test. He instructed everyone to change into their PE clothes and meet him outside before leaving the room. Izuku, still seething from the earlier confrontation, stormed out. Meanwhile, Ochako confronted Bakugo, delivering a sharp slap. She declared that he didn't belong in the school, stating that he was no hero and vowed to make him pay for his actions against her and Izuku. The rest of the class watched in fear as Bakugo slammed his fist against the wall, filled with rage. He muttered to himself that Ochako and Izuku would learn their place beneath him. In the locker room, Izuku, now dressed in his PE clothes, remained angry about the earlier events. He thought about leaving but realized it was too late. His mind lingered on the cloaked woman and her words. The other boys noticed his distant demeanor, while Bakugo contemplated teaching him a lesson, though he was already in enough trouble after Ochako's slap. Todoroki advised Bakugo that his earlier comments were out of line, and Lita suggested he apologize, reminding him they were training to be pro-heroes. Bakugo dismissed their concerns, insisting that Izuku would never be a hero and that he would make him suffer, regardless of his power. Mineta then pointed out a hole in the wall, claiming it was a peeping hole to the girls' locker room. Lita reprimanded him for his inappropriate behavior, but Mineta was unfazed, expressing his curiosity about the girls. Just then Izuku, filled with fury, grabbed Mineta by the neck and slammed him against the wall. He warned Mineta not to even think about looking at Uraraka or any of the girls for his own twisted pleasure, threatening him with dire consequences. Izuku released Mineta, who trembled in fear as he wet himself, while Izuku walked away, leaving the hole covered with wood. In the girls' locker room, the girls overheard the commotion. Ochako felt pleased that Izuku had stood up to the pervert. Momo suggested they report the hole and Mineta's actions to Aizawa. Mina commented on Izuku, but was met with a cold glare from Ochako when she referred to him as cute. Mina stammered, trying to clarify her words, stating that Izuku cared for Ochako. Ochako admitted that they were just friends for now, but she wanted to help him become the #1 hero. Jiro asked if Izuku was always alone, and Ochako shared that he had no family and had been ostracized for most of his life. Mina expressed curiosity about how Izuku could have multiple quirks, and Ochako suggested they ask the teachers or Izuku himself. Despite everything, she declared that Izuku would always be her hero. The girls discussed Bakugo's arrogance and his disrespectful behavior, with Tsuyu adding that he often referred to them as extras. Ochako expressed her frustration with Bakugo's insults toward Izuku, especially calling him Deku, which meant quirkless and useless. She insisted that Izuku was neither of those things, having defeated Bakugo in the past. The girls resolved to learn more about Izuku's past before Aizawa became angry. At the quirk assessment field, Aizawa awaited his students. Izuku was the first to arrive, still visibly upset. Aizawa asked him what was wrong, but Izuku ignored him as the others gathered. Momo recounted the earlier incident, while Aizawa shot a disapproving look at Mineta for his inappropriate thoughts. Aizawa announced that they would be testing their quirk skills, starting with the 50-meter dash, instructing everyone to prepare. As the test began, Izuku took out his phone and put on his earphones, prompting Momo to ask why he was wearing them. Izuku replied that it was personal and urged them to start the test. Aizawa was curious to see how fast Izuku could run without using his quirk. When the signal was given, everyone sprinted forward, with 𝗧𝗓 taking the lead thanks to his engine quirk. However, to everyone's astonishment, Izuku surged ahead, demonstrating incredible speed without relying on his quirk. Bakugo was shocked and upset to see Izuku far ahead of him as he crossed the finish line in an astonishing time, leaving 𝗧𝗓 in second place and Bakugo in third while the others caught up. Aizawa commented on Izuku's speed, asking if he had used his quirk since he couldn't sense it. Izuku, appearing bored, explained that he had trained his body day and night for 10 months, improving his physical abilities. Even without using his speed quirk, he was still faster. Ochako and the others were taken aback, especially Tenya, who realized he needed to enhance his own speed rather than rely solely on his engine quirk. The next test was the grip test, which measured strength. Bakugo smirked, confident in his muscular improvements. To everyone's surprise, Izuku took off his shirt, revealing impressive muscles that made all the girls in Class 1A blush. He then crushed the device with his strength, achieving the highest score. Ochako admired his physique and wished for it herself. In the long jump test, Izuku once again took first place using his high jump quirk, followed by Mineta in second. The sidestep test also ended with Izuku in the lead. Finally, it was time for the ball throw test, where each student had to throw the ball as far as possible using their quirk. Bakugo went first, using his explosion quirk to launch the ball high while shouting in triumph. Izuku, unfazed, prepared for his turn, knowing Aizawa would try to erase his quirk. However, Izuku countered this with his wind magic and sent the ball soaring into the sky, achieving an infinite score, which left everyone, especially Aizawa and Bakugo, in shock. Izuku casually remarked to Aizawa about the next time he should avoid erasing one of his quirks before leaving Aizawa grinning in surprise. Ochako then took her turn, matching Izuku's score with her zero-gravity quirk, sending the ball into space alongside Izuku's. She cheered for their shared success, while Izuku felt a sense of happiness for his classmates' hard work. As the tests concluded, the scores were displayed. Izuku Momo Yaoyorozu Shoto Todoroki Katsuki Bakugo Tenya Ida Fumikage Tokoyami Mizo Shoji Mashiro Ojiro Ejiro Kirishima Mina Ashido Ochako Uraraka Koji Koda Rikido Sato Tsu Azui Yuga Aoyama Hanta Siro Denki Kaminari Kyoka Jiro Toru Hagakure Minor Mineta was upset, fearing expulsion, but Aizawa was only joking. Meanwhile, Bakugo shouted in rage, accusing Izuku of cheating. Izuku glared back, insisting he followed the rules and used his quirks as allowed, leaving Bakugo fuming. Bakugo seethed, feeling that Izuku had always mocked him since childhood. Aizawa contemplated what to do about Izuku, sensing that he didn't truly want to be a hero. He recalled seeing Izuku's cross pendant glow in different colors and the mysterious kanji words on his arms that vanished. In the office, Nizu and the other teachers, along with Tornado and Fubuki, were reviewing footage of Class 1A's skills, particularly focusing on Izuku. Snipe noted that Izuku hadn't even used his quirks for most of the tests, while Midnight commented on his impressive physical improvements, blushing slightly. Vlad pointed out that Izuku was still a minor and suggested that Ochako might already have feelings for him. Fubuki raised a concern, sensing a deep loneliness and pain within Izuku, indicating that he didn't genuinely want to be a hero. Tornado revealed troubling details about Izuku's past in the orphanage, confirming that the caretakers had neglected him. They discussed how Izuku had been mistreated by both students and teachers at Aldra Junior High, which was now facing closure due to the evidence they had gathered. Present Mike mentioned that Izuku had been kicked out of his previous living situation, but they had discovered his new place, which was large yet strangely only housed him and his dog. Fubuki revealed that he owned a 3-headed white dog named Cerberus, which shocked everyone, as Cerberus was a mythical creature. They planned to ask Izuku about this, but Nizu expressed concern about the potential dangers of being a teacher at UA, especially if a villain attacked the city. All Might reassured them that the pros would handle any threats. Tornado and Fubuki prepared to leave, having heard of a group kidnapping people and offering them as sacrifices to their leader, a group that operated under the cover of night. As the school day ended, Izuku was about to leave when 𝗧𝗏𝗄 called out to him. She approached him, asking if he was heading home. Izuku confirmed that he was, wondering what she needed. Izuku felt confused as he thought about spending time at the mall with his friends. 𝗧𝗏𝗄, blushing slightly, expressed her hope that they could hang out together. However, Izuku declined, stating that he was busy and preferred to be alone for a while, especially since the others would be joining them, including someone he found troublesome. With that, he left through a warp gate, leaving 𝗧𝗏𝗄 feeling sad. 𝗧𝗏𝗄, determined to help, thought to herself that Izuku didn't have to be alone. As the others approached her, Momo asked if Izuku was coming. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 explained that he needed some time alone, as he was still upset, but she was resolved to help him. The others were concerned, but Bakugo scoffed and walked away. Back home, Izuku returned with 10 boxes of cheese pizza. Shana, his 3-headed dog, rushed to greet him, drawn by the delicious aroma. Izuku praised Shana for keeping everything in order while he was away and rewarded her with the pizza. As he read his book and listened to the news, a breaking report caught his attention. The news detailed a series of mysterious deaths of people reported missing from the streets at night. A strange mark was found on the victims' chests and on the walls, resembling a cult symbol. This wasn't the first occurrence. 11 years prior, a massive explosion had left a similar pentagram mark in the sky. Despite the efforts of heroes and police, the culprits remained elusive, leaving many people fearful of venturing outside at night. Izuku noted the pentagram mark, realizing he needed to be cautious when going out at night. Shana, sensing the danger, urged him to stay away from it, fearing for his safety. Meanwhile, deep underground in Japan, the cult mentioned in the news was holding a meeting. The leader declared that they had remained hidden for too long while the heroes ruled the world. Now, they sensed that their vessel was near and planned to attack the symbol of peace, all might. The cult members chanted their loyalty to their dark 𝗵𝗲, proclaiming that the prophecy would soon come to pass. In a nearby church, a priest was praying when he suddenly cried out in alarm. His daughter rushed to him, worried about his distress. The priest warned her that the Dark One was coming and that they needed to find the vessel before the cult did. He explained that if the Dark One claimed the vessel, he would become unstoppable, bringing eternal darkness to the world. His wife, frightened, sought to understand what was happening. The priest revealed that the vessel was an orphan with a cross pendant, and their daughter, 𝗂𝗫, was tasked with finding him before it was too late. 𝗂𝗫, determined to fulfill her father's wishes, promised to find the vessel and ensure he stayed on the right path. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗏𝗄 returned home after her trip to the mall, noticing her parents struggling with bills due to their failing business. They lived in a modest apartment to save money, and 𝗧𝗏𝗄 felt a strong longing to help them. She vowed to become the best hero to support her family, even if it meant sacrificing her own morals. Her parents, noticing her worry, tried to reassure her, but 𝗧𝗏𝗄 could see through their forced smiles. After retreating to her room, she discovered pictures of Izuku alone in her closet. She admired his courage and wished she could be as brave as him. As she reflected on her feelings, she whispered her love for him. That night, Izuku fell asleep and found himself in a void, facing a shadowy figure. The figure warned him that the vessel must return to its family and that the Dark One would rise. Confused and alarmed, Izuku demanded to know who the figure was and what it meant. The figure insisted that the portal must be opened, leaving Izuku with more questions than answers. Izuku continued to shout, but then he woke up at 1 a.m. and realized he was in his room. It must have been a nightmare, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. As he settled back into bed, he was unaware that a cloaked woman was watching him, her expression troubled. She thought to herself that the cult was making their move and that she needed to keep Izuku safe. The next day, Izuku walked to UA, unable to forget the dream from the night before. He pondered the voice he had heard, feeling a sense of concern that he tried to brush aside as he took his seat in the classroom. The rest of Class 1A began to arrive. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 noticed that Izuku seemed dazed, which worried her. She approached him and asked if he was okay. Izuku, still lost in thought, looked at her and assured her he was fine, just thinking about something. He then mentioned that he had heard she had her hero costume ready. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 responded enthusiastically, but then asked about Izuku's costume, noting that everyone else had theirs prepared. She urged him to join the hero course, expressing her concern for his reluctance. Izuku reluctantly admitted that he had a hero costume built and ready, as Mr. Aizawa had instructed him that to achieve his goals, he needed one. He didn't like it, but felt he had no choice. Shana, his three-headed pet dog, barked in agreement. Ochako was surprised to hear about Shana, recalling the videos everyone had seen online. Izuku felt a twinge of regret about bringing it up but dismissed the thought. Momo approached them, and they greeted her politely. She asked if they had seen the news from the previous night. Everyone listened intently as Ochako expressed her disgust at the sight of so many bodies lying on the ground, mentioning that she had seen a similar mark before. Tokoyami chimed in, identifying it as the mark of a witch. Izuku listened as they discussed a cult that was rumored to be hiding in the shadows, abducting innocent people for sacrifices. The atmosphere grew tense as Momo added that people were scared to go out, with reports of BLD and strange symbols appearing on walls. Izuku's eyes widened as he recalled the voice from his dream, which spoke of a vessel returning to its family. Ochako noticed Izuku's shock and asked what was wrong. He thought to himself that it couldn't be real, that it must have been a dream. Bakugo observed Izuku closely, suspecting he was hiding something. Just then, Aizawa entered the classroom, instructing everyone to take their seats. He announced that for the next lesson, they would need to wear their hero costumes, as All Might would be teaching them for a test. The door swung open to reveal All Might, prompting cheers from the class, except for Izuku, who remained silent. All Might greeted the students, encouraging them to put on their costumes and join him at Ground B for the battle trial. As the class followed, Izuku was about to leave when Aizawa called him back. Aizawa expressed concern for Izuku, noting that he seemed off and encouraging him to get along with his classmates, as they would be together for 3 years. Izuku replied that he was only there for an education and didn't mind speaking to some of them, but he had strong feelings against Bakugo and Mineta, whom he described as arrogant and inappropriate. He pointed out that the girls were uncomfortable with Mineta's behavior and mentioned the holes in the boys' locker room that led to the girls' side. He speculated that Mineta was responsible for those holes when the school was empty, warning that many girls would tell their parents about it. As Izuku left, Aizawa stood there, realizing that this would be more challenging than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, in Class 1A, everyone had arrived in their hero costumes, but Ochako noticed that Izuku was still missing. Worried, she called out for him just as the door opened, revealing Izuku in his hero costume. He wore a dark green and red suit with blue lines on the breaths and gray lines on the arms. His red mask was in place, and he had new white headphones on his head. His gloves bore the kanji characters for love and hate, and he had a sword strapped to his back. His shoes were black with a devil mark on each side, and he still wore a cross pendant, which he had covered to protect the red jewel. His eyes had changed from green to blue, a part of his hero costume. He apologized for being late, ready to join his classmates for the upcoming challenges. Aizawa wanted to see Izuku, who noticed everyone admiring his costume. Denki commented on how awesome it looked but questioned the sword on his back. Momo added that the cross pendant seemed well protected and noted the change in Izuku's eye color. Izuku reassured them that there was nothing to worry about and suggested they begin the lesson. All Might, observing his students, nodded in agreement. As All Might explained the training scenario, he described an indoor battle that would feature a 2-on-2 matchup between heroes and villains. The villains were tasked with guarding a nuclear weapon they intended to use to destroy the city, while the heroes had to stop them. If the heroes captured the villains or reached the core before the 15 minutes were up, they would win. However, if the villains managed to capture the heroes and secure the weapon first, they would emerge victorious. Everyone nodded in understanding. All Might then announced the lottery for team pairings. The teams were as follows. Team A consisted of Izuku and Ochako Uraraka. Team B was Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team C included Momo Yaoyorozu and Minoru Mineta. Team D featured Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team E had Yuga Aoyama and Mina Ishido. Team F was Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Team G paired Denki Kaminari with Kyoka Jiro. Team H included Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui. Team I was Masahiro Ojiro and Toru Hagakure. and Team J consisted of 𝐈𝐵 Kirishima and Hantasiro. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 expressed her happiness at being on the same team as Izuku, who was preoccupied with Aizawa's advice about opening up. Momo, feeling uncomfortable with Minata's behavior, requested to change partners, stating she didn't want to be on a team with someone who made her uneasy. All Might admonished Minato for his inappropriate behavior, and Shoto stepped in to defend Momo, causing her to feel grateful. The first round commenced with Team A, the heroes, facing off against Team D, the villains. Bakugo and Iida entered the arena, with Bakugo smirking, eager to put Izuku in his place. Izuku and 𝗧𝗏𝗄 prepared their strategy while their classmates watched from the surveillance room. Bakugo and Iida discussed Izuku's quirks, realizing they needed to be cautious, as they were still unaware of his full potential. Iida expressed concern over Izuku's many abilities, while Bakugo dismissed him arrogantly, insisting he would handle Izuku and his poor girlfriend. Meanwhile, Izuku and 𝗧𝗏𝗄 entered the building to execute their plan. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 asked what the strategy was, knowing Bakugo would come charging at them. Izuku explained that he would confront Bakugo directly while she snuck into the core room, where Iida would be guarding it. Using his magic, he made 𝗧𝗏𝗄 temporarily invisible, which surprised her. He noted her improvement and encouraged her, acknowledging her longing to become the #1 hero to repay him for his help. 𝗧𝗏𝗄, feeling inspired, expressed her determination to save Izuku and support her parents. As she vanished, Izuku reflected on her kindness, feeling a mix of gratitude and concern. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted his thoughts. Bakugo had arrived, grinning menacingly and focused solely on Izuku. Bakugo growled, challenging Izuku, who responded with a look of disgust and summoned 10 dark shadows to confront him. In the observation room, the rest of the class was astonished by Izuku's ability to make 𝗧𝗏𝗄 invisible. They watched as Bakugo struggled against the shadows, pushing him back. Near the core, 𝗧𝗏𝗄 arrived, exhausted but determined, realizing she had only 3 minutes left. She spotted Iida and, with a laugh, stealthily approached him to grab the cord. As she celebrated her victory, Iida recognized the invisible girl holding the core. He was shocked to discover it was 𝗧𝗏𝗄, who declared her win and dashed off. Iida chased after her, bewildered by her invisibility. Back with Izuku, he noticed Bakugo was tiring after taking down the shadows, while Izuku remained composed. Bakugo shouted, demanding to know if Izuku was afraid to face him alone. In response, Izuku used his telekinesis to slam Bakugo against the wall, delivering a powerful blow that caused Bakugo to stagger. Izuku leaned in close, whispering that Bakugo would never catch up to his level, urging him to stay down. Just then, 𝗧𝗏𝗄 reappeared, having become visible again, and exclaimed that she had the core, questioning why it took her so long. Izuku watched as Bakugo glared at him, demanding to know how he had managed to win. Bakugo shouted in frustration, but Iida stepped in to intervene, noticing that Izuku looked exhausted. Izuku declared that it was over, they had lost. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 quickly moved to hold Iida back as the time ran out. All Might announced that Team A had won, and while Izuku and 𝗧𝗏𝗄 celebrated, Bakugo seethed with anger. He stormed out, unleashing a massive explosion aimed at Izuku and 𝗧𝗏𝗄. All Might yelled for Bakugo to stop, but Bakugo was too consumed by rage to listen. Izuku sensed the impending danger and pushed 𝗧𝗏𝗄 out of the way just in time. Bakugo shouted with a fierce grin, unleashing his explosion that created a deafening boom. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 cried out Izuku's name as Iida stood frozen, shocked by Bakugo's extreme actions. As the smoke cleared, everyone gasped in horror at the sight of Izuku, burned and unconscious. Bakugo laughed triumphantly, declaring that he had defeated the orphan loser. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 rushed to Izuku's side, tears streaming down her face as she noticed that while his clothes were charred, his cross pendant remained intact. She glared at Bakugo, filled with rage and sorrow, accusing him of being a monster for his actions. Iida expressed his disbelief at what Bakugo had done, while All Might's anger simmered beneath the surface. Bakugo scoffed, dismissing Izuku as a loser who didn't belong in the school. Suddenly, a bright green glow emanated from Izuku's cross pendant, revealing a kanji symbol of a health cross. Izuku's body began to lift, and the burns on his skin started to heal. His clothes restored to their original state, and he awoke, glaring at the shocked and frightened Bakugo. In a dark tone, Izuku called Bakugo a coward before delivering a powerful punch that knocked him out. Ochako felt a surge of relief and joy as she saw Izuku fully healed, his pendant's glow fading. She expressed her happiness, and Izuku smiled back, noticing his pendant. He asked how long he had been out, and Ochako replied that it had only been 5 minutes, but she had been worried about him. All Might approached, concerned for Izuku's well-being and curious about the mysterious symbols on his arm. Izuku, still tired, leaned on Ochako for support. Ochako insisted on taking Izuku to Recovery Girl for help, and All Might agreed, assuring her that Bakugo would face consequences for his actions. Later, as Ochako accompanied Izuku to Recovery Girl's office, she felt a mix of fury and concern. She was upset that Bakugo had tried to harm both her and Izuku, who had pushed her out of the way to save her. The cross pendant had saved his life, but it also revealed the glowing kanji symbol on his arm, suggesting he possessed incredible power. Ochako clenched her fists in frustration, feeling guilty for not being able to protect Izuku. Recovery Girl noticed her bleeding hand and comforted her, reminding her that it wasn't her fault. Ochako lamented that Izuku had only wanted a normal life but had been dragged into this conflict. She vowed to become stronger for Izuku and to protect him. Recovery Girl acknowledged Ochako's determination, recognizing her feelings for Izuku. Meanwhile, All Might, in his weaker form, reflected on Izuku's heart and potential, regretting that he hadn't had the chance to know him better. He had chosen a different successor for One for All, but he saw the hero within Izuku. As Ochako returned to her classmates, Lita approached her, concerned about Izuku's condition. The rest of the class shared their worries, while Bakugo faced severe consequences for his actions. He was suspended for a week, feeling both furious and fearful of Izuku's newfound power. The training course concluded, with some teams victorious and others defeated. As night fell, Izuku remained asleep, and the question lingered, had he finally woken up? Ochako expressed her concern as Recovery Girl remained silent. Recovery Girl informed her that Izuku had not yet woken up and that the school day was over, indicating they couldn't leave him at UA. Ochako suggested that she could take him home since she knew where he lived and could ask her parents for help. Recovery Girl hesitated, unsure if that was a wise decision, and advised her that an adult could take him home. She noted that most of the other teachers had already left, particularly Mr. Aizawa, who was eager to leave the school despite often complaining about his job. Ochako remarked that she believed Izuku was a nice person and that she cared for him, so she felt it was okay to help. Recovery Girl warned her to be careful, as many people were being kidnapped by a dangerous cult while villains were becoming more active. Ochako nodded, picked up Izuku's unconscious body, and left. Recovery Girl thought to herself about the heroes and their inaction while the cult and villains grew more troublesome. As Ochako walked to her family car, her parents noticed her with an unconscious boy. Explained what had happened at school and shared details about Izuku's difficult life. Her parents felt grateful for Izuku saving their daughter but were saddened by his loneliness. They were furious about Katsuki Bakugo's actions and decided to press charges against him and his family. Ochako's father expressed his determination to hold Bakugo accountable, comparing him to his mother. Ochako's mother remarked that Izuku reminded her of a girl from her youth who had been friends with Mitsuki Bakugo. Her father dismissed this, insisting that the girl had been a troublemaker and that Izuku was nothing like her, especially since she had passed away without having children. Confused by her parents' conversation, Ochako was told it was nothing and that it was all in the past. Meanwhile, the other Class 1A students were informing their families about the events that had transpired, with Todoroki sharing the news with his siblings. At the Todoroki residence, Natsuo was surprised to hear about a boy named Izuku who had multiple quirks. Shoto confirmed this, and Fuyumi warned them that if their father, Endeavor, found out, he would likely try to manipulate the situation. Shoto reassured them that Endeavor wouldn't care about Izuku's orphan status, as he had always been alone. Fuyumi teased Shoto about his interest in Yaoyorozu, causing him to blush. He insisted he was only helping her against a troublesome classmate. Fuyumi expressed her disbelief about how that classmate had made it into UA, while Shoto focused on his training, determined not to use Endeavor's quirk. Unbeknownst to them, Endeavor was listening intently, intrigued by the boy with many quirks. At Momo's residence, she returned to her luxurious home, where her parents were eager to hear about the events at school, having learned from Jiro's parents. Her mother inquired about Izuku, noting his impressive abilities and high test scores. Momo admitted she didn't know much about him, only that Katsuki Bakugo had mentioned Izuku was an orphan who had never received help. Her parents were surprised to hear about the golden cross pendant he wore, and Momo confirmed it was real gold. She quickly clarified that she had no romantic interest in Izuku, as he had someone who liked him. Her father asked who that was, and Momo revealed that Ochako Uraraka had feelings for Izuku, explaining that he had always been protective of her. She noted that Izuku didn't seek fame as a hero, he simply wanted a normal education. Momo's mother encouraged her to believe in true love, recalling how she and Momo's father had fallen in love. Momo's father expressed his disdain for Katsuki Bakugo, while Momo resolved to study hard to maintain her top scores, determined not to let Izuku surpass her. Momo's mother suggested they investigate Izuku further and call for a PTA meeting, noting that he didn't have a last name. Her father agreed, suspecting that Endeavor would also be looking into Izuku's background. Meanwhile, at the Bakugo household, Mitsuki was furious with her son for his actions. Despite her husband's attempts to calm her, she scolded Bakugo for his behavior and the consequences it would bring. Bakugo stubbornly insisted he had no regrets, claiming that Izuku should never have been allowed at UA. Mitsuki informed him that he would be suspended for a week and that the girl's parents were pressing charges against them, expressing her disappointment in how she had raised him. Master Bakugo mentioned that Izuku's wounds were healing well and that he had a cross pendant on him. Bakugo, however, dismissed the concern, shaking his legs as he left, while his parents pondered about Izuku. Mitsuki remarked that Izuku had a quirk similar to her late friend Inko, which saddened her as she remembered the tragedy of Inko's death during the attack. She insisted that Inko never had a child, so Izuku couldn't be her son, labeling him merely an orphan. Meanwhile, Ochako and her family arrived at Izuku's large home. They were taken aback by the size of the house as Ochako carried Izuku closer to the gates. Suddenly, a loud barking echoed through the air. It was Shana the three-headed dog, who approached them with a growl. Ochako's mother exclaimed in shock, recognizing the creature. Her husband instinctively moved to protect his family. Ochako called out to Shana, assuring her that they needed her help because Izuku was with them. Shana's growling intensified as she sensed something was wrong with her 𝐻𝑒r. Just then, a cloaked figure appeared, commanding Shana to calm down. The figure approached and took Izuku from the car, thanking Ochako and her family for bringing him home. With that, the cloaked woman, Shana, and Izuku vanished into the house, leaving the Uraraka family in disbelief. Ochako's father questioned who the cloaked person was and how she knew Izuku. Despite her worries, Ochako felt a strange trust in the figure as her family drove home. Inside the house, the cloaked woman and Shana expressed their concern for Izuku, who was still asleep. Shana voiced the urgency of leaving the country, fearing that their actions would soon be discovered. The cloaked woman reassured her that they were safe under a strong protection spell, despite the cult's increasing activity. The next day, Ochako was at UA, contemplating the identity of the cloaked woman while her parents remained astonished by Shana, the three-headed dog. She reassured them as she explained everything. As her classmates arrived, she noticed that Izuku and Bakugo were absent. She felt relief that Shana was suspended for a week, but she worried about Izuku's absence. Tsuyu asked if Ochako was okay and inquired about Izuku's whereabouts. Ochako speculated that he might still be at home, resting since the battle trials. Momo and Mina expressed curiosity about Izuku's background, with Momo's parents wanting to know more about him. Ochako shared that Izuku had always been alone, living in a big house with Shana, and that he never sought to be a hero but only wanted a normal life. Yet, he had saved her multiple times, including from Mineta's inappropriate behavior. Ochako's anger flared as she recalled Bakugo's attempts to harm her and Izuku. The class discussed Bakugo's mother and her past, revealing that many parents had concerns about her. Aizawa entered the room, prompting everyone to take their seats. He informed them that Izuku would not be attending class that day and announced the need for a new class president and vice president. As the class debated who should take on the roles, Ochako wished to nominate Izuku but knew he would refuse. Ultimately, she chose Lida, while others considered their options. The votes were tallied, resulting in Tenya Lida and Momo Yaoyorozu being elected as president and vice president, respectively. Both were honored by the responsibility. In the afternoon, Ochako sat in the lunchroom, contemplating a visit to Izuku's place, hoping Shana wouldn't bark at her. Her friends noticed her distraction and inquired about it. Mina, with a teasing grin, asked if Ochako liked Izuku. Flustered, Ochako denied it, though she couldn't hide her feelings. Mina pressed on, reminding her that if she didn't act, another girl might take Izuku away. A chill filled the air as Ochako's expression turned serious. She declared that no one would dare to take Izuku from her. She spoke in a dark tone that unsettled the others until she returned to her cheerful self, smiling as she enjoyed her meal. The girls felt uneasy about Ochako's intense aura but were also concerned for Izuku, thinking to themselves that she seemed too obsessed with him. Toru suggested that since they were classmates and friends, they should discuss their dreams for the future. Ochako chimed in, capturing the girls' attention. She shared her dream of becoming the #1 hero to support her family and to be a hero for Izuku, who had saved her in the past. Just then, the UA sirens blared, causing everyone to jump from their seats and rush out of the lunchroom in a panic. However, Ochako remained calm and looked outside, noticing the press attempting to breach UA's security. With determination, she shouted for everyone to stop, asserting her authority as her classmates turned to her. She urged them to look outside, explaining that it was just the press trying to get in, and reminded them that they were future heroes, not to act foolishly. Her classmates felt ashamed and began to settle down, impressed by how Ochako had managed to calm the chaos. Meanwhile, in Class 1A, Aizawa observed his students and was impressed by Ochako's actions. He reminded them that their behavior was shameful and that they should learn from it. He praised Ochako for her heroism and planned to discuss the press situation with Nizu and the other teachers, especially since they had heard about All Might becoming a teacher. Meanwhile, someone was sneaking into UA, trying to discover where All Might would be teaching his class at the USJ, while in a secret base, a cult member informed their leader about All Might's location. The commander confirmed the information and ordered the cult to prepare an anti-All Might weapon, intending to gather their forces for a mission at the USA. The leaders smirked, confident in their plans. Back in the UA faculty, the teachers and Nizu discussed the recent security breach, noting that only someone with a motive could have hacked the system while using the press as a distraction. Aizawa expressed his concern about how someone could infiltrate UA's security and question their intentions. Nizu informed them that the parents of Class 1A wanted to hold a PTA meeting in a month to learn more about Izuku's powers and origins. Toshinori asked if Izuku had fully awakened from his ordeal, and Nizu reassured him that someone was taking care of him. However, many parents were upset about Bakugo's actions, particularly Ochako's parents, who were considering legal action against him. Nizu expressed his concerns about Bakugo's arrogance and instability, noting that he seemed more interested in fame and power than being a true hero. Midnight questioned whether there was a way to change Bakugo's mindset, acknowledging that Izuku had a hero's heart but still struggled. Present Mike pointed out that Izuku had endured a difficult past but had shown strength without asking for help. They were all troubled by the mystery of Izuku's parents and the negative DNA test results, suspecting someone might be hiding the truth. Nizu asked All Might and 13 if they were ready to take the students to the USJ for their rescue course, and All Might confirmed his readiness, as long as his limits didn't hinder him. They agreed to worry about Izuku's participation later, especially since Ochako was concerned about him being alone at home with his 3-headed dog. Present Mike expressed disbelief at the presence of a creature like Cerberus, while Nizu explained that Izuku had named the dog Shana and that she was loyal to him. They discussed how Izuku managed to afford so much pizza for Shana, revealing that he volunteered at a soup kitchen and helped others in need. Aizawa noted that despite not wanting to be a hero, Izuku still made a positive impact on many lives. The meeting concluded, and back at Izuku's home, A cloaked woman observed him sleeping while Shauna worried about her 𝗧𝗏. She prepared to leave, instructing Shauna to watch over him, and the dog barked in response, sensing the girl's friendly nature but remaining cautious. Shauna hoped her 𝗵𝗲𝗄 would wake up soon. A week had passed at UA, and Izuku had yet to return. Bakugo was back, still behaving arrogantly, which prompted Ochako to glare at him. Although Bakugo noticed her, he didn't see Izuku, which made him smirk. Ochako had changed significantly and trained hard, no longer allowing Bakugo to intimidate her. She could sense Bakugo's lingering fear of Izuku's power, which brought a smirk to her face as he approached her with a grin. A poor girl asked where the orphan Deku was, noting that he hadn't shown up. Bakugo sneered, suggesting that he finally knew his place and decided to run away. This shocked everyone, while Kirishima tried to stop his friend from getting into more trouble. Ochako didn't acknowledge Bakugo's presence. Instead, she stood up and glared at him, telling him to be quiet before sitting back down. Bakugo glared at her, but he felt Aizawa's intense gaze behind him, prompting him to return to his seat with a vow for payback against both Ochako and Izuku. Aizawa then informed the class that they would be heading to the USJ for a rescue trial at 12:50 that afternoon. He encouraged them to bring their hero costumes, as he, All Might, and a pro hero would be teaching them about using their quirks to save lives. The class erupted in cheers, excited to begin their true hero lessons, while Bakugo eagerly anticipated showing everyone what real power looked like. As the morning passed, the clock struck 12:50, and everyone boarded the bus in their hero costumes. Ochako worried about Izuku, asking Aizawa if he had arrived yet, concerned he would miss the course. Lita mentioned needing to check on his friend, affirming that Izuku was still part of Class 1A and needed to be there. Aizawa responded that Nizu had someone watching over him and reminded them that this was a hero course. Izuku would likely not want to come anyway. Bakugo scoffed, dismissing Izuku as a loser who had no right to be at the school, even with his many quirks. Todoroki pointed out that this came from someone who had been scared of Izuku's power, which made Bakugo bristle, though he couldn't hide the tremor in his legs. Momo urged everyone to focus, and the class settled into their seats as they left the campus. Meanwhile, All Might, still in his office, lamented reaching his limit just as he heard about one of Aizawa's students still resting at home. Nizu expressed hope that nothing bad was happening to the students, while Recovery Girl examined Izuku's test results from the battle trial, searching for clues about his origins but finding nothing, leaving her puzzled. At the USJ, Class 1A arrived to see the stadium, where they were greeted by Space Hero 13, who Ochako excitedly recognized as her favorite hero. 13 acknowledged her enthusiasm and explained that she was there to help the students with real-life natural disasters in each zone. However, she noticed that only 19 students were present, along with Aizawa. When Aizawa indicated that Izuku was still resting, 13 expressed understanding, mentioning that she had heard about Izuku's many quirks and magic. Suddenly, a portal opened in the center of the building, revealing a group of unknown villains. Aizawa quickly warned the class that these were not fake villains. The leader of the group, a man with hands on his face, noted that All Might was absent. Just then, another portal opened, revealing cloaked figures, all women marked with a symbol, announcing their arrival. The leader, Charmcaster, introduced herself and her group, stating that they were there to assist the League of Villains and retrieve a vessel. One of her members noted that they couldn't sense the vessel or All Might, prompting Charmcaster to suggest engaging the pro heroes and the students. Aizawa realized they needed backup, but Kurogirl, a villain with the ability to warp, blocked their exit and jammed communications. As the villains began to strategize, Bakugo and Kirishima attempted to attack Kurogirl to escape but were thwarted. Kurogirl used her quirk to scatter the class into different zones. Aizawa and 13 fought to protect the students from both the League of Villains and the cult of Daughters and Sisters, but they were outnumbered. The situation grew dire as Aizawa faced Charmcaster, who summoned a stone creature to attack him. Meanwhile, Tamura joined the fray, but 13 blocked his path. Some students devised a plan to help Lita escape and reach UA, knowing he was the second fastest after Izuku. Mina encouraged Lita to make a run for it, and the others nodded in agreement, preparing to create an opening for him. 𝗎𝗪𝗏 attempted to prevent anyone from escaping, but Bakugo used his explosive quirk to distract her long enough for Lita to find an opening and dash out. Though Tamura and Charmcaster were frustrated, they remained confident that All Might would eventually arrive, while Aizawa and 13 continued to struggle against the villains and cult members. While the separate students were in different zones, they encountered the villains. In the shipwreck zone, Ochako, Tsuyu, and Mineta were on a boat as the villains charged at them. Ochako, having trained her quirk and body, prepared to confront the three villains. She expressed her determination, stating that they needed to handle the situation until they regrouped with the others. Despite her efforts to lift the villains using her quirk, she struggled. Mineta, feeling scared, suggested they hide and wait for All Might, but his actions angered Tsuyu, who retaliated. She reminded them that they were aspiring heroes and needed to face the threat head-on, prompting her and Ochako to get ready for battle. Meanwhile, at UA, All Might attempted to contact 13, but received no response, causing him concern. Nizu tried to reassure him that everything would be fine. Back at USJ, Ochako, Tsuyu, and Mineta fought against the villains. Thanks to Ochako's quick thinking and her classmates' support with their quirks, they managed to defeat the villains and escape the shipwreck zone. However, they noticed their homeroom teacher, Aizawa, was still engaged in battle. In the landslide zone, Shoto Todoroki faced numerous villains and cult members. He froze many of them but left their heads unfrozen. He demanded to know why they were there, but the group remained silent, smirking at him. Suddenly, Todoroki was pushed back by a water attack from one of the cult members. In the mountain zone, Momo, Kyoka, and Denki confronted the villains. Momo created an insulator sheet to protect herself and Kyoka while Denki discharged electricity, defeating the villains. Back at the central plaza, Aizawa continued to battle the villains while 13 returned to protect the students. He faced Tamura and Charmcaster, who attacked him with their powers. Aizawa struggled but pushed through until a monstrous creature appeared behind him, catching him off guard. Alongside it, a large wolf monster emerged, and both Tamura and Charmcaster smirked at the sight. At the entrance, the students and 13 witnessed the two massive beasts, feeling a mix of fear and shock. 𝗧𝗏 exclaimed in disbelief, while the others stood frozen, petrified by the sight of the monsters. Ochako and her group were equally shocked to see the creatures, as Tamura and Charmcaster declared their intentions. They demanded All Might's presence, threatening that failure to comply would lead to dire consequences. They revealed their plan to capture a vessel for their MSTR, intending to take over the world. In the ruins zone, Bakugo and Kirishima fought against many villains while searching for an escape. Kirishima suggested helping their classmates, but Bakugo insisted on confronting Kurogiri, who had escaped. Just then, a villain attempted to sneak up on Bakugo, only to be swiftly defeated by an explosion from his quirk. Meanwhile, 𝗎𝗪𝗏 approached Tamura after he had injured the wolf monster and Nomu had severely beaten Aizawa, who struggled to rise. Charmcaster used her magic to keep him down, allowing the monsters to deliver a final blow. They grabbed Aizawa's body, and the shocking sight left Class 1A horrified as they witnessed their teacher's demise. Ochako, Tsuyu, and Mineta were terrified, and when Tamura lunged at Ochako, Tsuyu pushed her out of the way, taking the attack herself. The sight of her friend being eliminated left Ochako devastated, while the others wept on the ground. Charmcaster remarked on the absence of All Might, suggesting they leave after eliminating the remaining students. Just then, a loud explosion echoed through the area, signaling the arrival of Hope, the #1 symbol of peace, All Might. He declared his presence with confidence, but his heart sank at the sight of the injured students and the loss of Aizawa. Ochako cried out for help, informing All Might of Tsuyu's fate. Tamura taunted All Might, while Charmcaster smirked, ready for confrontation. She commanded the villains and cult members to attack, but All Might responded with a powerful Detroit smash, sending them flying as he prepared to face the two beasts and the main villains. Meanwhile, at Izuku's home, Shana remained worried but noticed Izuku's body stirring, his eyes opening. In the landslide zone, Todoroki was struggling against the villains and cult members. Injured and in pain, He knew he needed to escape and warn the others about the threat to All Might and the vessel. In the fire zone, myheroacademia fought valiantly against the villains, using his martial arts skills to find an exit and escape, leaving the injured villains behind. In the windstorm zone, 𝗵𝗃𝗫 and 𝐭𝐲 also managed to prevail and find their way out. Back with Momo's group, they had succeeded in their battle, but were soon confronted by more villains and cult members. The sight of 𝗳𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗃, injured and bleeding, filled Momo with rage as she attempted to save him, only to be thrown back by a powerful wind attack. Denki used his discharge quirk, but to his shock, a villain with an electric-type quirk appeared and took him hostage. Jiro was worried, and she and Momo were the only ones left. Momo expressed her frustration, stating they couldn't beat all the villains and needed to escape. Jiro replied that they couldn't leave their friends behind, especially since the villains were blocking the entrance. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed as Katsuki, Kirishima, myheroacademia, and the others arrived, confronting more villains and cult members who were holding their friends hostage. Momo felt a surge of relief as Katsuki rushed to save 𝗳𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗃, who was injured and held captive, while the others fought to free Denki and the girls. 𝗵𝗃𝗫 urged everyone to hurry and escape, mentioning that All Might was on his way, causing the girls' eyes to widen as they rushed off with the others. Bakugo carried 𝗳𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗃, who was gravely injured. Bakugo felt a sense of urgency, realizing that 𝗳𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗃 wouldn't last much longer, while Momo was terrified for her crush. The villains and cult members were furious and pursued them to reclaim their hostage. Meanwhile, All Might faced two large monsters, filled with rage upon witnessing the death of his friend Aizawa and the transformation of one of the students into dust. He saw Ochako in tears, while the others trembled in fear. Charmcaster, one of the villains, demanded to know the location of the vessel, claiming they knew it was at UA. All Might, defiant, refused to give in, stating he would make them pay for their actions. As he charged at them, the Nomu and the wolf monster blocked his path. All Might unleashed his one for all to attack, but to his shock, it had no effect. The villains revealed that they had studied All Might's skills and had found a way to counter them. The Nomu, enhanced with the power of strong warriors, was a formidable foe. All Might stood his ground, increasing his power to match theirs, but he felt himself reaching his limit. The students cheered for him, urging him to keep fighting. Ochako, witnessing All Might struggling against the monsters, felt a mix of hope and despair as she remembered Aizawa's fate. Momo and the others arrived just in time to see Aizawa's tragic end, and they fell to their knees in shock. Momo cried out in disbelief, while Bakugo, driven by anger, charged at the villains despite the warnings from his friends. Charmcaster, noticing Bakugo's reckless attack, summoned lightning to strike him, causing him to cry out in pain as he fell to the ground, badly hurt. The villains mocked him, underestimating his determination. As the chaos unfolded, Charmcaster turned her attention to Ochako, grabbing her neck and threatening her life. All Might, desperate to save her, found himself blocked by the Nomu and the wolf beast. The other students shouted in protest, trying to intervene, but Charmcaster ordered her beasts to attack, injuring the students as they cried for help. Ochako, feeling hopeless, wished she could express her feelings to the one she loved. In her heart, she whispered a heartfelt apology to Izuku, regretting that she might never get the chance to tell him how she truly felt. Just as it seemed all was lost, the ground began to shake violently, freeing Ochako from her captor's grip. A chilling presence filled the air, and shadows emerged as a loud roar echoed from above. The cult members sensed an overwhelming power approaching. The door burst open, revealing a three-headed white dog, and from behind it emerged a figure radiating immense energy. Class 1A recognized him as Izuku, the one who had saved Ochako multiple times. Izuku glared at the villains, taking in the sight of his injured classmates and the fallen Aizawa. Charmcaster and her cult members recognized the cross pendant around his neck, realizing he was the vessel they had been searching for. In a flash, Izuku moved with incredible speed, delivering a powerful punch to Charmcaster and a high jump kick to Tamura and Kurogirl. He called for Shana, who arrived, growing larger and ready to confront the two monstrous foes. Izuku commanded Shana to deal with them while he rushed to Ochako's side. Concerned, he asked if she was hurt, and she cried tears of relief as she held on to him tightly. Aizawa and 𝐬𝐸 had fallen, and Todoroki was on the brink of collapse. Ochako expressed her sorrow, feeling that they had tried their hardest but were ultimately too weak. Just then, she was taken aback as Izuku leaned in and kissed her, urging her not to cry because he would take care of things. He guided Ochako and the others toward the entrance, where they saw Aizawa's lifeless body, alongside Bakugo and All Might, who was still in his heroic form. All Might acknowledged Izuku's arrival, and together with the others, they found themselves in a green dome marked with a health symbol. Everyone noticed their wounds healing. Momo saw Todoroki's injuries mending as he regained consciousness, while Bakugo's burns began to fade. Izuku instructed everyone to stay put as he leaped down into the fray, where Shana was engaged in battle with the Nomu and a wolf-like beast. Charmcaster, observing from a distance, grinned at Izuku. Charmcaster called out to him, stating that he must come with them, as the cult of daughters and sisters intended to have him reborn for their Izuku found himself surrounded by cult sisters and villains. With determination, he unleashed a powerful shockwave that pushed them back. Utilizing his telekinesis, he lifted many villains and bound them with chains. The cult sisters attempted to capture him, but Izuku retaliated with his flame magic, incinerating many of them while some managed to evade. One of the cult members informed Charmcaster that their commander had ordered a retreat, leaving her shocked but compliant. Izuku, refusing to let them escape, charged at them, but a blinding light suddenly enveloped the area. When the light faded, Charmcaster and her group had vanished, leaving only Tamura and Kurogiri behind. Izuku confronted them, stating they would answer to the authorities. Kurogiri urged Tamura to leave, and in a last-ditch effort, Tamura threw a smoke bomb, allowing them to escape through a portal while the remaining villains were apprehended. Izuku hissed in frustration, instructing Shana to return, and she nodded before transforming back to her normal dog size. The pro-heroes surveyed the devastation at the USJ, and Present Mike was overcome with grief at the sight of Aizawa's body, shedding tears alongside the others. All Might took the opportunity to explain the situation. Lita lamented his late arrival, feeling he had failed. Meanwhile, Izuku approached Aizawa and 𝗬𝗎, prompting confusion among the onlookers as he prepared to perform a spell. With a bright holy light, Izuku invoked his revival magic, growing angelic wings as he brought Aizawa and 𝗬𝗎 back to life, astonishing everyone around him. As the two regained consciousness, Izuku confirmed that his power indeed worked. Aizawa was reunited with his students and friends, while Present Mike and Midnight rushed to embrace him, tears streaming down their faces. Ochako hugged 𝗬𝗎 tightly, both overwhelmed with joy at her revival. Nizu expressed his amazement at Izuku's ability to revive the dead, to which Izuku nodded, admitting he was unsure how he possessed such power. However, the pros and police interrupted him, stating they had many questions, particularly regarding the cult members he had dealt with. They reminded him that, despite the circumstances, those villains were still human. Izuku countered that the most important thing was that the villains were captured and the students were safe. He pointed out that the cult members were indeed witches, and he urged them to save their breath, as it wouldn't change anything. He then warned Principal Nizu that the villains were aware of All Might's teaching at UA and had hacked the security system. If he hadn't intervened, the symbol of peace and the students would have perished. With that, he vanished before the police could detain him. Everyone was grateful for Izuku's heroism in saving the students and teachers, except for a furious Bakugo, who was angry that he had been saved by Izuku and had grown stronger in the process. He silently vowed not to thank Izuku for his actions. In the aftermath of the USJ incident, the students returned to UA, still shaken by the events. The teachers anticipated that news of the attack would soon spread. 𝗬𝗎, despite being revived, struggled with the memories of her demise. Her parents, along with the other Class 1A parents, rushed to UA, concerned for their children. Nizu and the teachers worked diligently to ensure the UA security system was fortified to prevent future incidents. Aizawa, unchanged in demeanor, sought out Izuku to express his gratitude but found that he had not yet returned to UA. Nizu decided to close UA for a week to ensure safety, while All Might felt increasingly powerless, realizing he was nearing his limits. He consulted Night Eye about Mirio, who was progressing with One for All but still struggling to reach full potential. Meanwhile, the police questioned the captured villains, only to discover that many had mysteriously died in their cells, marked with the sign of the witch. The sight of BLD and chaos left the heroes alarmed, knowing the situation was dire. Back with Class 1A, the students were grateful for the pro-hero's intervention, especially Izuku, who had saved them all. Ochako attempted to visit Izuku's home, but it was locked, and he was nowhere to be found. Despite searching high and low, the others eventually gave up, but Ochako remained determined to find him and thank him for saving her and their friends. After a day, she decided to head back home, hoping he would arrive at school the next day. A full week had passed, and UA had reopened, but this time Nizu had installed powerful security measures to ensure no one could hack into the system. The students arrived, and Class 1A entered the classroom to find Aizawa sleeping in his yellow bag, which made them frown slightly. Ochako noticed Izuku sitting in the back, reading while contemplating what that woman had said about him being a vessel. He had to deal with the police, but he had told them off and left, as they had little evidence against him. Ochako greeted Izuku, and he looked at his friend. He didn't understand why he had kissed her, but he didn't care. All that mattered was her safety. They shared a hug as the rest of the class approached Izuku. He asked if they needed something. They wanted to thank him for saving them and healing their wounds. Momo said, happy to see her crush, Todoroki, feeling better. Tsuyu also expressed her gratitude for being revived, and the others followed suit, except for Bakugo, who growled in anger. He shouted at Izuku, refusing to thank him for saving him, claiming he hadn't asked for help in the first place. Izuku glared at him and retorted that he didn't need Bakugo's thanks. He had only acted to show him the gap between them. He added that he had heard Bakugo rushed at the villain recklessly, just like a dog, and that he should be grateful Izuku had acted out of pity. In a fit of rage, Bakugo charged at Izuku with his explosions, but Izuku moved quickly, delivering an uppercut to Bakugo's head while binding his arms. Izuku leaned closer, his eyes glowing with intensity, and hissed that Bakugo was weak, born weak, living weak, and destined to die weak. The others tried to intervene, urging them to stop. Mina insisted this wasn't the time, but Mr. Aizawa, noticing the commotion, unleashed his intimidating presence on the classroom, causing everyone except Izuku to feel a wave of fear. He shouted for silence, and Izuku stepped back from Bakugo, returning to his seat, while Bakugo remained furious. Aizawa addressed the class, acknowledging their fear and explaining that the test was meant to teach them to be more cautious in the future. He informed Izuku that, since he had missed many classes, he would need to catch up on his grades. Izuku agreed, stating he didn't mind more homework or staying after school. Momo, eager to keep up, also requested additional work, looking at Izuku with determination, though he seemed indifferent to her enthusiasm. Aizawa then mentioned the upcoming PTA meeting, instructing everyone to attend with their parents. Izuku glared at him, and Ochako remarked that it was inappropriate to bring that up. Izuku reassured her that it was fine and suggested they begin the lesson, though he felt a pang of loneliness. As the school day ended, Izuku prepared to leave with a heavy load of homework and books when Aizawa called for him to wait. Aizawa began to speak about what he had said earlier, but Izuku interrupted, expressing that he didn't care about Aizawa's words. What mattered was the deal made between the teachers and him, and he refused to attend the meeting, leaving coldly while Aizawa felt a twinge of guilt. As Izuku was about to exit the campus, Bakugo stood in front of him with a smirk. He taunted Izuku about the meeting, reminding him that he had no parents, calling him an orphan. The others, including Class 1A, were tired of Bakugo's insults, especially Ochako, who was ready to confront him. However, Izuku, filled with rage, punched Bakugo with such force that he was sent crashing into the school wall, causing it to shatter. Izuku then left the campus, while Kirishima and the rest of Bakugo's friends rushed to help him, despite his earlier behavior. Nizu and the teachers heard the commotion and came out to investigate. Tsuyu explained that Bakugo had provoked Izuku, leading to the punch that sent Bakugo flying. The professionals were upset and glared at Bakugo, who was now unconscious. Aizawa expressed his frustration, unsure of what to do with Bakugo. Vlad King remarked on Bakugo's arrogance and recklessness, stating that it was why he didn't want him at UA. Nizu shared his concerns about the upcoming PDA meeting, hoping things wouldn't escalate further. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Charmcaster spoke to her commander about the vessel they had found. She questioned why they hadn't taken him, but the commander warned her of the immense power the boy possessed, stating that he could wipe them out. They had orders from their leader to monitor Izuku and the school, knowing who he was but waiting for the right moment to act. Charmcaster didn't argue, but she inquired about the League of Villains, noting that those captured had been eliminated. The commander explained that they didn't need worthless members in their ranks, especially since 𝗵𝗲 had failed to lead them properly. Our existence must remain hidden until we are ready, but for now, there is a new mission. The commander ordered that one of our own should head to the United States, as someone will know of their arrival. Charmcaster acknowledged the command and departed, leaving the commander and the leader alone. The leader spoke in a dark tone, mentioning that the boy they had lost had improved significantly. Soon he would become one with their emissary, the Dark One. The commander confirmed that Izuku, the vessel of their emissary, would soon learn his fate, as he was an important figure. Meanwhile, in a bar, 𝗵𝗲 was watching a monitor displaying his sensei's voice. He expressed regret for failing to take down the symbol of peace, noting that a boy had interfered, one who possessed many quirks like his own. The voice reassured him that this was merely a setback and that the cult of witches had informed him of what had transpired. The boy Izuku, with his many quirks, would soon be his. Izuku was at home, diligently working on his homework. To his surprise, he managed to finish it all early, taking about 6 hours to complete and review everything thoroughly. With the time now 8 p.m., he decided to head out while Shana was sleeping after indulging in 20 boxes of pizza. Although he found it amusing, he was somewhat annoyed by the curious stares he received while buying so much pizza, as if he were throwing a party. However, the pizza shop employees were grateful for his patronage, as it had increased their pay. Outside, Izuku trained, unaware that a cloaked woman was watching him from the shadows. She cursed under her breath, frustrated that he was out at night, especially after Shana's pizza obsession. In the Uraraka household, Ochako was in her room, contemplating her feelings for Izuku, who had helped her and others during the USJ incident. Her parents were relieved that she was safe and surprised by Izuku's heroics. Ochako struggled with her homework, wishing that their teacher, Mr. Aizawa, would do his job instead of sleeping. She vented her frustrations but was interrupted by a call from Mina. Excitedly, Mina informed her that she and the other girls had seen Izuku training at the beach. Ochako's enthusiasm was palpable as she rushed to join them. When she arrived, she found only the girls waiting, and her excitement quickly turned to disappointment. She demanded to know where Izuku was, feeling tricked. Mina explained that they had wanted her to hang out and discuss the recent events at the USJ, including their admiration for Izuku. Although upset, Ochako calmed down when reminded of their homework responsibilities. The girls admitted they had completed their assignments, except for Mina, who sheepishly confessed that she had forgotten hers. The others groaned, and Ochako firmly stated that she couldn't help. However, after much pleading from Mina, Momo and Jiro agreed to assist her, much to Ochako's annoyance. As Ochako left, she made a teasing remark about Izuku, leaving the others in shock. Upon returning home, Ochako overheard her parents discussing their financial troubles. Her mother expressed concern about their ability to pay the rent, while her father lamented their situation, blaming others for their misfortunes. Listening from the doorway, Ochako felt a mix of frustration and sadness at their struggles, determined to find a way to help her family. Ochako's mother coughed, blood staining her lips, while her father struggled with the same illness. They were both aware that their time was running out. Ochako's father expressed his concern, saying they needed to find a way to ensure their daughter would be happy if anything were to happen to them. Ochako's mother, tears streaming down her face, admitted her fear of dying and leaving their daughter, their space princess, all alone. Her husband held her tightly, trying to comfort her as they faced their grim reality. They lamented their inability to afford medicine, school fees, and the mounting bills, yet they felt it was all worth it for Ochako. Even if they couldn't be there for her physically, they would always be watching over her. Overhearing their conversation, Ochako rushed to her room and shut the door, her heart racing with disbelief. Her parents were sick and nearing death, and she felt as if everything they had worked for was slipping away. In despair, she cried out silently, feeling the weight of guilt for not recognizing their struggles sooner. She realized her dream of attending UA had drained their savings, and she vowed to find a way to help her family, even if it meant resorting to questionable means. Unbeknownst to her, a woman nearby listened intently, a grin spreading across her face as she contemplated how to assist Ochako with her family's financial troubles. Meanwhile, Izuku was training in the park at night, taking a moment to rest as he gazed at his golden cross pendant. He found himself puzzled by its significance and troubled by the dreams he had been having about a vessel and a cult. Frustrated with the chaos surrounding him, he wished for a normal life, free from the threats of dangerous groups. He felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, especially with All Might's declining strength, fearing the loss of the symbol of peace. As he prepared to leave, he noticed a girl alone in tears, being picked on by a group of boys. Without hesitation, he rushed over, unleashing an intimidating presence that sent the bullies fleeing. He turned to the girl, who had purple hair and red eyes, and asked if she was okay. She nodded, still shaken. Concerned, Izuku inquired about why she was alone and why those boys had targeted her. The girl revealed that she had run away from home because she was quirkless, feeling neglected in favor of her siblings who had powerful quirks and aspired to be heroes. The bullying at school had left her isolated and friendless. Izuku felt a surge of anger at the word quirkless, having witnessed the suffering of many in society who were marginalized for it. He encouraged her not to let others push her around, sharing that while he couldn't fully understand her experience, he knew what it meant to suffer. He asked her what she would do if she had a quirk. The girl, Setsuna, contemplated her response, expressing her longing to escape her family's shadow and live life on her own terms. Izuku asked if she had heard of UA and the student known for having multiple quirks. Setsuna nodded, revealing her hopes of attending UA for an education, but feeling it was a school for heroes. She was surprised to learn that Izuku was the boy she had heard about. He explained that he had been denied entry to every normal school and felt he had no choice but to enroll in UA, still determined to pursue his education without becoming a hero. Setsuna was taken aback but understood his perspective. She felt disconnected from her family of pro-heroes and siblings who would continue their legacy while she remained forgotten. Curious, she asked Izuku what his quirk would be if he had one. Izuku expressed his hope that if he had a quirk, it would be a shape-shifting ability, allowing him to transform into any person or animal and live freely away from his former family. Setsuna listened intently, sharing her own thoughts on the matter. She believed that a quirkless person could become whatever they wished, and she had discovered that Izuku had the power to give or take quirks. However, she was skeptical about the offer, questioning whether anything in life came without a price. Izuku acknowledged her concerns, understanding that nothing in the world is truly free. He reassured her that he would not pressure her into a decision, but he saw potential in her, even if she felt alone. As he began to leave, Setsuna called out to him, expressing her longing to think about his offer. She had been training her body and mind to protect herself but felt she was still too weak. She asked if he could train her, having witnessed his impressive moves. Izuku considered her request, recognizing her determination despite being quirkless and neglected. He agreed, emphasizing the importance of physical training alongside any quirk. He warned her that his training would be tough and demanding, but Setsuna was resolute. She had endured loneliness and wanted to forge her own path, regardless of others' opinions. They agreed to start training the next day at 4 a.m., and Izuku offered her a place to stay if she needed it. As they walked home, a cloaked woman observed them, pondering Izuku's willingness to help those who were quirkless, despite his own reluctance to be a hero. The next day, as dawn broke, Izuku was surprised to find Setsuna already outside, ready for their training. She had gathered her training clothes from her old home, where her family had shown little concern for her departure. Izuku explained the day's training regimen, which included muscle and leg training, combat practice, and mental exercises. He also promised to provide her with books about companies, as she aspired to work hard and succeed in a large firm. Meanwhile, Bakugo was in his room, plotting how to get back at Izuku. He was frustrated by Izuku's constant superiority and felt a burning longing to prove himself. Back with Izuku and Setsuna, the training was intense. Setsuna endured rigorous exercises, pushing herself to adapt and grow stronger. Her body became more muscular as she completed countless push-ups, sit-ups, and squats. She honed her reflexes and developed a sixth sense for anticipating Izuku's movements. Inspired by combat scenes from TV shows and video games, she practiced diligently, impressing Izuku with her progress. As they took a break, Setsuna wanted to ask Izuku something important. She inquired about his past, and he revealed that he had been left at an orphanage as an infant. He shared his struggles growing up, the challenges he faced, and how he had learned to survive on his own. He spoke of the golden cross pendant he wore, a cherished reminder of his past, and mentioned his encounters with Bakugo, who had always been a rival. Izuku also shared the story of how he met his pet, Shana, a three-headed dog abandoned by her previous owner. He concluded by mentioning a girl named Ochako Uraraka, whom he had saved from bullies, and who had become his girlfriend. Through their conversation, Setsuna felt a deep connection with Izuku, understanding that they both carried their own burdens but were determined to move forward. After explaining everything about his life, Setsuna was left speechless. She realized that Izuku had always been alone and had to do whatever it took to survive in this harsh world. Setsuna acknowledged the cruelty of their reality, noting that Izuku resorted to stealing from crime lords and thugs. He admitted that his actions were not heroic, but in this world, one must do whatever is necessary to survive. Setsuna understood this all too well. Her parents had never cared for her, forcing her to learn to fend for herself. She had learned to cook and clean while taking on various odd jobs to earn money. Izuku nodded in agreement as Setsuna expressed her thoughts on survival of the fittest. While they conversed, a certain pink alien girl observed them from a distance, eager to share her findings with the others, particularly Ochako. Mina wondered who this girl was and why she was talking to Izuku. She couldn't help but speculate about their connection and whether Setsuna had feelings for him. Feeling a gaze upon them, Izuku frowned as he scanned the area but saw no one. Setsuna sensed something was amiss as well. She suggested they head back, and Izuku agreed. As the day came to a close, Setsuna felt stronger and more prepared to face the challenges of the world. When Izuku asked if she was leaving, she confirmed that she had found a place near her school and no longer needed assistance. She expressed her gratitude for everything Izuku had taught her. Izuku inquired about her decision regarding the quirk he had offered her. Setsuna, having contemplated it, decided to accept. She asked Izuku if she could have a quirk, and he smiled as he granted her a powerful shape-shifting ability. After the transformation, Setsuna felt a change within her. She could now shift into any person or animal at will, along with their skills. Grateful, she thanked Izuku and waved goodbye as she left his home. Shana, observing from a distance, thought about how thoughtful Izuku was for helping Setsuna. Izuku knew he would see her again someday, but for now, he was confident she could take care of herself. He decided it was time to head back and get some rest, though a strange feeling lingered in his mind. As Izuku made his way to class, he couldn't shake thoughts of Setsuna and her promise to visit him when she was stronger. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed the girls were frowning at him while the boys looked upset. Ochako, with tears in her eyes, stared at him, prompting Izuku to question why everyone was looking at him as if he had done something wrong. Ochako asked if he was seeing another girl, her voice filled with concern. Izuku was taken aback and felt offended, insisting he would never betray her. Mina chimed in, claiming she had seen him with a girl with purple hair, which only fueled Izuku's frustration. He shot a fierce glare at Mina, who recoiled in fear. He explained that the girl was Setsuna Akagami, a girl he was helping to train. He emphasized that she was quirkless and had endured a harsh life, reminding everyone of the struggles faced by those without powers. His glare intensified as he addressed Ochako and the others, making it clear that he was serious. Bakugo, however, interrupted with a disdainful remark, asserting that quirkless individuals had no place in society. Izuku's temper flared, and he threatened Bakugo, warning him to be quiet or face dire consequences. Bakugo, undeterred, challenged Izuku, ready for a confrontation. Just then, Aizawa entered the classroom, glaring at both boys and commanding them to sit down. Aizawa raised his voice, prompting the two students to glare at each other while remaining seated. He questioned why they always had issues with one another, but Izuku remained silent while Bakugo huffed in response. Aizawa informed them that the sports festival was approaching, with Class 1A, Class 1B, and other students participating in the event. He acknowledged that Izuku was hesitant about joining but insisted that it was important, especially after the recent events at USJ. Izuku, determined, stated that he would participate solely to test his quirk, expressing indifference toward the internship opportunity. Aizawa was taken aback by Izuku's knowledge of the internship, prompting him to inquire how Izuku had learned about it. Izuku explained that he had heard about the last sports festival and its potential to help their class improve their quirks, which brought smiles to his classmates' faces. Aizawa then reminded everyone to prepare for the festival in the coming months and emphasized the importance of training hard to impress the pro heroes. He also mentioned a change in the PDA schedule, indicating that parents would be coming in a week. Izuku, feeling the weight of Aizawa's gaze, thought to himself about his frustrations. As the week passed, nighttime arrived, and parents along with their children from Class 1A gathered at UA for a meeting to discuss recent events. Many parents were happy to see each other, while some exchanged sharp glances. The Uraraka family directed a particularly fierce glare at Mitsuki and her son. Endeavor attended the meeting to observe Izuku, whom he had heard about, even though his own son had chosen not to come. His daughter and son were present to ensure everything went smoothly. The teachers and Nizu welcomed the parents, but they noticed Izuku was absent, which was understandable given that he had no family. Nizu addressed the parents, reassuring them that no harm had come to any students during the incident at USJ. However, one father expressed his anger, stating that his daughter had been killed by a villain but was revived by Izuku. He wanted to thank Izuku for bringing Tsuyu back to life. Another parent questioned why Izuku was not present, noting that he had many quirks and had achieved high scores. Aizawa explained that Izuku had chosen not to attend the meeting. Some parents speculated about how an orphan boy could possess such power, while others defended Izuku for saving their children. Tensions rose as insults were exchanged, particularly aimed at Bakugo and his family. Mitsuki, enraged by the comments about her friend Inko, shouted in defense of her. The conversation escalated as parents argued about their children's actions and the treatment of Izuku. Endeavor then posed a question about why Izuku, despite his immense power, had chosen to attend UA. Nizu explained that they had asked Izuku the same question, and he revealed that he had been rejected by other schools before being accepted to UA. Aizawa noted that Izuku had excelled academically, achieving first place and completing more work than any other student. As discussions continued, concerns were raised about Izuku's past and the mysterious pendant he wore. Nizu mentioned that Izuku had been left at the orphanage by a cloaked woman who instructed him never to remove it. Speculation arose about the woman's identity, with some parents expressing disdain for Izuku due to their misconceptions about him. Mitsuki defended Izuku fiercely, insisting that he was not to blame for the actions of others. The meeting was filled with heated exchanges, but the underlying support for Izuku began to emerge as parents recognized his true worth. Bakugo grinned, knowing that Ochako was furious, along with her parents, as they charged at him. Mitsuki and her husband quickly stepped in to defend their son, pushing them back. Mitsuki shouted for them to stay away from her son, calling them a poor family. All Might intervened, trying to restore order as the crowd continued to clash. Ochako's mother lashed out, expressing her disdain for Mitsuki and her late friend Inko, which only fueled the chaos. Momo's parents attempted to block the onslaught, but the situation escalated into a full-blown brawl. The pro-heroes and other parents tried to intervene, but many resorted to using their quirks in the heat of the moment. Mitsuki charged at the Uraraka family, but they dodged and retaliated, kicking her back. Bakugo, fed up with the situation, prepared to take drastic action when a voice suddenly shouted for everyone to stop. Nizu appeared, visibly furious, commanding the crowd to cease their foolishness and go home. One by one, parents began to leave, while Mitsuki seethed at the insults hurled at her friend Inko. Endeavor, uninterested in the chaos, focused on meeting Izuku at the upcoming sports festival, confident that his son would prove his strength. After the tumult, the teachers and Nizu, exhausted, decided to head home for the night. Nizu expressed his frustration, and everyone nodded in agreement. The next day, the UA faculty gathered for a meeting with Detective 𝗵𝗲 to discuss the recent events at the USJ and the two groups responsible, the League of Villains and the Cult of Witches. They also aimed to locate their hideouts. Detective 𝗵𝗲 regrettably informed them that they had no leads on the locations of either group. He explained that the villains they had captured had been killed by the cult, who left their mark at the scene, indicating they wanted no loose ends. Tornado and 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, in charge of the cult case, frowned at the news. Tornado expressed her frustration at how the witches managed to remain hidden, emphasizing the need to find their base of operations. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 raised concerns about two individuals from the USJ incident, Charmcaster and Tamura Shigaraki, questioning their motives. 𝗵𝗲 recounted what All Might and Aizawa had told the police. The villains aimed to crush the symbol of peace, while the witches were after a boy with a golden cross pendant, Izuku. Tornado, confused, wondered why they were interested in him, especially since he possessed multiple quirks and magic. 𝗵𝗲 explained that the witches had attempted to capture him but had retreated, indicating they might return. Midnight voiced her concern for Izuku, insisting he was just a young boy who didn't want to be a hero. 𝗵𝗲 agreed, stating that the government intended to monitor Izuku closely, but he warned that they should not interfere with hero affairs. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 inquired about Shigaraki's quirk and Charmcaster's powers. 𝗵𝗲 described Shigaraki as a man-child with a decay quirk, while little was known about Charmcaster, except that she was a hex who dealt with curses. As the meeting progressed, 𝗵𝗲 mentioned that they were aware of the chaos at the PTA meeting, which had been broadcasted on social media. The teachers and the Green Sisters expressed disbelief at the parents' behavior. Tornado vented her anger over Inko's involvement in past crimes, while 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 recounted their family's fallout with her. Tornado concluded that it didn't matter anymore, wishing ill upon Inko. As the meeting adjourned, All Might contemplated Izuku's safety, realizing that if the League of Villains and the Cult of Witches were after him, he needed to protect him. He felt the strain of using too much power against the villains but held on to the hope that Izuku was still alive. Meanwhile, Izuku sat in his classroom, contemplating the upcoming sports festival. Unsure if he should participate, he felt a longing to test his newly unlocked quirks. Ochako watched him with admiration, determined to train harder to support him while grappling with her own family issues. Aizawa entered the classroom, capturing everyone's attention as he announced that the sports festival was approaching, where each student would showcase their skills and quirks to pro heroes, with the event being broadcasted across Japan. Many students would be impressing the pro heroes and other highly important figures, so they needed to train hard, Aizawa stated, making everyone cheer. That afternoon, Izuku was eating his food when he noticed Ochako staring at him with affectionate eyes. He began to feel a bit uncomfortable. "Ochako, why are you looking at me like that?" he thought, but he saw his girlfriend getting closer to him. "Izuku, I still wanted to apologize for doubting you, but I wanted to show you that I trained hard since what happened," Ochako expressed happily. "Well, that's fine, but please move back. People are staring at us, and it seems many girls are glaring at you," Izuku thought as he and Ochako were watched by everyone. Ochako let out a fierce glare that startled everyone behind her, causing them to scatter. "Humph," she scoffed as she returned to cuddling with Izuku, while the other Class 1A students approached them. "Izuku, can we ask you a question about the PTA meeting?" Momo inquired, as the others were curious while Bakugo remained indifferent but listened. "Yes, I heard about what happened. It seems many of your parents were fighting, and that dog mother was upset over her deceased friend being insulted, but I don't care," Izuku thought. "Yeah, we wanted to ask, do you know who this Inko is?" "My parents were furious upon hearing that name," Momo said. "Izuku, my parents also frowned at that name, but more importantly, she and Bakugo's mother were bad seeds at UA, which is why the fight happened," Ochako added. "I don't know who this Inko is, I don't really care, but that dog might," Izuku thought, glaring at 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗏, who snarled in response. What was that, orphan? I don't know who that extra is, and I never cared about that old hag's past, 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗏 growled. Figures. Your tiny brain doesn't know, but I heard you still take shots and called Ochako a bad name. Tell me, how badly do you want to lose? Izuku thought, his eyes narrowing. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗏 shouted in anger, rushing to attack Izuku, but the bell rang, halting both of them. Saved by the bell, Izuku thought, while 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗏 glared at him. Orphan, I will make you and your girlfriend suffer at the sports festival. I trained all week for this, 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗏 smirked as he left, while Ochako vowed to make him pay for everything he had done to her and Izuku. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗏, why does he act so arrogantly? Mina asked, while the others were upset with him. That dog can't beat me with two hands behind my back, Izuku thought. The school day ended, and as Class 1A was about to leave, they noticed many students in front of the door looking at them. What's going on? Kirishima asked, confused. When Izuku stepped out, they gasped and rushed toward him. It's him, the boy who defeated the villains at the USJ, a student exclaimed. I heard he has many quirks and even magic. That cross pendant must be true, another girl added. More students approached, and Izuku began to feel annoyed by the attention. His classmates were shocked but frowned, knowing it was all true. Hey, extras, why are you all interested in that orphan loser? He doesn't even belong in this school, 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗏 sneered. The group looked at him and scoffed while Izuku slipped away from the crowd. But then a voice called out, wait. Everyone turned to see a female student approaching Izuku. The girl had green hair that resembled vines. Child with the golden cross-shaped pendant, I've been looking for you, she said. Izuku, who is she, and why is she looking for you? Ochako asked, glaring at the girl as Izuku looked at her. Child of God, please, I need to see you. My name is 𝗓𝗲 Shizuku from Class 1B, and you are in danger, 𝗓𝗲 announced, making everyone confused while her classmates looked shocked and worried. Listen, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm busy, Izuku said harshly, earning glares from 𝗓𝗲's classmates. Please, this is serious. I come from a holy family and my father, the priest, received a message from God. He said the world will end and the Dark One is coming, 𝗓𝗲 declared. Izuku stopped and glared at her. What did you say? He thought, as everyone was stunned by her words. My father was busy praying to God, but he was screaming. My mother and I ran to him and tried to calm him down. He told us that God sent him a warning and a prophecy about the Dark One coming, and his followers, the cult of witches, would have their vessel reborn. He also told me that the boy is an orphan child with a cross-shaped pendant, filled with loneliness and hate. Please, you must come with me so our Holy Father can protect you, 𝗓𝗲 insisted. Everyone thought she was crazy, but her classmates knew this was serious. They had never seen her this shaken with fear. Forget it, girl. I don't know what you're on, but I'm not going anywhere with you. Tell your father and God to mind their business, Izuku said as he attempted to leave, but 𝗓𝗲 blocked his path, making him angry while Ochako and her classmates tried to intervene. Move, girl, Izuku said in a dark tone, his aura radiating and shaking the school. 𝗓𝗲 felt fear, but she believed God would protect her. I won't, child. Until you come with me, it says in the Church of God that a girl must help you defeat the Dark One. So that's what I'm doing, 𝗓𝗲 replied, using her vines to hold Izuku, while Ochako had enough of this. Release my Izuku, she shouted, using her float quirk to make 𝗓𝗲 float, but the vines still bound Izuku. Girl, kindly stay out of this. You are filled with sin and might be trouble, 𝗓𝗲 said. Izuku freed himself with his blade quirk and grabbed 𝗓𝗲 by the neck, slamming her against the wall. Her classmates rushed to save her, but Izuku chained them up while keeping his gaze on her. Listen, girl, I'm not going anywhere with you, nor do I want to hear your crazy God talk. I work alone, Izuku growled as he saw 𝗓𝗲's classmates and threw her back at them, releasing the chains. 𝗓𝗲, are you okay? Kendo asked, as she nodded but saw Izuku leaving. Please, Izuku, don't go. You should know what the Holy Father told me about the cult leader. She shouted as everyone, even the teachers who were behind the wall, heard her. The cult leader's name is Madame Green, and she is dangerous and deadly. She will send more of her cult after you. You must be careful, my future husband. 𝐈𝐵 shouted as Izuku stopped and looked at her, noticing 𝗧𝗏 unleashing a dark wave of intense energy down the hallway. 𝗧𝗏 rushed at 𝗓𝗏, furious at her audacity to claim Izuku as her future husband, but Mina, Tsuyu, and Momo intervened, struggling to hold her back. Momo urged 𝗧𝗏 to stop, and just then, Izuku stepped in and knocked 𝗓𝗏 out. He glanced back at 𝗓𝗏, who was still pleading with him not to leave, before departing with 𝗧𝗏. Aizawa and Vlad King emerged, instructing everyone to go home while they needed to explain the situation to 𝗓𝗏 and her classmates. Class 1A was stunned by the events, while some students recorded everything to share on social media and the news. Outside, a cloaked woman seethed at 𝗓𝗏's reckless words, realizing that her church had made it even more difficult to protect Izuku. She thought to herself that the foolish girl and her misguided faith had only increased the danger surrounding Izuku, and now the news would expose Madame Green's name, bringing more trouble. Later, Izuku reflected on the chaos in the hallway. 𝗧𝗏, still fuming about the church girl claiming Izuku, was at his home since her parents were still at work. She insisted it was fine to stay at her friend's place. Izuku was in the kitchen making tea while his pet, Shana, munched on pizza, glancing at the upset 𝗧𝗏. Izuku reassured her that he had no intention of marrying 𝗓𝗏. He returned with tea and cookies, sitting on the couch beside her as she began to calm down. They turned on the news, and what they saw shocked them. Breaking news reported that churches in America had exploded, resulting in countless casualties in New York and Kansas. A mark resembling one seen in Japan was left at the scenes. Nuns and priests around the world were praying for salvation from the impending evil. Witnesses described a strange group of women praying and chanting the name of the Dark One while offering innocent people as sacrifices. The public was frightened, demanding heroes take action against the madness. The news anchor then shifted to a report about the girl who was the priest's daughter, revealing her strange behavior and her outburst at Izuku. The video of the incident was shown, leaving everyone in shock. The anchor struggled to comprehend the situation, revealing the cult leader's name, Madame Green, and identifying Izuku as their target. It was also disclosed that Izuku had no last name and was an orphan who had been kicked out of the orphanage. Even more shocking was the revelation that he possessed multiple quirks but refused to pursue heroism, seeking only a good education. Izuku turned off the TV, feeling upset, while 𝗧𝗏 looked at him with concern. She asked if he was all right, to which he replied that this was precisely why he had not wanted to attend UA. An insane cult was now after him, and he lamented that no education was worth the trouble if it meant being forced into the hero course. He longed for a normal life, far away from the chaos. Izuku headed to his room but paused to look back at 𝗧𝗏, offering to take her home or let her stay the night, but he urged her to call her parents. 𝗧𝗏 felt a wave of worry wash over her, not wanting to see her boyfriend in pain. She considered following him but hesitated, hearing the sound of his quiet sobs from behind his door. Alone in his room, Izuku cried out in despair, questioning why no one would leave him alone and why he had to suffer. Listening, her heart ached for him. Just then her phone rang. It was her mother. She answered, and her mother's sad voice conveyed a sense of urgency, prompting 𝗧𝗏 to nod in understanding. After hanging up, she wanted to tell Izuku she was leaving but found him asleep. Not wanting to disturb him, she quietly left after giving him a gentle kiss. As 𝗧𝗏 returned home, she noticed the darkness enveloping her house. She was about to turn on the lights when she discovered they weren't working. Her parents emerged, offering weak smiles. They explained that they were behind on bills but reassured her that they could manage. However, 𝗧𝗏 was alarmed to see the mounting bills and realized her parents were struggling. As they headed upstairs, she sensed something was wrong when they began to cough heavily. Rushing after them, she called out in panic, but they insisted they were just tired. 𝗧𝗏 noticed BLD on the railing, her heart sinking as tears filled her eyes. The cloaked woman observed from a distance, leaving as she noticed another figure watching 𝗧𝗏 with a grin. 𝗧𝗏 resolved to take action, determined to help her family, feeling guilty for the pain she had caused them. She thought to herself that she needed help, and just then, she noticed a woman standing behind her, greeting her with a chilling familiarity. The woman offered her assistance with family problems, a sinister grin spreading across her face, leaving 𝗧𝗏𝗄 confused. 2 weeks later, the day of the sports festival arrived, drawing many pro heroes and civilians eager to witness UA students showcase their quirks while vying for internship opportunities. Nizu had increased security, and Tornado along with her sister were present to ensure nothing went awry, particularly to protect Izuku, as the cult was after him. They had learned the leader's name and were keeping a close watch on all activities. 𝗓𝗲 found herself in trouble for using her quirk in the hallway, but she insisted it was for a greater good, determined not to let Izuku stray onto a dark path. Her parents explained the situation to the school and the police, with Detective 𝗬𝗍𝗍 confirming their statements. 𝗓𝗲 felt the urgency to find Izuku and keep him safe, but her classmates urged her to focus on the event instead. Reluctantly, she accepted their advice, her gaze falling on 𝗧𝗏𝗄, who appeared troubled. The event promised to showcase many pro heroes and their agencies, providing a great opportunity for students from all departments at UA High School, the Hero Department, the General Department, and the Support and Business Department, all eager to display their inventions. Pro heroes could nominate students for future careers, but students could be dropped if heroes lost interest by graduation. The sports festival was one of the biggest events in Japan, taking place in a grand stadium, with numerous concession stands outside the entrance guiding attendees to each grade. Izuku and his classmates were stepping out of their freshman stages, indifferent to the excitement around them. Before he could settle in, Shoto confronted him, declaring a rivalry, as his father 𝗵𝗏𝗏 wanted him to face Izuku. However, Todoroki insisted he would not use his left quirk. Izuku regarded him with a dismissive expression, still feeling upset. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 mentioned her mother was calling her, not wanting to wake him, and left, prompting Izuku to nod, though his mood remained sour. He sensed something was off with 𝗧𝗏𝗄. She had been acting differently, but she reassured him everything was fine. Bakugo watched the two with disdain, eager to crush them, fueled by his mother's advice to hold nothing back and show them their place. Mitsuki was still furious about the recent PDA meeting, harboring resentment towards anyone who insulted her dear friends, particularly 𝗧𝗏𝗄 and Momo's families. She was indifferent to the fate of others' children, fixated on her son proving himself. As students from each grade and department entered, the crowd erupted in cheers. Midnight served as the chief referee, with Shota Aizawa and Present Mike as the event's announcers. 𝗵𝗵𝗲 oversaw the finals, ready to intervene if the stage was damaged. Midnight greeted everyone enthusiastically, prompting cheers from the audience. Before the event commenced, she called for the player representative to step forward, looking directly at Izuku. Despite his glare, she urged him to come to the stand. Izuku, refusing, was lifted by Tornado's quirk, her and her sister's smirks evident as he glared at them. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 cautioned him to be careful, knowing he was reluctant to participate. As the microphone came into view and the audience watched live, Shana and the cloaked woman were tuned in at home, while Setsuna anxiously hoped her teacher wouldn't say anything inappropriate. Izuku, feeling the pressure, decided to speak his mind. He declared his disdain for the situation, eliciting boos from the crowd and shock from Class 1A. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 contemplated scolding her boyfriend for his outburst, while Bakugo seethed with anger. Lita questioned Izuku's actions, and Tetsutetsu expressed his frustration, while Nito Momoma laughed mockingly until Kendo silenced him. Midnight and the teachers were displeased, realizing it had been a mistake to ask Izuku to speak, but it was too late to change course. At home, Shana laughed, while the cloaked woman frowned, frustrated by Izuku's behavior. After the commotion settled, the events were set to begin. Midnight announced the first event, an obstacle race around the stadium. The race was nearly 4 kilometers long, consisting of 3 stages: the robot stage, where many robots posed as villains; the fall stage, which featured a canyon requiring traversal on tightropes; and finally, the minefield stage, littered with mines. As the timer started, students surged forward, but the audience noticed Izuku remained at the starting line, causing confusion. Class 1A and others observed him lagging behind, while Bakugo smirked and 𝗧𝗏𝗄 grew worried. She called out to Izuku, urging him to hurry. Closing his eyes, Izuku felt a surge of energy as his legs ignited with lightning and flames, shocking everyone, including the pro heroes. He launched forward at incredible speed, shaking the ground beneath him as he raced past his competitors, leaving the crowd in awe. Lita shouted in disbelief at how fast Izuku was running, wondering if he had trained his legs that hard. Momo observed as Izuku caught up to Shoto and then passed him, leaping high into the air to summon ice dragons and phoenixes to deal with the villain robots blocking their path, except for Ochako. Bakugo yelled at Izuku, but he was too fast to hear the others shouting. Many pro heroes were impressed by Izuku's skills and speed, as he was far ahead of the others. All Might was shocked to witness Izuku's power, while Fubaki and Tornado smirked, eager to see more of his abilities. Using his telekinesis, Izuku lifted over 200 villain robots while watching his classmates catch up. He sent the robots toward them as he headed to the second part, the fall stage. His classmates were frustrated that Izuku was trying to block their way, but Ochako swiftly dodged, only to see 𝐈𝐵 catching up and glaring at her. 𝐈𝐵 declared that she wouldn't let Ochako corrupt her future husband and dashed past her, igniting Ochako's anger. The crowd cheered in excitement, with many at home thrilled to watch the race unfold. Izuku reached the fall stage, needing to cross a cliffside without falling. He thought about Ochako and decided to use his wind magic, creating a powerful windstorm to propel himself across. As he flew to the other side, he called out for everyone to hurry up, provoking frustrated roars from Bakugo and Todoroki, who struggled against the wind that was pushing them back. Bakugo blamed Izuku for the situation, while Ochako and 𝐈𝐵 pushed through the storm. Ochako noticed one of her classmates in danger and rushed to help, while 𝐈𝐵 smirked, determined to assist Izuku. The race was nearing its climax as Izuku entered the minefield stage, where he saw numerous mines. Bakugo and Todoroki charged after him, with Bakugo yelling that he was going to take Izuku down. Todoroki declared he wouldn't let Izuku surpass him, but both were shocked to see Izuku triggering explosions in the minefield, suggesting he might have a similar quirk to Bakugo's. Izuku taunted them, stating they wouldn't make it to the end, and created a massive slingshot, impressing Momo but also making her frown, feeling that she was always one step behind him. Izuku launched himself forward, reaching the finish line first, astonishing everyone. Setsuna cheered for her sensei, while Shana barked in happiness. Izuku had secured first place and waited for the others to arrive. The rest of the students' scores were consistent with expectations, but 𝐈𝐵 claimed second place with Todoroki in third and Bakugo in fourth, which only fueled Bakugo's anger. Midnight announced the end of the first event, declaring Izuku the winner of the race, which elicited loud cheers and roars of victory. At home, Shana jumped for joy, exclaiming how awesome Izuku was. Setsuna grinned, teasing Izuku about holding back, suggesting he could have easily teleported to the finish line. Izuku shrugged off the victory as his classmates arrived, some upset and angry, especially Ochako, who frowned at him. Izuku asked her what had taken so long, and Ochako explained that she had to help Tsuyu, who was about to fall. Izuku understood her concern. He playfully mocked Bakugo about his fourth-place finish, which made Bakugo growl in frustration. Shoto, feeling disappointed for not placing higher, resolved to prove himself without relying on his father's power. Midnight announced the start of the second event, a cavalry battle, and displayed the placements from the obstacle race along with the battle points. The students were shocked by the scores, especially Izuku's, which totaled an impressive 10 million points. Glares from his classmates pierced through him, but Izuku met their stares with a dark intensity, causing the ground beneath them to tremble. The students felt a chill of fear, while the pro heroes sensed that this competition was far from over. Ochako wasn't worried. In fact, she thought her classmates might team up against Izuku if they had the chance. The event was called the Cavalry Battle, as Midnight explained everything just like in the original story. Izuku was aware that many would target him, and while Bakugo and Todoroki had already formed their teams, he remained alone. He felt foolish for entering the event and considered leaving, but Ochako stopped him, insisting that she would join his team. Despite his concerns about her being a target due to his high score, she reassured him with a kiss, reminding him of his advantages and her promise not to abandon him. They still needed 2 more team members. Izuku had hoped Lita would join them, but he was with Shoto's team. Izuku expressed his frustration about Todoroki's family issues, particularly his father, 𝗵, who was obsessed with defeating All Might. He resolved to confront Todoroki, feeling that he had come to school primarily for an education, not to get involved in family drama. As time was running out, Ochako and Izuku noticed a pink-haired girl and Tokoyami approaching them. Tokoyami expressed his longing to join their team, and the girl introduced herself as 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲, excited about Izuku's hero suit and the mysterious golden cross-shaped pendant he wore. Ochako felt a twinge of jealousy and warned 𝗵 to stay away from the pendant, sensing her intentions might be questionable. Despite her reservations, Izuku decided they didn't have time to waste, and they welcomed 𝗵 to the team. With the teams formed, Midnight announced the start of the second event. As the teams charged at each other, Izuku reminded his teammates to be cautious, knowing they would soon become targets. He asked 𝗵 about her quirk, and she explained it was called 𝗬𝗵, showcasing her support items. Meanwhile, Todoroki and Bakugo's groups were plotting against Izuku, with Momo cautioning Lita to be careful, as they still didn't fully understand Izuku's powers. Izuku's team found themselves surrounded, and he scoffed at their attempts to target him. He created a protective dome around his team while Ochako and Tokoyami used their quirks to fend off the opposing team. 𝗵's gadgets surprised Todoroki and Bakugo, but Izuku used his telekinesis to snatch their headbands while enveloping the area in fog. The crowd gasped as a loud roar echoed, clearing the fog to reveal a black dragon, with Izuku's team riding atop it. Aizawa and Mike recognized this as one of Izuku's quirks, called summoning, which allowed him to call forth any creature, real or mythical. As Izuku smirked at his opponents, he taunted them to hurry before time ran out. The dragon vanished, and with Izuku's help, Ochako lifted their team into the air while 𝗵 and Tokoyami searched for more targets. Todoroki's team, realizing they needed to act quickly, set out to find another group, while Bakugo, furious at Izuku, chased after Nito's team, who was mocking him. Meanwhile, Shinso Hitoshi and his team were racking up points by using his quirk to control Ojiro's team. As time dwindled, Shoto's team managed to score some points thanks to Lita's upgrades, but they still couldn't catch up to Izuku's group. Frustrated, Shoto unleashed his left side quirk in an attempt to blast Izuku, who skillfully blocked the flames with a magnetic shield. As the final minutes approached, Bakugo's team confronted Nito's group, still seething over their earlier setbacks. The announcement of time running out echoed through the arena, and Midnight declared the cavalry battle over. Team Izuku claimed first place, followed by Team Shoto in second, Team Shinso in third, and Team Bakugo finishing last. Izuku's group was cheering and jumping for joy since they had the highest points, while Shoto stood off to the side, visibly upset. He clenched his left arm, and 𝗵 was not pleased that his weapon reached second place, although he did take note of the boy's power. Izuku praised his teammates, acknowledging their teamwork, while Ochako jumped onto him, hugging him tightly. Tokoyami and 𝗵 smiled at the scene. Ochako expressed her gratitude, saying it was all thanks to Izuku's leadership and power that they won. She leaned in to show her affection, which caught 𝗓𝗫's attention. She watched with disapproval, feeling that Ochako was corrupting Izuku and determined to intervene. After the event concluded, the sports festival took a midday break. As Izuku headed to the break room, he was confronted by Todoroki, who glared at him. Shoto demanded they talk about the vow he felt Izuku had broken. Izuku, unfazed, dismissed the conversation, questioning the validity of the vow regarding Shoto's left arm, which was tied to his father's power. This shocked Shoto, while Bakugo, listening from behind a wall, took note of the exchange. Izuku harshly criticized Shoto, calling him foolish for being afraid of his father, which ignited Shoto's anger. In a moment of confrontation, Izuku grabbed Shoto and pinned him against the wall, expressing his indifference to Shoto's family problems. He revealed his own painful past of loneliness and neglect, questioning why Shoto, who had a family, seemed so emotionally detached. Shoto attempted to break free, but Izuku's grip was too strong. He shared the struggles of his upbringing, explaining how his father's ambition overshadowed his family's well-being. After listening, Izuku released him, but not without delivering a final message. He acknowledged Shoto's hardships but insisted that if he continued to shy away from using his flames, he would be nothing more than a scared boy. With that, Izuku walked away, leaving Shoto in shock, deep in thought. Unbeknownst to them, Momo had been listening and frowned at the situation, while Bakugo departed. Meanwhile, All Might and Endeavor were having a tense conversation. All Might expressed his happiness to see Endeavor, but Endeavor's demeanor remained cold. All Might inquired about Izuku, reminding Endeavor that he had saved many during the USJ incident. Endeavor acknowledged Izuku's abilities but expressed his longing for his son to surpass him. He also mentioned a troubling figure named Madame Green, who seemed to have a vested interest in Izuku. All Might, concerned for his student's safety, resolved to speak with Izuku about his actions at the festival's start. Endeavor stormed off, still furious about Izuku's perceived disrespect. Back with Izuku, he was making his way to the stands when Ibra approached him. She warned him about an impending threat and insisted he accompany her to the Holy Church. Izuku firmly refused, stating he did not need her protection and would confront the cult and its leader on his own. Ibra, feeling desperate, reached out to her god for guidance, praying for the strength to show Izuku the truth. A golden light enveloped her as she envisioned Izuku alone, and she declared her intentions to help him see the light of salvation. Meanwhile, Ochako watched with jealousy, vowing that Ibra would not claim Izuku as her husband. As the break ended, the sports festival resumed with excitement for the final tournament matches. Midnight announced a special show before the final event, and the Class 1A girls appeared in cheerleader uniforms, shocking the crowd. Izuku looked on, surprised, while Ochako revealed that it was Mineta and Denki's idea to trick the girls into wearing those outfits. The two boys laughed, but a chilling atmosphere descended as Izuku and Shoto glared at them for embarrassing their classmates. The situation escalated as the girls, particularly Ochako and Momo, smirked, knowing their boyfriends would handle the two troublemakers. Eventually, some of the boys decided to forfeit, allowing others to take over, which Midnight acknowledged as the matchups were drawn. Everyone saw the names of their opponents, and Ochako felt a mix of shock and fear as she realized she would be facing Bakugo. The arrogant mutt grinned, eager to take down Deku. Izuku wanted to change the match, but to his surprise, Ochako insisted he let her handle it. She expressed her determination, stating that she had grown stronger with his help and had a plan. Izuku agreed to trust her but warned that if Bakugo did anything to hurt her, he would ensure Bakugo faced serious consequences. Ibra was indifferent to who she would face. She had a mission to fulfill and was determined not to let her lord or her parents down. She believed she needed to guide Izuku away from the darkness and hatred she sensed in him. She was resolute in her belief that she could show him the path of light. Midnight announced that the first round would begin with Izuku facing Shinso Hitoshi, while the others returned to the stands. As Izuku prepared for his match, Ojiro warned him not to respond to Shinso, which left Izuku confused but unfazed. Both competitors stepped into the arena, and the crowd cheered in anticipation of the match. Midnight signaled the start of the match. Shinso looked at Izuku with disdain, belittling him as an orphan boy with too many quirks and mocking his classmate for forfeiting. Izuku chose not to respond and charged at Shinso, delivering a punch that knocked the wind out of him. Not finished, Izuku seized Shinso's arm and threw him to the ground with force, using his airwalk quirk to hover above and summon a shadowy Cerberus to attack. Shinso quickly regained his footing and saw the three-headed dog growling and pursuing him. He used his training to evade the beast, landing a powerful uppercut that made it growl even louder. He taunted Izuku, challenging him to fight without his creature, hoping to provoke a reaction. Izuku, curious about Shinso's quirk, landed and dismissed the Cerberus. Shinso attempted to assert control over Izuku, but to his surprise, Izuku remained standing, his cross pendant glowing ominously as thunderstorms began to gather. Izuku's body radiated a dangerous aura, and his eyes glowed red. When Shinso tried to command him again, it failed. Shadows emerged from the ground, and Izuku began to transform, taking on a more sinister appearance. Shinso, now terrified, demanded to know what Izuku was. In response, Izuku conjured black flames and unleashed them upon Shinso, who screamed in pain and begged for mercy. As the flames subsided, Izuku returned to his normal state, observing the scorched arena and Shinso, who bore burn marks and looked at him with fear. Midnight, equally alarmed, noted the transformation. Izuku warned Shinso not to attempt that again, his eyes glowing red, causing the other students to flee in fright. He was declared the winner, but there were no cheers, only a palpable fear among the spectators as Izuku walked toward the stands, leaving Ochako worried for him. She asked if he was okay, and he replied that he was fine, but he noticed the fearful expressions on their classmates' faces. Kirishima shouted in disbelief, questioning what had happened and why his pendant glowed. Izuku explained that he had been unaware of what transpired when Shinso used his quirk, feeling a dark presence take control of him. He dismissed their concerns, stating that Shinso should learn not to use his power on him again. Momo inquired about what Izuku truly was, but he left without answering. Bakugo then confronted him, accusing him of being a villain and unworthy of being there. In a swift motion, Izuku grabbed Bakugo by the neck and slammed him to the ground, delivering a powerful blow that left Bakugo unconscious before he walked away. Ochako wanted to follow him, but Lita advised against it, suggesting he needed time alone. The pro-heroes were concerned about Izuku's power and his cold demeanor. Tornado and Fubuki sensed something dangerous about him. Tornado pondered what Izuku had become and why he appeared so detached. Aizawa expressed the need to check on Izuku after witnessing the pendant glow dark, while Present Mike was left speechless. Nizu agreed but feared that Izuku was embarking on a lonely path. At home, Shana and the cloaked woman were worried, upset with the one who had dared to use his brainwashing quirk on Izuku, knowing that the cult leader would seek a way to claim her vessel. He would claim his vessel soon, the cloaked woman said as Shana growled, worried about her out. Setsuna contemplated heading to UA, believing Izuku would be okay, but she wondered about the power he used on the boy. The witches observed with smirks, while their leader, Madame Green, wore a sadistic smile, pleased to see the vessel for her the Dark One, grow more powerful. She grinned, anticipating Izuku's fate of becoming one with her 𝐬𝑠r. After ensuring everyone was alright, the matches would continue since the area stage was fully repaired. The next match was Shoto Todoroki vs Hantashiro, announced midnight, as the two competitors made their way down. Endeavor smirked, eager to see his son utilize his flame quirk again, but Shoto remained upset over the recent events with Izuku. As the match began, Shoto, filled with anger, released a giant ice wall, freezing Shiro in place. Unable to escape, Shiro lost the match, declaring Todoroki the winner. Feeling remorseful, Shoto apologized, stating he would thaw Shiro out using his fire. Momo was worried, unable to forget what she had overheard between Todoroki and Izuku, while Bakugo was indifferent, determined to showcase the strength of his quirk. At home, Fuyumi and Natsuo watched their brother's victory but noticed the underlying hate and rage within him, sensing something had happened. Shoto returned to the stands, still angry and upset, walking past Momo without a word. Mina asked Momo what was wrong with Todoroki, and she shared what she had overheard between him and Izuku. After she finished, everyone fell silent, while Ochako felt the urgency to find Izuku. Kirishima expressed disbelief over Izuku's words, criticizing Endeavor for his unmanly behavior. Momo suggested that Ochako should speak to Izuku, fearing he might be heading down a dangerous path. Determined to help, Ochako quietly resolved to reach out to him. She felt a pang of guilt as she called out to Izuku, needing to speak with him. In the break room, Izuku pondered the recent events, sensing something dark and sinister as he looked at his cross pendant, which appeared normal. He needed answers about what had happened. He wondered if this power was what the cult of witches sought or if it was something even greater. He also questioned the identity of the Dark One and the cloaked woman who had placed him in the orphanage, wishing for solitude. As he contemplated, the door opened, revealing Ochako, who appeared concerned. She asked if he was okay, and he replied that he was fine but wanted to know what had happened after he left. Ochako informed him that Todoroki had won his match against Shiro in mere seconds, and she shared what Momo had overheard about their conversation. Izuku frowned, feeling frustrated that Momo had eavesdropped on something that did not concern her. He sensed that someone else had been listening as well. Ochako expressed her concern for Shinso, who seemed fearful and pale, and she wanted to help Izuku. She held him close, but Izuku sensed something was off with her. When he asked what was wrong, she hesitated, claiming it was nothing but her worries about her upcoming match. As they prepared to return to the others for Denki's match, Izuku voiced his annoyance about 𝗓𝗲, the girl who was trying to bring him to her church. He questioned her motives, sensing a cold glare from Ochako as she asked if he liked 𝗓𝗲. Izuku vehemently denied it, but before he could say more, Ochako kissed him, lost in her thoughts about family and their issues. They left together, ready to support their classmates. Midnight announced the third match, calling for Denki Kaminari and 𝗓𝗲 Shiozaki to come down. Meanwhile, at the church, 𝗓𝗲's parents and the nuns prayed for her success in helping Izuku, hoping she would stop a future threat. 𝗓𝗲's mother urged her to win, while her father remained in pain. In the cult of witches, many glared at 𝗓𝗲 for revealing their leader's name, but she assured them that the vessel's progress was what truly mattered. The commander, known as Green Diamond, cared only about Izuku, determined to bring him into the cult and serve her emissary. She wore a diamond-shaped mask to conceal her identity, known only to Madame Green. At the villain's base, a man in a suit watched the event with a smirk, focused solely on the boy with many quirks, an orphan. Izuku and Ochako arrived to watch Denki's match, while Class 1B cheered for their friend. They also needed to warn Izuku to stay away from 𝗓𝗲, who would not relent until she completed her mission. 𝗓𝗲 frowned at Denki, who looked confused. She accused him of committing a sin, claiming he and his friends treated young girls with disrespect and were obstructing her mission. She told him there was only one way to redeem himself, to repent, and God's grace would cleanse him. Denki, bewildered, protested that he was not that much of a pervert and, in frustration, unleashed his charge bolt at 𝗓𝗲. To his shock, her vine hair absorbed the power and sent it back at him. He was hit hard but got back up. However, 𝗓𝗲 vines held him tightly as she moved closer. She declared that he was an unholy child who had forsaken God and needed to be cleansed of all impurity. She expressed her determination to succeed in her mission to help her future husband, Izuku. The crowd reacted with shock, while Izuku felt anger rising within him as he noticed Ochako's fury and rage. Ochako shouted for Denki to hurry up and stop the psycho from taking Izuku away, leaving her classmates stunned. Izuku, frustrated, banged his head against the wall, muttering to himself about the chaos surrounding him and contemplating whether it was worth staying at the school. Denki struggled to break free from 𝗓𝗲's vines, curious about her obsession with Izuku. He asked her why she was so fixated on him and if they had met before. The students from Class 1A and 1B shared his curiosity, glancing at Izuku, who frowned in response. Kendo, another classmate, inquired if Izuku and 𝗓𝗲 had met. Izuku firmly stated that he had never encountered this self-righteous girl in his life, unfazed by the glares from Class 1B. 𝗓𝗲 insisted that they had met even if they had never spoken, and she needed to eliminate the pervert Mineta, who was attempting to sneak into the girls' locker room again. Mineta felt the weight of the girls' glares directed at him. 𝗓𝗲 used her vines to lift Denki and threw him out of the ring. Midnight declared 𝗓𝗲 the winner of the match, and her classmates cheered for her victory. Denki, though slightly hurt, was fine and made his way to the stands, where his classmates tried to comfort him. 𝗓𝗲 approached Izuku to speak with him, but Ochako blocked her path, glaring fiercely. She warned 𝗓𝗲 to stay away, asserting that Izuku was taken and that he didn't know her. 𝗓𝗲 responded with her own snarl, insisting that the fate of the world was at stake and that she was destined to marry Izuku. Ochako, refusing to listen, attempted to confront 𝗓𝗲, but Izuku intervened, trying to prevent a conflict between the two girls. Izuku expressed his confusion, stating that he didn't know 𝗓𝗲 and would never marry someone like her. 𝗓𝗲 explained that she had witnessed him at a soup kitchen, where he had saved her from some crime lords who wanted her power. She recounted how she had prayed for help, and Izuku had appeared, bravely confronting the thugs and protecting her. She revealed that she had followed him to the orphanage and learned about his past, believing him to be a hero sent by God. Ochako, still skeptical, asked Izuku if he remembered the incident. Izuku confirmed that he had dealt with some thugs who wanted his pendant, and he had fought them off, taking their belongings before escaping with his angel wings. 𝗓𝗲 pleaded with him to come with her, insisting that he needed to understand the truth about what she had shared. After 𝗓𝗲 won her match and explained her reasons for seeking Izuku, she returned to her classmates, determined to complete her mission. Izuku, uninterested in her motivations, just wanted the sports festival to end, as it had become increasingly complicated. Midnight announced the next match, Tenya Ida versus myheroacademia. As they entered the arena, Ida's mother cheered for him, and Class 1A supported him as well. May was eager to test her new inventions, which she had designed for her test subject. As the match began, Tenya charged at May, who skillfully dodged and deployed her inventions to intercept his moves. Ida managed to evade each one, wanting to thank May for her help with his hero suit. However, May mischievously revealed that she was using him as a test subject for her new inventions, causing his suit to malfunction. Ida, shocked and frustrated, asked what she had done. May casually explained her actions, and despite the chaos, Ida survived the explosion of his suit, glaring at her for using him in such a manner. May, satisfied with her fun, decided to leave the arena, while Midnight, confused by the turn of events, declared Ida the winner. While May approached Izuku, she noticed he was still annoyed about the earlier incident. She snuck up behind him and playfully grabbed him, feeling his strong physique. Izuku was stunned and confused, while an angry Ochako and a glaring 𝗓𝗲 rushed over to pull May away from him. Ochako shouted in alarm, questioning May's intentions. May teased Izuku about his well-built body and offered to help modify his hero costume, but Izuku, feeling annoyed, lifted her up and pushed her back. May, however, was not going to give up easily. She remarked that both Ochako and 𝗓𝗲 liked the green-haired boy, calling him perfect and handsome. Ochako and 𝗓𝗲 shouted at her, trying to grab her, but Momo and Kendo held them back as May smiled and walked away. Mineta, feeling jealous of Izuku's attention from three girls, lamented to himself about the unfairness of the situation. Just then, Tsuyu hit him on the head, bringing him back to reality. Ochako shouted for May to come back, while 𝗓𝗲 growled about purging her for her behavior. Kirishima wondered how Izuku managed to attract three girls, but Mina reminded them that Izuku only cared about Ochako, as she prepared for her next match with 𝗓𝗲. Meanwhile, Shoto was confronted by his father, 𝗲𝗏𝗲, who was upset about Shoto's reluctance to use his fire quirk. 𝗲𝗏𝗲 insisted that Shoto would have to use his flames soon, especially since he would be facing a boy with multiple quirks in the next round. Shoto glared at his father, determined not to break his vow and insisting he would use his mother's quirk instead. As he left, 𝗲𝗏𝗲 smirked, confident that Shoto would eventually use his flames. In the waiting room, Izuku was focused on his upcoming match with Shoto, dismissing the Todoroki family issues as he had his own past to contend with. Ochako arrived, looking for him after calming down from the earlier confrontation with May. Izuku acknowledged her presence and asked about the matches. Ochako informed him that Mina had won her match against 𝗓𝗲 due to a malfunction, and now it was Momo versus Tokoyami. The next match began, and the crowd cheered as Momo and Tokoyami took their positions. Momo's parents watched with hope, knowing she had trained hard. As the match started, Tokoyami used his dark shadow to swiftly knock Momo out, leaving the crowd in shock. Though disappointed, the girls were happy for Tokoyami's victory. Momo, feeling upset about her loss, was comforted by her friends. The seventh match featured Kirishima and Tetsu, both showcasing their impressive quirks. The crowd cheered for the two boys as they exchanged blows, but ultimately, they both knocked each other out, resulting in a draw. Midnight announced the tie, and both boys were carried off to the stands. The final match of the first round was set to begin, with Ochako facing Bakugo. Bakugo, grinning, taunted Ochako about her impending defeat, while she shot back a fierce glare, determined not to lose to someone who couldn't even beat Izuku. As the match commenced, Bakugo lunged at Ochako with his explosions, but she dodged and attempted to use her float quirk to lift him. However, Bakugo managed to grab her hands, causing her to wince in pain. The crowd watched in shock as 𝗵𝗃𝗀 continued to press his advantage, delivering powerful blows to 𝗧𝗏𝗀. Despite her efforts to use her quirk, 𝗵𝗃𝗀 relentlessly attacked, leaving her struggling to keep up. The audience was appalled by the display of aggression, concerned for 𝗧𝗏𝗀 as she fought to regain control of the match. While at his house, Mitsuki smirked at the sight of 𝗧𝗏𝗀 enduring pain and suffering. At 𝗧𝗏𝗀's home, her father was furious to see his daughter being hurt, while her sobbing mother begged for the torment to stop. In the stands, a chilling darkness enveloped everyone as they witnessed Izuku's rage, gripping the railings so tightly that it began to bend. He watched as 𝗵𝗃𝗀 struck 𝗧𝗏𝗀, feeling an overwhelming urge to intervene. However, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, and Denki stopped him, warning that he would be disqualified from the tournament if he did. Momo urged him to believe in 𝗧𝗏𝗀, who was still fighting back. Izuku calmed himself, nodding in acknowledgement of her determination, but his glare remained fixed on 𝗵𝗃𝗀. In the arena, 𝗧𝗏𝗀 summoned all her strength and landed a powerful punch on 𝗵𝗃𝗀, causing him to cough. He retaliated with a menacing glare, belittling her for daring to challenge him. He taunted her, claiming that someone from a poor background like hers could never defeat an elite hero like him. His cruel words cut deep, suggesting that her admission to you was due to unsavory means. 𝗧𝗏𝗀 felt a surge of anger but was quickly met with 𝗵𝗃𝗀's counterattack, which left her with painful burns. He continued to mock her, saying that her own parents must resent her for being a burden, and that she had no friends except for Izuku, whom he deemed worthless. As memories of her childhood flooded back, 𝗧𝗏𝗀 recalled sitting alone at lunch, feeling the sting of isolation as others laughed at her. She remembered the struggles her family faced, vowing to help them despite their financial troubles. This recollection fueled her rage against 𝗵𝗃𝗀, and she rose to confront him, grabbing his neck and slamming him down. She shouted that he knew nothing about her family or Izuku, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Izuku watched with a mix of pride and concern as 𝗧𝗏𝗀 fought back against 𝗵𝗃𝗀. After knocking him down, she felt a moment of triumph, but it was short-lived. 𝗵𝗃𝗀, now standing and filled with fury, unleashed a powerful explosion that sent 𝗧𝗏𝗀 reeling. The crowd gasped as she screamed in pain, her face injured and her eyes filled with tears. She begged 𝗵𝗃𝗀 to stop, her cries echoing through the arena. Izuku's heart raced with anger at the sight of 𝗧𝗏𝗀's suffering, while Mitsuki reveled in the chaos from his home. 𝗧𝗏𝗀's parents were distraught, witnessing their daughter being hurt. Izuku's friend Shana growled in rage, and Setsuna watched in disbelief as 𝗵𝗃𝗀 continued his assault. Class 1A was equally upset, with the girls in tears over their friend's plight. Midnight knew she had to intervene before things escalated further. As 𝗵𝗃𝗀 prepared to finish 𝗧𝗏𝗀 off, she felt despair wash over her. But then, Izuku charged onto the field, kicking 𝗵𝗃𝗀 away with a fierce determination. The crowd and teachers were taken aback by his sudden appearance. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 shouted in anger, but Izuku responded with a powerful punch, fueled by his rage for 𝗧𝗏𝗀's suffering. He declared that he would not let 𝗵𝗃𝗀 get away with this. Aizawa commanded Izuku to stand down, flanked by other pro-heroes ready to intervene. But Izuku, consumed by his emotions, refused to back down, vowing to protect 𝗧𝗏𝗀 at all costs. Izuku acknowledged that 𝗵𝗃𝗀's actions were out of line, but Aizawa warned him that resorting to violence would only lead to imprisonment. Izuku dismissed the idea that any prison could contain him. Midnight urged him to consider 𝗧𝗏𝗀, who would be heartbroken if he chose a dark path. As everyone prepared for the next phase, Izuku's thoughts were consumed by 𝗧𝗏𝗀's care for him. He glared at 𝗵𝗃𝗀, who struggled to free himself from Izuku's grip. Izuku vowed that when they faced each other in the finals, he would show 𝗵𝗃𝗀 true pain. Releasing 𝗵𝗃𝗀, he rushed to 𝗧𝗏𝗀's fainted form, a symbol on his arm glowing as he activated his healing quirk, enveloping her in a protective dome. The onlookers were amazed as they witnessed the power of Izuku's healing quirk. 𝗧𝗏𝗀's injuries healed rapidly, and soon she awakened to see Izuku by her side. Overcome with emotion, she expressed her gratitude, tears of joy streaming down her face. Izuku reassured her that she was safe now, and as she sobbed, he comforted her and led her back to the stands. 𝗵𝗃𝗀, watching from a distance, growled in frustration at the sight of Ochako healing. After declaring the winner, he left, earning glares from the crowd. Ochako's classmates rushed to her, relief washing over them as they embraced her. Momo expressed her gratitude that Ochako was alright, while Mina voiced her anger at Bakugo's reckless behavior. Ochako, still shaken, requested some time alone to call her parents. Izuku wanted to follow her but decided to give her space, directing a fierce glare at Bakugo as he walked away. The crowd shot Bakugo disapproving looks, but he sneered at them defiantly. Jiro confronted Bakugo, calling him a monster for his actions, while Lita echoed her sentiments, stating that Bakugo had gone too far. Bakugo dismissed their concerns, growling that they would pay for interfering. As he departed, Izuku wished for Bakugo to face consequences for his actions. Meanwhile, Ochako finished her call, relieved that her parents were glad she was safe. She sent a message to an unknown person before heading back. As the arena prepared for the quarterfinals, some pro-heroes expressed concern over Bakugo's behavior and Izuku's near-violent reaction. The teachers at 𝐸 planned to address the situation with both boys, hoping for a peaceful resolution. Midnight announced that the quarterfinals would begin, with the first match featuring Shoto Todoroki against Izuku. As Izuku approached the arena, he encountered 𝗵𝗲𝗏, who questioned him about his multiple quirks. Izuku, unfazed, walked past him, prompting 𝗵𝗏𝗏 to angrily attempt to grab him. In response, Izuku used his telekinesis quirk to send 𝗵𝗏𝗏 crashing against the wall. Izuku warned 𝗵𝗏𝗏 to listen carefully, asserting that if he ever provoked him again, he would face dire consequences. Instead of questioning him, Izuku suggested that 𝗵𝗏𝗏 should be grateful for his son's safety during the USJ incident, criticizing him for being a terrible father. With that, Izuku left, leaving 𝗵𝗏𝗏 seething with anger. In the arena, Izuku and Shoto faced each other, both ready for battle as their classmates watched intently. Siro speculated whether Izuku might unleash his full power, while Tenya reminded everyone of the difficult childhood both boys had endured. Bakugo, observing from the sidelines, smirked, confident that Izuku would not lose, knowing he had been holding back in previous matches. He vowed to defeat Izuku in the finals. Meanwhile, at Todoroki's home, Fuyumi and Natsuo anxiously watched the match, hoping for their brother's safety. They were aware of Izuku's potential to unleash his power, especially after the incident with Ochako. In another location, the cult leader, Madame Green, observed Izuku, sensing that her emissary, the Dark One, desired him. Setsuna, hoping for her MSDR's victory, prayed that the situation wouldn't spiral out of control. She had left her painful past behind and was focused on her future, having dealt with her former family and their consequences. Back at Izuku's home, Shana barked encouragement for her MSDR to win, feeling lonely since the cloaked woman had left to deal with the destruction in America. As the bell rang, signaling the start of the match, Shoto launched ice spears at Izuku, who, to Shoto's surprise, countered with his decay quirk, causing the ice to crumble. He used his Flame and Magna Duo quirk to raise the temperature in the area, causing everyone to sweat. Izuku taunted Todoroki, insisting that he couldn't win with ice alone and that he should just use his fire quirk. Todoroki glared back, attempting to summon his ice again, but the heat was melting it away. He refused to use his father's quirk and questioned why Izuku cared, pointing out that he was only focused on his education and not on being a hero. Izuku shot back, stating that he didn't care about Todoroki's family issues and that he should be grateful to have a family that cared for him. He revealed that he had nothing and no one in his life, but unlike Todoroki, he moved forward instead of being paralyzed by fear. This only fueled Todoroki's anger. Todoroki snapped, asserting that Izuku knew nothing about him or his family. He sent out more ice, but Izuku's lightning magic shattered it effortlessly, his pendant glowing silver and displaying a kanji symbol of snow and ice. Suddenly, the heat was replaced by a chilling cold, and Todoroki felt the frostbite creeping in, unable to shield himself even with his ice quirk. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 watched as his son struggled, urging him to use his flames, but Izuku remained indifferent, which only made Todoroki angrier. Finally, Todoroki summoned his flames, melting the ice and snow around him. He proclaimed his power of flames, and Izuku smirked, along with 𝗵𝗏𝗏, realizing that Todoroki was finally confronting his pain. Izuku prepared to counter, summoning his magic flame dragon armor, which enveloped him in flames as a roar echoed through the arena. The snow and ice vanished, returning the temperature to normal. Class 1A observed both students unleashing their full power, the heat radiating from their clash. Todoroki launched fire at Izuku, but his armor absorbed the flames and redirected them back. Izuku taunted Todoroki, asking how it felt to confront his fears and making a remark about 𝗵𝗲, which drew laughter from the crowd and a glare from 𝗵𝗲 himself. Izuku acknowledged Todoroki's determination, but he was resolute in not losing. As Todoroki approached the edge of the arena, he vowed not to be defeated easily. Izuku smirked, and a shadowy version of himself appeared, grabbing Todoroki and pushing him off the stage. Midnight called the match, declaring Izuku the winner. As Izuku returned to normal, Todoroki felt a mix of disappointment and relief, realizing he had faced his fears. At home, Fuyumi and Natsuo felt saddened but acknowledged that Izuku had helped Shoto confront his pain. Natsuo couldn't help but laugh at Izuku's comments about 𝗵𝗲. 𝗵𝗲 himself was frustrated that his son had lost, but he appreciated that Todoroki had used his flames and given it his all. Meanwhile, Ochako felt proud of Izuku for winning his match. The students gathered to meet up as the arena underwent repairs. Momo approached Todoroki, concerned about his well-being. He reassured her that he was fine but expressed gratitude to Izuku for helping him face his fear. Izuku, however, made it clear that he still didn't care about Todoroki's family issues and walked away, leaving the others frowning over their friend. Mina wondered how he could act so detached, while Jiro noted that they didn't know much about him since he kept his distance. She announced that the next match was about to begin. Midnight called for Tenya Lida and Ibra Shiozaki to come down for their match. Both students entered the arena, Ibra determined to win, while Lida's family watched with hope. Ibra sensed a divine power as she prepared to face Izuku, but first, she needed to deal with her opponent. She addressed Lida, asking him to leave the arena for the sake of the world. Lida, however, refused, stating that he wouldn't let down his family name and insisted that she leave Izuku alone. Ibra declared that she must purge him for his sins, and as Midnight began the match, she used her vines to bind Lida. He moved swiftly, charging at her and delivering a powerful kick that caused her to grunt in pain. Despite the setback, her determination remained strong. She called upon her holy power, asking for strength to defeat Lida, declaring herself a loyal follower and chosen divine girl. The spectators were left confused by her words, but the match was just beginning. A golden light from the sky blessed Ibra with holy power. Tenya was confused and blinded by the radiant glow, unable to move his arms and legs due to the Ibra vines. Class 1B was amazed by their classmates' abilities and watched in shock as her back sprouted angelic wings, accompanied by a halo above her head. Class 1A was speechless, intrigued by Ibra's second quirk. Kendo speculated whether Ibra had developed another quirk, but Yui Kodai suggested it was more than that. Perhaps her prayer to God had bestowed upon her divine power. Monoma mockingly commented that Class 1A's friend was destined to lose, only to be silenced by Kendo's strong fist. At Lida's home, his mother was astonished by the spectacle, while Tensei had to leave for his hero duties, but his mother decided to record everything about her son's match. In the church, Ibra's family of priests and nuns marveled at their chosen child's divine power. Her father proclaimed that God had chosen her for a higher task, urging her not to fail. Her mother added that the world was at stake. In the arena, Lida struggled to escape, but the vines were too strong, and now Ibra wielded even more power. With determination, Ibra declared it was over for the sinner and unleashed her holy divine power, sending Lida flying against the wall. The crowd witnessed this display of strength and cheered for Ibra. Midnight announced Ibra Shiozaki as the winner of the match. As Ibra returned to her normal state and left the arena, Lida felt disheartened by his defeat, believing he had let down the 𝗔𝗍𝗄 name. Ibra's classmates celebrated her victory but were curious about her newfound power. 𝐴𝐽𝐻 expressed surprise at Ibra's additional ability, to which she clarified that it was not a quirk but the almighty power of God. She was ready to confront Izuku and persuade him to join her. 𝗧𝗏 approached, frowning as his classmates tried to comfort him, but 𝗵𝗃𝗲 dismissed his feelings, mocking him for losing to a holy girl. Kirishima admonished 𝗵𝗃𝗲 for going too far, while Tokoyami reminded everyone that the next matches were approaching. As the third match was about to begin, Midnight announced Tokoyami versus Mina. Momo inquired about Izuku's whereabouts, prompting Ochako to volunteer to find him. In the waiting room, Ochako discovered Izuku asleep and called out to him, waking him with a glare. She informed him that he had missed Lita's match, and upon hearing the outcome, Izuku was surprised. They returned to the arena, where they saw Mina looking sad while Tokoyami appeared pleased. Ochako guessed that Mina had lost, and everyone confirmed it. Momo noted that it was now 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and Kirishima's turn, while Izuku remained indifferent, planning to watch 𝗵𝗃𝗲's match. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 unleashed his explosive quirk against Kirishima, but Kirishima's hardening ability made it difficult for 𝗵𝗃𝗲 to land a hit. However, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 eventually found Kirishima's weakness, wearing him down until he reached his limit. With a triumphant shout, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 unleashed his maximum power, knocking Kirishima out. Midnight announced Katsuki 𝗵𝗃𝗲 as the winner of the fourth round, and at home, Mitsuki cheered for her son's victory. Midnight then announced that the semifinals would begin in 1 hour, featuring Izuku against 𝗓𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 in the first round, followed by Katsuki 𝗵𝗃𝗲 versus 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 Tokoyami in the second round. Izuku noticed 𝗓𝗏𝗏 looking at him, and she expressed her intention to save him from his pain. Ochako glared at 𝗓𝗏𝗏, feeling protective of Izuku, while Izuku contemplated how to handle the situation. An hour later, the semi-finals commenced. Izuku and 𝗓𝗏𝗏 faced each other in the arena, with the crowd eagerly anticipating the match. Class 1A and 1B cheered for their respective students, both having come this far in the tournament. Ochako felt confident that Izuku would win, but secretly hoped that 𝗓𝗏𝗏 would not pose a threat to her relationship with him. As the match began, 𝗓𝗏𝗏 declared her intention to show Izuku her power, sending her vines to ensnare him. Izuku deflected the attack and created a powerful windstorm to push her back. 𝗓𝗏𝗏, determined not to be defeated, held her ground, sensing that Izuku was holding back. She warned him that he had two options: surrender now or face serious injury. Izuku, summoning a flame demon, declared that he did not need anyone's protection and expressed his disdain for 𝗓𝗏𝗏. 𝗓𝗏𝗏, seeing the unholy demon, called upon her prayer to summon a holy angel, which appeared to confront the demon. The crowd recognized that this was a battle of good versus evil. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 pleaded with Izuku, emphasizing the fate of the world and urging him to join her at the church for protection under God's grace. Izuku, however, firmly rejected her, stating that he did not even know her. Regardless of what anyone says, Izuku was determined to confront the cult witches himself. He demanded silence as the battle between the demon and angel raged on, with both Izuku and 𝗓𝗏𝗏 pushing their powers to the limit. Class 1A and Class 1B watched in awe as the two students fought with everything they had, realizing this was more than just a match. Momo questioned Kendo about 𝗓𝗏𝗏's obsession with bringing Izuku to her church, wondering if he was truly in danger. Kendo speculated that after the incident at the USJ, 𝗓𝗏𝗏 might be right. The League of Villains and the Cult of Witches aim to take down All Might and find the vessel, which they believe to be Izuku. Monoma added that 𝗓𝗏𝗏 had received a message from God revealing the cult leader's name, Madame Green. He had searched online but found little information about her. They all recalled the news of churches in America being destroyed, leaving behind the mark of the witch. Mina wondered why they wanted Izuku so desperately, suggesting it might be due to his many quirks and magic. Lita pointed out that Izuku had been alone his entire life, never having anyone to call family, which explained his refusal to accept protection. Ochako watched Izuku fight, wishing he would let his friends help him. As the battle continued, 𝗓𝗏𝗏 found herself at a disadvantage. Her summoned angel had vanished, while Izuku's flame demon remained. In a moment of frustration, Izuku confronted 𝗓𝗏𝗏, questioning her motives. He expressed disdain for her claims of helping those who truly suffered, especially the quirkless. The audience could feel the weight of his words, as many understood the struggles of those without quirks. All Might empathized, recalling his own past as a quirkless individual, while Setsuna thought of her efforts to assist others like her. 𝗓𝗲, despite her longing to help, felt overwhelmed. She declared that she would not fail in her duty to bring Izuku to the Church of God, even if it meant forcing him. Her body glowed brightly as she sprouted angelic wings and a halo, astonishing everyone in the stadium. Izuku, however, was unimpressed and had grown weary of her interference. He declared that he would never accept her demands. Suddenly, the area shook as a portal opened in the sky, revealing Thor, the Norse god of thunder. The crowd gasped in awe, witnessing the legendary figure kneel before Izuku. 𝗓𝗲 was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Izuku had summoned a god. Meanwhile, Madame Green and her commander, Green Diamond, were left speechless as their followers marveled at Izuku's true power. Setsuna was amazed, realizing her sensei possessed incredible abilities. Class 1A watched in awe at the might of Thor, hoping Izuku would not turn his powers against them. 𝗓𝗲, determined not to lose, believed she had God on her side, while Izuku grew both angelic and demonic wings. He prepared for the final clash, commanding Thor to unleash divine lightning upon 𝗓𝗲, who attempted to evade but was surrounded by the storm. Izuku charged forward, delivering a barrage of punches while Thor continued to strike with lightning. 𝗓𝗲 screamed but refused to back down, her vines fighting back in defense. She pleaded with Izuku to listen, warning him of the Dark One's potential return. However, Izuku had reached his limit and delivered a powerful punch to her chest just as Thor unleashed a final lightning strike, causing 𝗓𝗲 to fall unconscious. After the intense battle, Midnight checked on Izuku, confirming he was standing while 𝗓𝗲 lay defeated. The match concluded with Izuku declared the winner. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating his victory as 𝗓𝗲 was taken to Recovery Girl's office for care. Izuku contemplated 𝗓𝗲's words, realizing he needed answers, and flew up to the stands. Setsuna rejoiced at her sensei's victory, while Shauna howled in triumph. 𝗓𝗲's family felt disheartened by her defeat but were also concerned about Izuku's power to summon a god, fearing the cult would soon make their move. Izuku approached his classmates, who were still in shock over his display of power. Ochako cheered for his victory, while Kirishima asked about the god he had summoned. Izuku acknowledged the question but insisted it didn't matter. He noticed Class 1B watching him, some looking worried. He warned them to inform 𝗓𝗲 that he would visit her church for answers about his fate, though he still had no fondness for her. Some frowned at his words, but Kendo nodded and left to relay the message. Ochako frowned, not wanting Izuku to go to that church. Bakugo, indifferent, was eager for his next match and left with Tokoyami, while Class 1A continued to cheer, except for Izuku and Ochako, who remained uneasy. As the announcer prepared for the final match of the semifinals, only two competitors remained, one of whom would face Izuku in the finals. The match between Katsuki Bakugo and 𝗵𝗲𝐻 Tokoyami was about to begin, as Midnight announced the start of the fight. Meanwhile, in Hosu City, a sinister presence had emerged, accompanied by a fallen hero lying on the ground, surrounded by chaos. In the same area, a figure known as the Hero Killer appeared, observing the state of a society filled with false heroes. He believed that only one individual was truly worthy of being a hero, but he warned that a greater threat was approaching, linked to a mysterious vessel. Back at the youth sports festival, Tokoyami found himself at a significant disadvantage. His dark shadow was struggling against Bakugo's explosive attacks, which burned away the darkness. Dark Shadow had not yet regained its strength, and Bakugo's fighting style was overwhelming. Izuku could see that the match was slipping away from Tokoyami, and so could everyone else. Ochako asked Izuku if he was ready to face Bakugo, and Izuku shot him a glare, accompanied by a smirk. He recalled their past encounters, noting that Bakugo had never truly defeated him, even back in Aldra Junior High. Izuku had his own explosive quirk, which he believed was more powerful. Tokoyami, pinned down by Bakugo, was urged to give up. Despite his longing to continue, he recognized that he stood no chance. If he somehow managed to win, he would still have to face Izuku, which would likely end in defeat. In a moment of surrender, Tokoyami called out, and Midnight declared Bakugo the winner, advancing him to the finals. As Bakugo glanced at Izuku, he felt the weight of the upcoming battle. Tokoyami, though injured, was determined to recover, while everyone awaited the final match. Suddenly, Tenya's phone rang, and he excused himself to answer. He received shocking news from his mother. Meanwhile, the hero killer, Stain, watched from a rooftop, contemplating the false heroes around him. Just then, a portal opened, and Kurogirl emerged. Stain prepared to confront her but felt his body freeze as Charmcaster appeared, having returned from her mission in America. She requested their cooperation, and the three vanished from the rooftop. Izuku and Bakugo were both ready for their fight. At Bakugo's home, Mitsuki watched Izuku's face with a frown. He had consistently defeated her son, often relying on physical strength rather than his quirk. She recognized that Izuku was an orphan, but his face seemed familiar to her. Despite her dislike for him, as he was dating a girl she considered beneath her son, she hoped Bakugo could somehow win, even if it seemed unlikely. Setsuna was eager to see her sensei defeat Bakugo for what he had done to his girlfriend. At Izuku's home, Shana growled at the thought of Bakugo, wanting to protect her MSTR but trusting in his ability to win. Ochako's parents cheered for their daughter's boyfriend, planning to press charges against Mitsuki and her son for their actions toward Ochako. Many parents of Class 1A were also rooting for Izuku. Bakugo taunted Izuku, claiming that he would prove his superiority. Izuku, however, looked at Bakugo with disdain. As Bakugo charged at him with full power, Izuku summoned bones from the ground, trapping Bakugo in a cage. Bakugo was furious, accusing Izuku of copying his quirk, but Izuku countered that his ability was superior. He urged Bakugo to accept his place as a loser, blasting him and the bone cage, though Bakugo remained standing, albeit injured. Bakugo lashed out, insisting that Izuku had no right to be in the school or festival, claiming that Izuku had stolen everything from him. Despite his anger and frustration, Bakugo could not defeat Izuku. In a decisive moment, Izuku lifted Bakugo with telekinesis and threw him out of the ring, crashing him against the wall. Bakugo, now unconscious, was out of the arena, leading Midnight to announce Izuku as the winner of the sports festival. Cheers and applause erupted as Setsuna celebrated her sensei's victory. Shana barked in excitement, while the other parents rejoiced, except for Mitsuki, who was upset and angry about her son's loss. Izuku approached the stands, where Ochako rushed to hug him, tears of joy streaming down her face. He acknowledged the match, noting that it could have been better, but hoped Bakugo might learn from his defeat. As Bakugo regained consciousness, rage filled his eyes. He could not accept that he, an elite with a powerful quirk, had lost to an orphan. The closing ceremony of the sports festival commenced, with the three students called up for the awards ceremony. Bakugo was restrained, glaring at Izuku, who stood in first place, with Bakugo in second and Tokoyami in third. All Might, the #1 hero, presented the medals, praising each student, especially Izuku for his impressive performance. Izuku smirked at Bakugo's frustration, knowing that he would always struggle to surpass him. As the festival concluded, All Might declared it a fantastic event, and everyone celebrated the achievements of the students. 2 days later, Tenya visited the hospital to check on his brother, who had been injured in a fight with a villain. Tenya shouted as he saw his brother injured while their mother cried in despair. Tenya felt regret for failing to be a good role model, realizing that his career seemed to be ending now that Tensei was hurt. Their mother sobbed, and Tenya wept as well, vowing to seek revenge on the one responsible for his brother's condition. Meanwhile, Ochako returned home to find her parents rushing to embrace her. They expressed their relief that she was safe, but her father mentioned that her boyfriend had confronted the son of Mitsuki, and they planned to press charges against him and his mother. Although Ochako felt happy, she remained quiet and headed to her room after the celebration. Alone, she opened her closet to reveal a stash of cash she had earned from other jobs, contemplating how to use it to support her family. She whispered an apology to her parents, acknowledging the difficult choices she had made. At his home, Izuku noticed Shana, his three-headed white dog, approaching him. He greeted her and decided to take her for a walk, unaware that a cloaked woman was watching them from a distance. At the 𝐈𝐵 household, 𝐈𝐵 felt disappointed for not winning but was uplifted by her classmates, who told her that Izuku would be coming over to ask her some questions. Her face lit up with a smile as she thought about him, referring to him as her future husband while sharing the news with her parents. In the Cult of Witches, Madame Green spoke to her 𝗵𝗲 at the altar, noting that the vessel had grown stronger and that it wouldn't be long before they could claim him. Her eyes glowed with power as she anticipated Izuku's fate. Green Diamond, her general, reported that they had received word from Charmcaster about her contact with the hero killer, who they hoped to convince to join their ranks. Madame Green dismissed the concern, confident that the hero killer would refuse their offer. Bakugo, brushing his teeth, shouted in frustration about Izuku, vowing to make him pay. His parents were annoyed by his outburst, but they received a letter informing them that the Uraraka family was suing them for the incident. Mitsuki was enraged, dismissing the Uraraka family's claims and insisting they wouldn't pay them a dime. Her husband reminded her that they had no choice but to comply for now, but Mitsuki smirked as she left the room. 2 days later, after the sports festival, Izuku was on a train heading to Yu. He noticed people staring at him, some with frowns, and he shot them a quick glare. Ignoring their whispers about him not belonging at Yu, he disembarked and made his way to campus, where he spotted Ochako waiting for him. She greeted him happily, and he smirked in return. After the sports festival, they had enjoyed several dates together, and Ochako had helped him experience love and happiness. As they walked to class, Tenya rushed past them, urging everyone to hurry. In the classroom, students discussed their internship nominations, but Izuku remained indifferent, having no intention of participating. However, he couldn't shake off thoughts of 𝗓𝗏, who seemed to be watching him closely. Mr. Aizawa entered the room, instructing everyone to take their seats. He congratulated them on their performance during the sports festival, which had drawn attention from many pro-heroes. However, he addressed a problem. Izuku and Bakugo needed to stop fighting. Aizawa urged them to get along during their time at Yu. Bakugo vehemently refused, insisting he would never be friends with Izuku, whom he referred to as an orphan loser. Izuku retorted, reminding Bakugo that he had defeated him in the finals and that his actions toward Ochako were unacceptable. Aizawa interrupted their exchange, emphasizing the importance of the draft results. He revealed that Bakugo had the highest scores, while Shoto was close behind. Bakugo taunted Izuku about not being chosen for any hero agency, but Izuku remained unfazed, explaining that he had no longing to be a hero. He smiled when he saw that Ochako had been drafted, encouraging her to pursue her dreams. Aizawa then mentioned that despite not being drafted, Izuku had been picked by 2 famous pro-heroes, the Telex sisters, who were working on a cult case. Izuku was taken aback, adamantly refusing to be used as bait. He growled, asserting that if the sisters wanted to come for him, he would be ready. Aizawa informed him that 𝗓𝗏 had also been chosen due to her knowledge about the cult leader, which made Ochako furious. In Class 1B, 𝗓𝗏 heard Ochako's reaction and smirked, thanking the heavens for her good fortune. Back in Class 1A, Ochako felt frustrated but realized there was nothing she could do at the moment, resigning herself to the situation. Aizawa decided to keep an eye on the girl with the vine-like hair. He informed the class that Midnight would be coming to help everyone choose their hero names. He added that since Izuku didn't want to be a hero, he could sit out in the hallway if he preferred, but he should at least stay for the others. Izuku shrugged, expressing that he didn't mind staying to hear the suggestions, especially since he expected some bad choices. He mocked Bakugo, anticipating that his name would be particularly poor. When Midnight arrived, she handed out a board and marker for everyone to write down their hero names. Ochako proudly announced her name, Uravity, while most of the others chose names similar to those in the canon. Bakugo, however, declared his name to be King Explosion Murder, leaving everyone confused. Izuku scoffed and laughed at the absurdity of it, exclaiming that no one would want to call themselves that. Midnight suggested Bakugo consider a different name, but he growled, directing his frustration more at Izuku for mocking him. Bakugo taunted Izuku, asking what his hero name would be, loser, nerd, or worthless. Izuku glared back, asserting that he didn't need a hero name, as he intended to show everyone his code name during his upcoming internship, the Dark Cross Hero. The atmosphere turned dark and cold as Izawa and Midnight exchanged glances, realizing they needed to inform the others about Izuku's codename. Meanwhile, the 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 sisters were waiting for 𝗓𝗏 and Izuku, knowing that both had significant involvement in the cult case. They were at the faculty with the teachers, as All Might had wanted Izuku to train with Grand Torino, but Grand Torino was busy teaching Nightai's student, Mirio, how to 𝐻𝗎𝑠 and control One for All. Tornado, one of the sisters, impatiently asked how long it would take. 𝗵𝗃𝗲, the other sister, expressed concern about bringing 2 students with them, acknowledging their information but deeming it too risky. Tornado insisted they needed to move forward, pointing out that Izuku was a target for the cult's goals and that 𝗓𝗏 could help them. She noted that the two of them seemed to get along well since they both had green hair. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 reminded her that Izuku had a girlfriend who wouldn't be pleased to see him with 𝗓𝗏. Tornado dismissed this, claiming that 𝗓𝗏 was too weak and that she suspected the girl was hiding something. Back in Class 1A, Izawa informed the students that their hero training would begin in a week. Izuku remained indifferent, focusing solely on dealing with the cult of witches. After school, he noticed the 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 sisters waiting for him, along with 𝗓𝗏𝗏, who was excited to spend time with him. Ochako glared at 𝗓𝗏𝗏, feeling protective and ready to confront her. She warned 𝗓𝗏𝗏 that she would know if anything strange happened with Izuku, and she would not hesitate to act. Izuku reassured Ochako that he would be fine and urged her to hurry to her internship as they all got into a fancy car. As they drove, Izuku asked how they planned to deal with the cult. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 suggested they head to her church, where her family had information about the origins of the Dark One. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 drove while Tornado explained that the cult leader, Madame Green, was not well known but possessed immense power capable of destruction. Izuku recalled hearing the name at the USJ and asked if it was related to a charm caster. Tornado confirmed that her codename was Green Diamond, and her power to create deadly green diamonds was feared by villains. They agreed to ask 𝗓𝗏𝗏's parents for clues about the cult's base. Izuku expressed concern about a bad feeling he had regarding Hosu City, which was why he had brought his suit and sword. Meanwhile, in Hosu City, Lita was preparing for his internship but was also seeking revenge on the hero killer who had harmed his brother. He vowed to find Stain. In Izuku's perspective, he, 𝗓𝗏𝗏, and the 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏 sisters arrived at 𝗓𝗏𝗏's church. He noticed 2 kids watching them, particularly focused on him. As they entered the church, priests and nuns gathered, surprised to see 𝗓𝗏𝗏 with pro-heroes, especially Izuku, who was known for his significant power. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 introduced her parents, who were proud of her for completing God's work and bringing Izuku with her. Izuku, feeling annoyed, remarked on the situation, but 𝗵𝗃𝗲 scolded him for his manners. As they proceeded, Tornado explained their purpose for being there, and 𝗓𝗏𝗏's parents nodded, leading the group to her father's office while securing the church. Outside, a figure watched them with a smirk, planning to inform Green Diamond about the arrival of the vessel at the church. Inside, Izuku felt overwhelmed by the holy symbols around him, especially as 𝗓𝗏𝗏 clung to his arm. He tried to pull away, but she stubbornly held on until her mother instructed her to stop. Finally, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 prompted them to get down to business, and 𝗓𝗏𝗏's mother began to explain the origins of the Dark One, revealing that eons ago, before creation, there existed a darkness that 𝗓𝗏𝗏, the ultimate entity of evil, possessing godlike power that rivaled 20 gods combined. The Dark One was merely a title, his true name lost to history. God and his angels, along with other deities, united to confront this evil entity, but even their combined power proved insufficient, as 𝗓𝗏𝗏's father explained. One day, the gods devised a powerful prison seal capable of containing even the mightiest god. They used it against the Dark One, draining him of his powers until he was nothing more than a husk. Afterward, they decided to banish this dangerous foe to purgatory, ensuring he would never escape. However, centuries passed, and the prison seal that held the Dark One began to weaken. Fragments of him emerged, seeking out many people to serve him, and the cult of witches became his devoted followers, as 𝗓𝗏𝗏's mother stated. 𝗓𝗏𝗏's curiosity led her to ask about Izuku and why the cult needed him. Tornado interjected, expressing concern that they claimed he was the vessel of the Dark One. 𝗓𝗏𝗏's father admitted they did not know the full extent of the Dark One's interest in Izuku, But God had conveyed that the Dark One required Izuku's vast power, as he was meant to be a sacrifice. However, they had lost track of him when he was an infant. The prophecy foretold of a child who would endure pain and loneliness throughout his life, possessing many quirks and magic, destined to bring either creation or destruction. This was why they needed their holy daughter to persuade Izuku to come to them, so he could understand the looming threat. 𝗓𝗲's mother inquired how Izuku had come into possession of his pendant and powers, but the boy frowned, reluctant to share. He mentioned that a cloaked woman had given it to him when he was an infant, instructing him never to remove it while he endured his time at the orphanage. He recounted how the same cloaked woman appeared on his first day of school, warning him about the impending threat, leaving him confused. 𝗓𝗲's mother noted that they had tried to uncover Madame Green's true identity, but her base remained hidden from the world. They had searched everywhere without success, while her cult wreaked havoc on churches across America. Izuku, frustrated, declared that if the cult was after him, he would confront them head-on, vowing to defeat every last one of them. 𝗪𝗛𝗏 insisted he could not leave the church, as they still needed answers and he was in danger. 𝗓𝗲 added that the church was the safest place, protected by God, and that their daughter wanted to help him with her holy powers. Izuku scoffed at the idea of needing protection, recalling how he had been on his own for 15 years. He expressed his disdain for being labeled as 𝗓𝗲's future husband, as he already had a girlfriend. 𝗓𝗲's mother reminded him that the fate of the world was at stake and that 𝗓𝗲 could train him in combat, though they did not understand why she desired him as her husband. As tensions rose, a loud explosion interrupted their conversation. The group rushed outside to find the cult of witches, led by a figure in a green diamond mask, who grinned at Izuku. 𝗓𝗲's father demanded to know who they were and why they dared to attack the church. The masked figure introduced herself as Green Diamond, claiming they had come to retrieve Izuku. Izuku, ready for a fight, refused to go with them. 𝗪𝗏 and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 prepared to defend him, but 𝗵𝗃𝗲 warned the two students to stay back, as the masked woman was too dangerous. In a sudden turn, Green Diamond trapped 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and 𝗪𝗏 in a green diamond prison while surrounding Izuku and 𝗓𝗲 with her witches. Green Diamond sneered, stating that the pro-heroes could not escape her power until they secured their vessel. Izuku, undeterred, kicked back against her, while 𝗓𝗲 transformed into her holy angel form, taking down several witches. He instructed 𝗪𝗏 and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 to hold on, declaring he would handle Green Diamond while 𝗓𝗲 protected her family and the church. Green Diamond taunted Izuku, asserting that he was growing stronger but still not enough to defeat her. She boasted about her leader, Madame Green, and the power they would wield to eliminate all heroes and enslave the world. The witches chanted in support of the Dark One, which disgusted 𝗓𝗲, who declared that they must be purged for the glory of God, summoning her holy vines to attack. Meanwhile, two children observed the battle. A 15-year-old girl with long blonde hair expressed hope that Izuku could help them, while a 16-year-old boy with red hair and dragon-like quirk agreed, noting that they had nothing to lose. They were both homeless and forgotten by their families, but they believed Izuku could teach them to survive in a harsh world. They called out for Izuku's help. In another location, Tashinori was in a room with Detective 𝗪𝗏, discussing the Nomu that Shana had killed, along with the wolf monster from the USJ incident. The conversation hinted at revelations that would shake the world. Tashinori expressed his concern about the wolf creature summoned by the villain Charmcaster, noting that the Nomu was originally a human with a criminal record. However, they had no lead since Izuku's pet, Shana, had defeated the creature. The police and Tashinori discovered that the Nomu's DNA contained traces from at least 4 different humans mixed with its own. 𝗪𝗏 revealed that the Nomu was an artificial human made from multiple quirks, shocking All Might. All Might reacted with disbelief, unable to comprehend how the Nomu could possess multiple quirks. 𝗪𝗏 reminded him that Izuku also had many quirks and magic, the origins of which remained a mystery. The primary concern was the Nomu's DNA and its multiple quirks, which could not have been acquired without someone capable of granting quirks. They both knew who that person might be. All Might's expression shifted to one of rage as he recalled his final battle with that man. 𝗪𝗏 cautioned that they did not know if he was alive, but if the information was accurate, they needed to prepare for a confrontation. He advised All Might to speak with Izuku when he returned to school in a week, suspecting that Izuku was hiding something. All Might questioned what 𝗂𝗍𝗄𝐴 meant, fearing that the man might be related to Izuku. However, 𝗂𝗍𝗄𝐴 reassured him that medical tests had shown no connection, and Izuku was unaware of his parents' identities or origins. They were also aware that the cult of witches and the League of Villains would stop at nothing to capture him. Their spies had reported that the cult was planning something significant involving Izuku, which made it crucial to protect him. All Might acknowledged that Izuku had no longing to become a hero, but the government was intent on convincing him to be their weapon against that man. 𝗂𝗍𝗄𝐴 warned that if that man was indeed alive, their only option would be to train Izuku to become a hero to help the country. All Might expressed concern that if that man learned of their plans, he might persuade Izuku to join him and seize control of Japan. He reflected on how Izuku had lived a lonely life, managing to survive without help. Meanwhile, Izuku and 𝗓𝗏 were engaged in a fierce battle against the cult of witches led by Green Diamond. The two pro-heroes were trapped in a prison, unable to assist as they watched the 𝐒𝐻 students fight. Tornado expressed her frustration at being imprisoned while their interns fought valiantly. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 encouraged Izuku and 𝗓𝗏 to hold on, attempting to call for backup, but the communication was cut off by one of the witches. 𝗓𝗏 urged her parents to seek safety inside the church while she and Izuku handled the situation. As her parents complied, 𝗓𝗏 prepared to confront the wicked witches, determined to protect her family and prove her feelings for Izuku. Izuku faced Green Diamond, who was impressed by his growing strength. Green Diamond attempted to persuade Izuku to join the cult, summoning a giant dragon to intimidate him. In response, Izuku transformed into his dragon form and unleashed green flames, declaring his refusal to join their cause. He used chains to bind Green Diamond and summoned 𝗧𝗏, who appeared in her giant form, ready to fight. Green Diamond taunted 𝗧𝗏, but she growled defiantly. The two beasts prepared for battle as Izuku struggled against the chains binding him. Green Diamond attempted to remove a pendant from Izuku, but was met with a painful shock that freed him from his restraints. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku drew his sword, determined to end the confrontation and protect 𝗧𝗏, who was injured. He called out her name, ready to fight back against their enemies. Izuku shouted as Green Diamond prepared to strike him, but before she could, a gust of wind pushed her back against the wall of the church. 𝗓𝗏 and the others watched in shock as Green Diamond stumbled, injured, while a cloaked woman appeared before them. Izuku remained focused, trusting that 𝗧𝗏 would be all right. The cloaked woman assured him that she would be fine, but Green Diamond growled in shock and anger at the sight of her. The cloaked woman revealed that she had taken Izuku from them and had given him a pendant to prevent their kind from tracking him. She declared that she would not allow Green Diamond to claim him as her mate. Izuku, confused, wondered what they were talking about and if the woman knew something about his origins, though he tried to dismiss it. Green Diamond insisted that Izuku belonged to her as her husband and that she would not let anyone take him from her. However, she was called back by her leader, and with a glare, she reluctantly nodded. She declared that the game was over and that she would be leaving, but not before laughing ominously, hinting that Izuku would soon discover his true identity. With that, she vanished along with her cult members, leaving behind chaos and damage to the church, shocking 𝗓𝗏 and her parents. The prison that had held the 𝗧𝗏 sisters was now gone, freeing them. Tornado shouted in joy, but both sisters missed the action as they turned their attention to Izuku and 𝗓𝗏, who were with a mysterious figure. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 demanded to know who the cloaked woman was, but she vanished into the night, leaving only her voice echoing a warning to Izuku not to get too close to the truth, as the prophecy must not be fulfilled. 𝗓𝗏, concerned for her future husband, asked Izuku if he recognized the woman. He explained that she was the one who had given him the pendant and had left him at the orphanage, mentioning a dark figure. 𝗓𝗏 felt a surge of anger, unwilling to let anyone claim Izuku as theirs. She declared that she would not allow that witch to have him. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 suggested they needed to find more answers but noted it was getting late, so they would drive Izuku home. 𝗓𝗏, eager to spend the night with him, proposed that he stay at the church. Izuku, however, insisted he needed to take 𝗧𝗏 home to get her treated. He created a blue gate, picking up 𝗧𝗏, who had shrunk back to her normal size, unaware that 2 children had followed him through the gate. 𝐈𝐵 felt sadness wash over her but vowed not to give up on Izuku. As she headed home, Tornado and 𝗵𝘃𝗄 decided to leave for the night, planning to pick up Izuku and 𝗈𝐵 the next day for patrol in Hosu City. Tornado mentioned they needed to inform the other heroes about what they had learned regarding the cult's actions. 𝗵𝘃𝗄 agreed but expressed concern about Green Diamond, whose power felt familiar to them. They resolved to seek answers once they located the cult. Meanwhile, 𝗈𝐵's parents began to assess the damage caused by the mysterious woman. 𝗈𝐵's mother expressed her fears about the cult's intentions, urging them to stop them before it was too late. Her father agreed, pondering why the cult wanted to marry Izuku. 𝗈𝐵's mother suggested that true love could exist between Izuku and 𝗈𝐵, and she didn't mind if they shared him, given the stakes at hand. They decided to head to bed, unaware that someone was watching them from the shadows. Later that night, Izuku finished healing Shana, who had sustained many wounds from the green wolf beast. He joked about cutting back on pizza, but Shana barked loudly, pleading with him not to. He relented, telling her to get some rest while he dealt with some unexpected visitors. Leaving the room, Izuku discovered 2 kids hiding in the closet. He caught them red-handed and glared at them, demanding to know who they were and why they were in his house. The 2 trembled in fear, begging him not to call the police. The blonde girl with pink eyes tearfully explained that they had nowhere to go and needed his help to survive in a harsh world. The boy, kneeling before Izuku, echoed her plea, admitting they had broken in but were desperate for assistance. Izuku's glare softened as he recognized the pain and suffering in their eyes. He asked why they needed his help and how they ended up homeless. The girl revealed that her mother and sister had kicked her out due to her mutation quirk, which resembled a bird. The boy shared his story of being disowned by his wealthy family for having a mutation dragon quirk, while his siblings had elemental quirks. Izuku listened intently, understanding the struggles they faced. He acknowledged their quirk abilities but questioned why they had come to him for help. Izuku learned about the 2 kids during the sports festival. They were boys who didn't aspire to be heroes, and they felt a connection to him. The girl revealed that they had met him before, although he hadn't recognized them at the time when he was working at the soup kitchen. As Izuku recalled 3 years ago, he remembered dumping trash behind the soup kitchen when he spotted 2 hungry children shivering from the cold. He had wanted to ignore them, but his conscience wouldn't allow it. Instead, he returned to the kitchen, prepared a hot meal, and gathered warm clothes. He brought the confused children inside, where he offered them the food and clothing. They expressed their gratitude, and he left, unaware that they wished to thank their hero. Now, recognizing them, Izuku acknowledged that they were the same kids he had helped. They confirmed that he had saved them from hunger and despair, calling him their hero. Izuku humbly responded that he was not a hero. He had simply done what was right. He decided to let them stay for the night and promised to help them, but he warned them that they needed to learn to survive in this harsh world. He would be strict with their training. They both affirmed their understanding of survival. The girl, 𝗈𝐼, spoke about the survival of the fittest, while the boy, 𝗧𝗃𝗃, echoed her sentiments. Izuku then asked for their names, and they introduced themselves. He declared them his students and explained that he would train them not only in their quirks but also in physical combat. He emphasized the importance of adapting their fighting skills to survive. Izuku warned them that nothing in life comes for free and that they must do whatever it takes to survive. He reminded them that the world could be cruel and uncaring, and they had already experienced the struggle for survival. He reassured them that their lives were theirs to shape. They could choose to become heroes or villains, and it was ultimately their strength that mattered. 𝗈𝐼 and 𝗧𝗃𝗃 understood the weight of his words. They had been cast aside by their families and knew that only the strong could thrive in this world. As night fell, Izuku informed them that he would begin their training early the next day, as his internship wouldn't start until later in the afternoon. They agreed to be ready. Meanwhile, 𝗈𝐵 was returning to her room after repairing the damage caused by the witches. She thought about Izuku and how she wanted to visit his home, envisioning a perfect life together with their future family. She drifted off to sleep, dreaming of happiness with him and their children. The next day at 4 a.m., Izuku was outside with 𝗈𝐼 and 𝗧𝗃𝗃, who were dressed in training clothes. He announced that their training would be intense but fun for him. The two felt a mix of fear and determination as they prepared to begin. Shauna was still resting, needing more time to heal from her injuries after her recent match. The morning and afternoon passed as 𝗵𝗲 and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 pushed their bodies to the limit under Izuku's rigorous training. They endured pain and hardship but refused to give up. They learned essential skills such as cooking, cleaning, and managing money, whether through saving or other means. They also focused on controlling and enhancing their quirks. 𝗵𝗲 stred her bird quirk, allowing her to transform into any type of bird at will, thanks to Izuku's enhancements. She had a deep love for birds, both real and fantastical, and now felt unstoppable. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 developed his dragon-based quirk, growing stronger through sparring matches with Izuku. He unlocked a hybrid form and gained the ability to shoot red flames, enhancing his claws and tail. After a break from training, the three spent time getting to know each other. Izuku was surprised to learn that 𝗵𝗲 and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had witnessed his performance at the sports festival, where he had excelled. They laughed about his comments during the event, and he explained that it was his way of getting back at those who had chosen him to speak. They also expressed concern over the treatment of a girl he liked, criticizing Bakugo for his arrogance. Curious about their education, Izuku asked if they attended school. Their expressions darkened as they revealed that they had been expelled from the same school due to bullying and neglect. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 shared that his family had significant connections to the school board, allowing them to expel students they disliked, regardless of their academic performance. Izuku felt a surge of anger as he recalled his own struggles at school. But what about any other school or online school? Izuku continued to ask. 𝗵𝗲 expressed that no school would ever want them. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 added that online schools would be over before they could even apply. They felt they had nothing left, their future seemed bleak, and they believed that those responsible had ruined their lives. Izuku then inquired about their plans now that their training was almost complete and they were ready to face the harsh world. They exchanged glances, and 𝗵𝗲 declared that they would learn on their own. They needed to split up, but first, they would return to their families and take everything valuable from them. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 suggested that they needed to leave the city and stay hidden or even leave the country, as their lives were now theirs to choose. Izuku advised them to take care of themselves and remember his teachings. In this life, nothing is free, and one must do anything to survive, even if it meant taking drastic measures. As their break came to an end, 𝗵𝗲 and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 prepared to leave. They bowed and thanked Izuku for everything, promising to return stronger one day. 𝗵𝗲 expressed her gratitude, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 vowed they would never forget his lessons. Izuku assured them it was no problem as he watched them fly off in different directions. He hoped they could take care of themselves, but it was almost time for his internship, and he questioned why he even bothered to attend. Izuku arrived at the church, where he saw 𝗓𝗲 and the 𝗧𝗏𝗏 sisters, 𝗧𝗏𝗏 and 𝗵𝗃𝗲. 𝗓𝗏 attempted to hug him, but he moved swiftly, causing her to stumble. He reminded her that he had a girlfriend, but 𝗓𝗏 simply smiled and teased him, saying she didn't mind sharing as long as the girl devoted herself to God and attended church every Sunday. Izuku felt annoyed by her obsession. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 interjected, stating that the cult of witches had caused significant trouble at the church, and she and 𝗧𝗏𝗏 had failed to stop them while trying to protect everyone. She sensed a glare from her sister. 𝗓𝗏 then asked about their next plan regarding the cult and their commander, Green Diamond, expressing her longing to send her to justice for what she had done. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 replied that until the cult made their next move, they would be heading to Hosu City to assist with patrol alongside other heroes. Izuku frowned and walked away, prompting the three green-haired girls to notice his departure. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 asked where he was going, and he bluntly stated he was going home. He had no intention of joining the hero patrol, as he had only come to the internship for information about the cult and their leader. He reiterated that he did not want to be a hero and was leaving. 𝗓𝗏 pleaded with him to help the people, reminding him that the cult and the League of Villains were still out there. She insisted that he was a target and that they could not let the world fall into darkness. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 chimed in, urging him to understand that he couldn't do everything alone and reminded him that his words at the sports festival had been rude and insulting. Izuku glared at her, feeling angered by the comparison to someone he didn't care about. Despite their attempts to stop him, Izuku was already gone, leaving Tornado annoyed but reflecting on her words. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 decided to speak with Izuku while her sister and 𝐈𝐵 headed to Hosu City. She was determined to catch up with him, but her thoughts lingered on her former sister, 𝗏𝗏. Meanwhile, Izuku remained at the park, still upset and angry about the events that had transpired. He pondered who 𝗏𝗏 was, as his classmates' parents and the green-haired sisters seemed to have a strong dislike for her. He searched for the name online but found nothing. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 approached him, noting that he wouldn't find anything about that name on the web. Izuku expressed his disinterest in joining the hero quest, but 𝗵𝗃𝗲 insisted that he needed to understand that there were people who truly cared for him, like Ochako and 𝐈𝐵. Curious, Izuku asked 𝗵𝗃𝗲 about 𝗏𝗏 and why so many people seemed to hate her. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 frowned, realizing that to explain everything she would need his trust. She agreed to tell him about 𝗏𝗏 but only if he would come to Hosu City. She warned him that her sister Tornado would be upset if she revealed too much, but she explained that not just they, but every pro-hero and even you. Teachers despised her, except for Bakugo's mother, who seemed to have a different perspective. Seeing the seriousness in 𝗵𝗃𝗲's expression, Izuku agreed to go to Hosu City and help out, although he had a feeling one of his classmates might do something reckless. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 was pleased to hear this and suggested they get going to catch up with the others. In Hosu City, one of Izuku's classmates, Tenya Lida, was on patrol in his hero suit with a pro-hero named Manuel. He was determined to find the one responsible for crippling his brother, Tensei Lida, and he wouldn't rest until he got his revenge on the hero killer, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Lida was on a path to vengeance, focused solely on achieving justice. Meanwhile, in a hideout, Kurogirl, Shigaraki, and Charmcaster were trying to persuade the hero killer to join their cause, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲 remained skeptical. He was aware of the League of Villains and the Cult of Witches. While he had no fear of the League, the cult was a different matter. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 sneered, questioning the purpose of their group and why they wanted him to join the League while aiding the cult. In response, Charmcaster sent him flying against the wall for insulting her group. She hissed at him to watch his mouth, and though 𝗧𝗵𝗲 struggled to move, he was held back until Tamura instructed Charmcaster to release him. She glared at 𝗧𝗵𝗲 but complied, allowing him to regain his footing, albeit painfully. Tamura explained that the League of Villains aimed to take down All Might and destroy everything that held no value to them, while also assisting the Cult of Witches in finding the orphan boy with the cross pendant. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was taken aback by this revelation, realizing he had heard information about the pendant before. Tamura continued, stating that the Cult of Witches had one goal: to find the vessel known as Izuku and bring him back to their home so that the Dark One could rise again. They intended to bring about an era of darkness, with their leader, Madame Green, guiding them to glory while the heroes would be enslaved and the villains granted unlimited power. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 glared at them, dismissing Tamura's ambitions as childish and lacking the bloodshed he deemed necessary. He could not allow their plans to continue if the world was to survive and true heroes were to emerge. He faced a choice: either take down the Cult of Witches or find the vessel, for which he had a picture of Izuku with the cross pendant. He declared that he would never join their worthless group and would not allow the witches to act as they pleased, as there were still true heroes in society. He charged at Tamura and Charmcaster, but suddenly, a dark voice commanded him to stop. He felt an overwhelming sinister power and turned to see two monitors displaying audio feeds, while Charmcaster and Shigaraki grinned. Tamura knelt, acknowledging their emissary, while Charmcaster also bowed, expressing her willingness to serve. The voice coldly instructed them to persuade 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to join their cause, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲 refused, asserting that he would not be an obstacle in their plans. The voice suggested that Madame Green and Charmcaster would handle 𝗧𝗵𝗲 personally, and Kurogiri was instructed to take 𝗧𝗵𝗲 out of the base, leaving Tamura and Charmcaster alone with their leader's presence. Charmcaster received reports that Green Diamond had confronted the vessel, Izuku, and was ordered to retreat. However, they also learned of a cloaked woman who had stolen their project, spotted at the Holy Church. Madame Green commanded Charmcaster to observe Izuku's progress without engaging him, as the Telekinesis Sisters and the God-Chosen One were with him. Charmcaster agreed and left as the presence of Madame Green and Tamura faded. Izuku and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 arrived in Hosu City, where they met up with Tornado and 𝗓𝗏. Izuku was reluctant but felt compelled to learn more about 𝐭 and the reasons behind the animosity toward her. He sensed that something significant was about to unfold. Tornado was astonished by her sister's actions and demanded to know how she had managed it. Fubuki explained everything, which only fueled Tatsumaki's anger. Tornado expressed her frustration, reminding her sister that they had agreed not to discuss 𝐭 again. Fubuki countered, pointing out that many of Izuku's friends were aware of the events from the PDA meeting, and it wouldn't be long before he discovered 𝐭's identity. She noted that both Izuku and 𝐭 shared the same telekinesis quirk and mentioned receiving a call from 𝗷𝗵𝗏, who wanted to speak to Izuku about his multiple quirks. Tornado questioned why 𝗷𝗵𝗏 would want to speak to Izuku, realizing that besides him, there was only one other person with many quirks. Both girls thought of all for one with anger. Meanwhile, 𝗓𝗏 was delighted that Izuku had come and clung to him, playfully suggesting they kiss. Izuku quickly moved away, insisting that he had a girlfriend. 𝗓𝗏, however, was determined not to let him go. Meanwhile, Ochako felt a sense of happiness as her family had managed to pay off many past bills and cover their treatment, thanks to her secret job. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that the holy girl was trying to kiss her Izuku. She vowed to protect him, thinking that if 𝗓𝗏 tried anything, she would send her away. Receiving a text, she frowned but knew she had to respond. She prepared to head out for her first day at the gunhead internship. Bakugo regretted being at Best Jeanist Hero office, where the pro hero was helping him understand what it truly meant to be a hero, even giving him a new hairstyle he disliked. He wanted to leave but felt the pressure of Izuku's growing strength. He couldn't allow an orphan to surpass him again after losing at the sports festival. Meanwhile, Kirishima and Tetsu were at Fourth Kind's office, where he wanted their quirks to assist with manly tasks. Fourth Kind also wanted Izuku to be present, but the boy had refused to be a hero, as the telekinesis sisters had taken him first. Ochako arrived at Gunhead's hero agency, listening to his explanation about the office's functions and how he earned income. He also planned to teach her martial arts and combat skills, noting that her well-built physique would make training easier. Momo and Kendo chose to work at the snake hero 𝗬𝗏𝗻𝗲's agency to gain experience. 𝗬𝗏𝗻𝗲 informed them about her hero office and how to gain popularity through commercials while encouraging them to get to know each other. Kendo felt frustrated as she wanted to gain hero experience instead of participating in a silly advertisement, while Momo remained optimistic about the internship, prompting Kendo to comment on Momo's upbeat attitude. That night, Izuku was relieved that his patrol was over, but he couldn't shake off the feeling of 𝗓𝗏𝗏 getting too close to him. He was also dealing with numerous inquiries about the sports festival and his refusal to become a hero. Just as he felt overwhelmed, the Telex sisters intervened, preventing the situation from escalating. Finally, Izuku declared that the day was over and headed home to check on Shana. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 called out to him, asking if she could come over, but he had already left, leaving her feeling dejected. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 thought about her future husband and how she wished to confess her feelings to him. She prayed for divine guidance to help them navigate the challenges of the world, expressing that she wouldn't mind sharing him with Ochako, but she just wanted to support him. When Izuku returned home, he found Shana still asleep, her wounds healing but not yet fully mended. He gently petted his three-headed dog and went to the living room to check his phone. He considered calling Ochako but decided against it since it was late and she might be busy. Instead, he went upstairs to get some rest. Meanwhile, Ochako watched her parents, relieved that they no longer had to worry about bills since she had been secretly working to pay off their rent and expenses. However, she knew it wouldn't be long before they discovered her secret. In her room, she looked at her phone, wanting to call Izuku but hesitating, fearing that if he or anyone else found out about her arrangement, her family would be in trouble. She quietly apologized to everyone before drifting off to sleep. On the third day, at 5 p.m., Izuku was exhausted from hero work and needed a break from 𝗓𝗏𝗏's constant clinginess and the demands of the pro-heroes. He decided to sneak out for a while. Meanwhile, Tenya was preparing to confront Stain, having gathered enough information about his attack patterns. Lita was patrolling with Manuel, expressing his longing to chase after Stain, but Manuel reminded him that vengeance was not the hero's way and that there was always another solution. 𝗧𝗏 understood but still felt the anger and hatred within him, wishing to confront 𝗧𝗏. On a rooftop, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗫𝗁 were ready to unleash numerous 𝗵𝗲 and wolf beasts into the city. Portals from various areas opened, releasing all types of creatures that wreaked havoc and destruction in their wake. Pro-heroes received alerts that Hosu City was under attack and prepared to engage in battle. Izuku observed the chaos, realizing that the cult of witches and the League of Villains were behind it. He knew he had to protect the people, transforming into his green dragon form and creating multiple Izuku clones to combat the 𝗵𝗲 and wolf beasts while ensuring the safety of civilians. Tornado, 𝗵𝗃𝗲, and 𝗓𝗲𝗄 noticed the massive creatures attacking the city but were concerned when they realized Izuku was not with them. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 expressed her frustration about Izuku's absence, while 𝗓𝗲𝗄 insisted on finding him, knowing he was powerful but also aware of the danger posed by the League of Villains and the cult of witches. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 encouraged her to go quickly while they and the other pro-heroes managed the chaos. As 𝗓𝗲𝗄 took to the skies in her angel form, she spotted numerous Izuku clones battling the 𝗵𝗲 and wolf beasts. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 urged her to find the real Izuku, and 𝗓𝗲𝗄 nodded, determined to locate him. In the hero office in Hosu City, Manuel and the other pro-heroes were alerted to the ongoing chaos and the presence of the same 𝗵𝗲 and wolf beasts from the USJ incident. 𝗧𝗏 felt compelled to help but, without thinking, left to confront the hero killer 𝗧𝗏. Meanwhile, Endeavor and his son Shoto prepared to face the threat, with Shoto receiving a text from Izuku that prompted him to go find 𝗧𝗏 before he got into trouble. In an alleyway, 𝗧𝗏 observed the chaos and destruction, recognizing the presence of Izuku, the boy with the green dragon and cross pendant. 𝗧𝗏 understood that if the cult of witches captured Izuku, it could spell disaster for humanity. He resolved to confront the boy before the cult could reach him. As he prepared to deal with a wounded pro-hero, he felt the urgency to act. Meanwhile, the real Izuku was engaged in battle, taking down numerous 𝗵𝗲 and wolf beasts in his hybrid form while summoning Thor, the god of thunder, to aid him against the monstrous threats. 𝗓𝗲𝗄 called out to Izuku, catching his attention, but he was too focused on the battle to respond. 𝗓𝗲𝗄 expressed her concern about his absence, but sensing danger approaching, she quickly engaged the three-winged 𝗵𝗲 with her holy vines, striking them down as she flew through the air, determined to protect him. Izuku was impressed by her strength but sensed a dangerous aura approaching, along with 𝗧𝗏𝗏's presence. Izuku felt a surge of determination as he dashed out, with 𝗓𝗲𝗄 quickly following behind him. 𝗧𝗏 was locked in combat with Native, having immobilized him and poised to deliver a final blow. However, he sensed an incoming attack and swiftly used his knife to slice off the helmet of the newcomer, revealing Tenya 𝗧𝗏, who glared fiercely at the infamous hero killer. With a voice filled with anger, Tenya declared that he was there to take 𝗧𝗏 down for what he had done to his brother. 𝗧𝗏, unfazed, noted that 𝗧𝗏 was merely a child playing hero. He warned 𝗧𝗏 to leave as he had important work to do, specifically, to eliminate this fake hero and find the boy with the cross pendant. This revelation shocked 𝗧𝗏, realizing that 𝗧𝗏 was after his classmate, Izuku. Tenya demanded to know why 𝗧𝗏 was after Izuku, asserting that he would end 𝗧𝗏's life for good. He rushed forward to attack, but 𝗧𝗏 deftly dodged, countering with powerful kicks and punches that sent 𝗧𝗏 crashing down. 𝗧𝗏 then stabbed 𝗧𝗏 in the shoulder, inflicting a serious injury. 𝗧𝗏 taunted 𝗧𝗏, noting the vengeance in his eyes and questioning whether he truly believed he was a hero. He insisted that the boy he sought could not be allowed to live, claiming that he must purge the world of him. 𝗧𝗏, filled with rage, refused to divulge any information, vowing to make 𝗧𝗏 pay for crippling his brother, Tensei. As 𝗧𝗏 struggled, 𝗧𝗏 pulled his blade from 𝗧𝗏's shoulder and tasted his BLD, activating his quirk. 𝗧𝗏 found himself immobilized, unable to move, and he growled in frustration. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, 𝗏𝗵𝗲 observed the scene, ready to follow her leader's orders and use her powers to control 𝗧𝗏. 𝗧𝗏, confused and trapped, looked up to see 𝗏𝗵𝗲 alongside Shigaraki and Kurogirl, which made him scowl. He shouted in frustration, demanding to be released. 𝗏𝗵𝗲 responded, asserting her mission to control him and his powers, and 𝗧𝗏 retorted defiantly that he would find the boy and kill him to thwart their plans. 𝗧𝗏 realized the true danger Izuku was in and knew he had to stop 𝗧𝗏. Charmcaster commanded 𝗧𝗏 to eliminate 𝗧𝗏 and native, but 𝗧𝗏 struggled against her control, preparing to strike 𝗧𝗏. Suddenly, a blast of flames surged toward him, while ice blocked his path. The group turned to see Shoto Todoroki, Endeavor's son, glaring at them. Shoto declared that he would not allow 𝗧𝗏 to harm his classmate or anyone else. He sent another wave of fire towards 𝗧𝗏 while rushing to 𝗧𝗏's side. Concerned, Shoto asked 𝗧𝗏 if he was okay, but 𝗧𝗏, filled with determination, insisted that he needed to fight 𝗧𝗏 alone to make him pay. Shoto cautioned 𝗧𝗏 not to be reckless, reminding him that he couldn't become a hero through vengeance. Just then, 𝗧𝗏 charged at Shoto, attempting to cut him, but Shoto anticipated the move and countered with more ice attacks, forcing 𝗧𝗏 to retreat. Charmcaster, frustrated by the situation, noticed that 𝗧𝗏 and native were vulnerable. She descended toward 𝗧𝗏, but Shoto tried to intervene. 𝗧𝗏, however, kicked Shoto hard against the wall, leaving him momentarily stunned. Charmcaster then summoned a bolt of lightning, aiming to strike 𝗧𝗏 down, resulting in a massive explosion. As the smoke cleared, 𝗧𝗏's body lay still, and Shoto's heart sank in despair. 𝗧𝗏 seized the opportunity to catch Shoto off guard, cutting his cheek and tasting his BLD, activating his quirk once more. Shoto fell to the ground, immobilized and shedding angry tears for his fallen friend. Meanwhile, native felt his body regain movement and attempted to rush to 𝗧𝗏's aid, but a deafening roar echoed through the area. Izuku and 𝗓𝗏 arrived, glaring at the villains. Izuku's presence brought a glimmer of hope to Shoto, who exclaimed his relief at seeing him. 𝗧𝗏, however, prepared to attack Izuku, but 𝗓𝗏 summoned her holy vines to restrain him. Charmcaster, undeterred, called out to Izuku, urging him to return home and prepare for the arrival of the Dark One. But Izuku countered with a gust of wind magic that sent her flying back. He then turned to native, commanding him to find the others immediately. Native hesitated, but Izuku snapped his fingers, sending the pro-hero away to the nearest hero office. 𝗧𝗏 confronted Izuku, declaring that for the sake of the world he must die. He threw a knife, cutting Izuku's cheek, and rushed to taste the BLD. But then, a scream pierced the air, echoing the chaos that surrounded them. Izuku felt a surge of heat in his mouth as the entire group stood in shock, particularly Izuku. 𝗧𝗏 shouted about the danger of Izuku's BLD, likening it to a mix of poison and fire. He attempted to escape, but Izuku summoned chains to bind him while instructing 𝗓𝗏 to create a holy cage to trap the hero killer. 𝗧𝗏 struggled to break free, but his quirk was ineffective. Meanwhile, Shoto was able to move again, and Charmcaster, wanting to reach Izuku, received a message from Madame Green instructing her to return. Izuku glanced at Charmcaster and noticed Tamura Shigaraki and Kurojirai on the roof, ready to intervene. Just then, a bright light blinded Izuku, 𝗓𝗏, and Shoto, allowing the three villains to escape. Frustrated, Shoto expressed his anger and looked at 𝗧𝗏's lifeless body as the pro-heroes arrived, witnessing the hero killer trapped in a cage alongside the body of a fallen student. Fubuki asked Izuku and 𝗓𝗏 what had happened, and they explained the events leading to 𝗧𝗏's capture. Manuel lamented 𝗧𝗏's reckless actions, calling him a fool. Although the hero killer had been caught, Tornadoes mentioned the need to inform Ingenium and his mother about their son and brother's death. Izuku approached 𝗧𝗏's body and used his revival magic to bring him back to life, restoring his hero suit in the process. 𝗧𝗏 awoke, confused about what had happened and whether Izuku had truly revived him. Izuku nodded and began to leave but stopped when he saw 𝗧𝗏 breaking free from 𝗓𝗏's cage, shocking her. 𝗧𝗏 attempted to attack Izuku but was met with a powerful punch that caused him to cough. The pro-heroes prepared for a fight. 𝗧𝗏 declared that they were making a mistake, insisting that the world needed to be purged, and that only one hero was worthy of taking him down, All Might. The immense killer intent emanating from 𝗧𝗏 affected everyone except Izuku. 𝗧𝗏 then revealed that he had information about the true leader of the League of Villains, a figure known as All for One, and that he and Madame Green were working together, posing a threat to both the League of Villains and the Cult of Witches. Stain fell unconscious after delivering this information. Izuku and 𝐈𝐵 were not overly concerned but knew they had to address the situation. After the chaos, Hosu City was safe with the hero killer arrested and contained. Izuku needed to consult the Telex sisters and All Might about All for One, as well as inquire about Inko. He left Hosu City and headed home, while 𝐈𝐵 prepared to inform her family about the events that had transpired. Unbeknownst to them, Green Diamond was watching and recording everything, planning to share it with the media, which would attract more villains to the League of Villains and bring 3 new witches into the cult. In the prison where Stain was held, he shouted in desperation, trying to find a way out. He sensed an impending danger and called out for release, claiming the world was in peril. Suddenly, he found himself in a void of darkness, where he saw 2 figures and a powerful, dangerous entity behind them, its eyes glowing red. One figure was a man in a suit with a black mask, and the other was a woman in an emerald green mask, exuding a menacing aura. She was Madame Green, the leader of the Cult of Witches. A dark, sinister voice addressed Stain, instilling fear in him. The man warned Stain that he could not escape his fate and that those who obstructed their MSTR would be punished. Stain attempted to flee, but Madame Green used her power to inflict excruciating pain, crushing his internal organs. She cackled, declaring him a threat to both the cult and the League, and that he would be sacrificed to the Dark One. Stain felt his soul being drawn from his body, realizing that the Dark One was absorbing his essence and power. In desperation, he shouted in anguish, knowing this was the end for him. His soul and Quirk would now belong to the Dark One, along with other villains and innocent people. The 2 figures knelt before their MSTR, pledging their loyalty. Madame Green requested patience, as Izuku was approaching, while the Dark One expressed a longing to eliminate the God-chosen one who was influencing Izuku toward the light. The next day, at the hospital where Lita and Shoto were being treated, 𝐈𝐵 and Izuku arrived with Manuel and the Telex sisters. They were met by the chief, who had a dog head. He informed them that they needed to discuss the injuries inflicted by the hero killer. He explained that while they had acted to stop Stain, using their quirks without permission was against the law, and the police were concerned about quirks being used as weapons. The chief then revealed the shocking news that Stain was dead, leaving the 4 students, especially Lita, in disbelief. 𝐈𝐵 questioned how this was possible, and Izuku speculated that the Cult of Witches was responsible. The chief confirmed that they had somehow infiltrated the prison and killed Stain without leaving any wounds, only injuries. Fubuki urged Izuku to bring Stain back to life, shocking everyone with the request. "Have you lost your mind?" he shouted. He was right, Stain was gone, killed by the cult. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. How could they even consider bringing back that killer? Lita expressed her disbelief. "The Lord would not approve of this, nor would I," 𝐈𝐵 added with a frown. They all understood this was insane, but since Izuku had the power to revive the dead, they needed Stain to ask some questions, Tornado insisted. The cult was becoming more active, and now both Izuku and 𝐈𝐵 were targets, Fubuki pointed out. That didn't matter, Izuku replied, as he knew they had Stain's body with them, but he sensed something was missing inside it. Confused, Shoto asked what Izuku meant by something missing, but 𝐈𝐵 had noticed it too. The chief called for his police guards, and 2 people arrived carrying Stain's lifeless body. The students were shocked to see the mark on his chest. Izuku attempted his revival magic, but to everyone's astonishment, Stain's body remained lifeless. Just as he had suspected, Izuku stated that Stain's soul and Quirk were gone, leaving the others stunned. Lita expressed disbelief that his Quirk was gone, while Shoto added in shock that this meant his soul was also lost. 𝐈𝐵 confirmed that she sensed something dark and evil within Stain's body. It must be the work of the cult or their emissary, the Dark One. Everyone feared that Izuku couldn't revive Stain. Without his soul, this body was merely an empty shell, 𝐈𝐵 explained. Izuku clarified that his revival magic could only bring back individuals if he could find their soul in heaven or hell, but Stain's soul was nowhere to be found. Moreover, he could only revive a person 2 times, and he didn't know why, but tampering with life and death was a serious matter. He warned Lita not to act recklessly like she had before and insisted that they needed to inform Frog Girl and their hobo teacher as well. 𝐈𝐵 agreed, stating that the Lord and other gods disapproved of humans interfering with the natural order, which made Izuku frown. In any case, there was still the issue of what had happened. Manuel, Endeavor, and the Telex sisters would have to have their pro-hero licenses revoked since they were responsible for their students' internships, Kenji noted. Serious matters were at hand, as the cult of witches and the League of Villains were becoming bolder, killing many people. Yet all they seemed to care about was some trivial law. This was why he refused to be a hero, but he would do as they liked. He was heading back home. Izuku advised 𝗓𝗏 to return home as well, since the cult was now after her, and she needed to be careful. 𝗓𝗏 smiled, appreciating that Izuku cared for her, and rushed to hug him, though he was still annoyed by the gesture. He shouted for her to get off, reminding her that he had a girlfriend, and then dashed off while 𝗓𝗏 left as well. Manuel asked Tenya if he was heading back home, and Tenya nodded. He admitted he had made a big mistake that cost him his life and brought shame to his family, bowing in apology to Lita, who had already forgiven him. He planned to return to his internship, wanting to see the face of the one who felt regret for not stopping Stain. 2 days later, news about Stain's backstory, the attack in Hosu City, and the death of the hero killer had spread. Before his death, Stain had been defeated by 4 students, primarily Izuku, who had been Stain's target. It was reported that the cult of witches had killed Stain in prison, and they had proof of their mark symbol. Many people were frightened and scared of the cult's increasing activity, but others were upset that Izuku's power to revive the dead had limits. What angered them most was that those who had lost loved ones to the cult could not bring them back. Izuku reported every villain and ordinary person with the mark of the witch symbol, informing them that their souls were gone along with their quirks. As their hero internship was nearing its end, Izuku didn't care about the chaos, but now he and 𝗓𝗏 were being targeted. The church would help protect their chosen child, having upgraded their home after the cult's attack. However, Izuku felt he didn't need anyone's help, as he might be leaving Japan for now. In the dark alleys, many villains who had heard Stain's speech were rising and heading to join the League of Villains. Tamura crumpled a newspaper in frustration, noting that his name was absent while the cult gained more fame. Charmcaster smirked, proud of her cult sisters for their achievements, but she knew that soon the vessel would return. There was also news about the mastermind, 𝗓𝗏. All Might was furious that the man he thought was defeated was still alive and causing trouble. He needed to speak to Izuku about the history of All for One and One for All. Gran Torino also wanted to see Izuku, having finished training Nitai's student, Mirio Tojita, who had mastered 80% of One for All. This would be the darkest day in Japan. At home, a cloaked woman watched Izuku sleep while Shana frowned. This had gone on long enough. They had to leave Japan. As much as she hated to say it, the church girl must come with them since the cult was now after her as well, Shana concluded. The cloaked woman agreed, stating that they might soon come to attack, and she would not let anything happen to her grandchild, Izuku. With that, she vanished, leaving Shana to contemplate telling her 𝗵𝗲 why she had come to Earth. Shana resolved to tell her 𝗵𝗲 the truth about who she really was and why she had come to Earth. Lita asked, making everyone wonder. Izawa informed them that they were going to the Toboka Municipal Beach, which was reserved for Class 1A until the day was over. Some students frowned at the mention of the beach. Mineta pointed out that the place had trash everywhere. Ciro corrected him, explaining that 10 months ago, someone had cleaned out all the trash and rubble, making the beach pristine. It had been all over YouTube. Izawa added that Izuku was the only person who cleaned the beach in just 2 weeks. Many had wanted to help him, but he had refused and done it himself. Everyone turned to look at Izuku, who felt annoyed by the attention, while Ochako smiled with joy at her boyfriend's newfound fame. Izuku expressed that he had only done it for training and pointed out that the beach had become dirty because of careless people who didn't care about recycling and a group of villains who wanted to ruin it. He insisted that the mayor and the heroes needed to deal with those foolish villains. Mina then asked when their field trip would start, and Izawa replied that it would be in 1 week, as he had received parental permission. He then asked Izuku if he wanted to come. Although Izuku wanted to refuse, he noticed Ochako giving him pleading eyes and sighed, agreeing to go, thinking it might be fun to surf. Bakugo mocked Izuku, doubting that he, an orphan, knew how to surf. Izuku shot back with a smirk, reminding Bakugo not to talk back to his superiors, which only fueled Bakugo's anger. As Bakugo jumped up to confront Izuku, Aizawa shot them both a fierce glare, commanding them to stop fighting in class. They both nodded, quieting down but still glaring at each other. Aizawa informed the class that the bus would come in 1 week and that they needed to be prepared, with him and Midnight supervising the trip. He warned them not to cause any trouble, directing a pointed look at Izuku and Bakugo. As the day ended, Izuku was on his way home when Ochako called out to him. She asked if he would like to join the rest of Class 1A at the mall, as they were buying swimsuits and other items for the trip. The girls needed his help to keep an eye on Mineta, who might try to make them uncomfortable. Mineta, overhearing this, felt upset but planned to sneak away to peek at the girls. Izuku hesitated but decided to go, stating that if Mineta tried anything he would make sure he regretted it. This made the girls happy. Meanwhile, in Class 1B, an upset Ibra was frustrated to hear about Class 1A's beach trip. She couldn't let that sinful girl try to corrupt Izuku, especially since her class had detention due to Monoma's actions. She wished to send him away for good, shouting in despair about her situation while Kendo scolded Monoma for getting the whole class in trouble. At the mall, Class 1A explored various stores for their trip. The boys were getting new gear, while someone needed to keep an eye on Mineta to prevent him from escaping. Izuku volunteered, summoning Shana, who gladly agreed to watch over Mineta, having heard about his behavior. The girls were busy choosing bikinis, hoping to impress the boys. Ochako and Momo wanted to see the shocked expressions on their boyfriends' faces, but Momo struggled to find the right size due to her chest size. Mina called out, showing off a pink and black bikini she had found. The other girls were shocked and wanted to know where she got it. Mina explained that she had found it in the back and that it was free. The girls rushed to the back to grab their own bikinis and bras. Ochako was excited, hoping to impress Izuku, while Momo wished Todoroki would like her choice. After they finished shopping and selecting beach supplies, they headed to meet the boys. Izuku and the guys were done, and they saw Mineta still tied up, with Shana growling at him. Lita asked if the girls were finished, and they nodded in agreement. Momo suggested they leave and get ready for the trip. As they departed, Izuku brought 10 boxes of pizza and instructed Shana to head home for her lunch. Shana barked in excitement, wagging her tail, and left through a warp gate with the pizza. Koda expressed concern about whether Izuku was feeding Shana too much pizza. Izuku shrugged, explaining that he didn't know why Shana loved pizza, but she was different from normal dogs. She was a fighter and an obedient pet. Shoto then asked where Izuku had found a 3-headed dog. He asked as Izuku recounted how he found her in the alley, injured and sick, until he healed her and adopted her as his pet. Izuku then suggested they should leave as the group headed out. Meanwhile, Class 1B was out of detention, and Ibra wished she were in Izuku's class. She would have gladly traded places with any Class 1A student, but she had to accept her situation while silently wishing for Monoma to face consequences for his actions. After a week, it was time for the trip. Class 1A boarded the bus, their belongings secured in the back. Izuku wanted to bring Shana with him since she was often alone in his large home, but he had to leave her behind. Midnight reminded everyone to behave themselves, expressing her excitement for the trip. It was unfortunate that Vlad, Present Mike, and All Mike couldn't join them due to hero training, she added, while Aizawa slept in his yellow bag. As the bus drove off, Ochako noticed Ibra glaring at them, which made her smirk and playfully gesture at her before laughing as Ibra shouted in frustration until the bus was out of sight. Monoma attempted to calm Ibra down, but he felt her intense glare and quickly dashed away in fear. The group arrived at Takoba Beach, where they were greeted by a statue of Izuku with the words, "A true hero who cleaned up the beach." Izuku glared at the statue, cursing the person who thought it was a good idea. His classmates laughed, enjoying the moment, except for Bakugo, who remained indifferent. Izuku guessed that the people truly wanted to thank him, while Midnight commented on his grumbling demeanor, suggesting he might want to leave. The bus came to a stop, and everyone rushed out to the beach. They set up their equipment while the teachers reminded them to have fun but not to get lost, placing Momo and Lita in charge as class president and vice president. The girls went to the restroom to change into their beach clothes and emerged in their new swimsuits. The boys, upon seeing the girls in their bikinis, were taken aback, some even blushing. Izuku was particularly surprised by Ochako's new pink and white swimsuit, which was more revealing than he expected, causing him to frown slightly while Ochako blushed. Ochako shyly asked Izuku what he thought, while Momo turned to Todoroki for his opinion on her black swimsuit. Izuku remarked that it was great but wondered where the girls had gotten such outfits. He noticed Mineta and Denki drooling, prompting him, Shoto, and Lita to punch them and tell them to scram. Mina asked if anyone wanted to bet on the surfing contest, and while some hesitated, they knew they wouldn't lose. Ochako confidently declared that Izuku would win, while Momo pointed out that Shoto and Lita had the advantage. Mina insisted that Kirishima and Bakugo would come out on top, while Tsuyu believed Tokoyami had a chance with his dark shadow. Jiro expressed her faith in Denki and Shiro, while Toru claimed Ojiro had the advantage with his tail. The boys overheard the girls placing their bets as they prepared to tackle the biggest wave. Lita proclaimed that only he could conquer it, but Bakugo smirked, claiming he was better than the rest. However, to his surprise, his surfboard broke in two, sending him tumbling into the ocean. Izuku taunted him as he and the others continued surfing, but the waves grew higher, and soon only Izuku, Lita, Shoto, Denki, and Kirishima remained. Ochako cheered for Izuku, and the girls supported the boys as the waves intensified. Lita struggled to maintain his balance and eventually fell into the water, leaving only Izuku and Shoto. Izuku acknowledged Shoto's improvement but felt confident, knowing Shoto would not lose to him again since they were rivals. Shoto declared he wouldn't lose, fueled by Momo's encouragement. The entire class watched as the two boys rode the largest wave, recording the moment for YouTube. Bakugo seethed in frustration, unable to believe he was out before the others while Deku and Icy Hot remained in the competition. Ochako and Momo argued over which of their boyfriends would win, chanting their names in support. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from the ocean, startling everyone. Izuku sensed something calling to him and shouted out, confused. The ground shook as a massive creature emerged from the water, revealing itself to be the legendary Loch Ness monster. The beast, towering and powerful, held Izuku in its grasp while growling at the rest of the group. The creature introduced itself as Nessie, warning them of impending danger. It urged them to stop the League of Villains and the Cult of Witches before it was too late. Izuku, bewildered, asked who Nessie's 𝗵𝗲 was and why it was delivering such a message. Izuku and Nessie were in a tense situation. As Nessie placed Izuku down on the shore, she liked him goodbye before disappearing into the depths of the water. Izuku was taken aback by the encounter, but his thoughts were interrupted when Ochako approached him, asking if he knew what had just happened and if the creature was indeed the Loch Ness monster from Legends. Izuku responded that he had not summoned it, but the situation felt dire. Aizawa and Midnight soon joined them, with Aizawa questioning Izuku about the creature's appearance. Izuku explained that he hadn't called it, but it seemed frightened by an impending threat. The rest of Class 1A was equally shocked but managed to calm down and continue their field trip. Meanwhile, Madame Green watched from the base, smirking at the beast and believing she could warn the heroes of what was to come. The field trip concluded, and aside from the giant creature, Class 1A had enjoyed themselves. Ochako was particularly pleased that her boyfriend had emerged victorious, earning her $100, while some of the other girls felt disappointed. Izuku, however, was preoccupied with Nessie's words and felt irritation as Bakugo shouted at him, demanding to know what had happened. In a moment of frustration, Izuku knocked Bakugo down and returned to his thoughts. Later, Class 1A arrived back at 𝐸 at 5 p.m., unpacking their belongings and waiting for their parents. Izuku shared a kiss with Ochako before parting ways with his classmates. As he fed Shana pizza, he reflected on how strange the day had been and realized he needed to speak with Nessie about her departure from her territory. The next day, Class 1A awaited their homeroom teacher, Aizawa, but were surprised when Principal Nizu entered instead. He informed them that Aizawa was injured and would be absent for the day, which shocked some students. Ida inquired about who would substitute for Aizawa, while Shoto felt an uneasy sense of foreboding. Nizu revealed that a pro-hero would fill in, and when the door opened, 𝗵𝗲𝗏 walked in, causing an uproar among the students, especially Todoroki. Izuku shot 𝗵𝗲𝗏 a fierce glare as Nizu apologized for the unexpected visit. 𝗵𝗲𝗏 addressed the class, reminding Shoto to watch his language, but Izuku's glare made him take a step back. Ochako noticed something was off with Izuku, while Todoroki remained conflicted about his father's presence. Izuku taunted 𝗵𝗲𝗏, recalling their previous encounter during the sports festival, where he had sent 𝗵𝗲𝗏 flying. The class was stunned by Izuku's boldness, and 𝗵𝗲𝗏 struggled to maintain his composure. As 𝗵𝗲𝗏 attempted to teach the class about heroism, he was met with skepticism from Shoto, who scoffed at his father's understanding of what it meant to be a hero. The students collectively declared All Might as the greatest hero, which only frustrated 𝗵𝗏𝗏 further. Just then, All Might entered the room, prompting 𝗵𝗏𝗏 to shout for him to leave. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 noticed the tension between Bakugo and Izuku, both glaring at each other while the girls chatted about their costumes. He questioned their animosity, but Izuku taunted Bakugo, calling him weak. Bakugo growled back, ready to confront Izuku, but 𝗵𝗏𝗏 intervened, reminding them that this was a lesson. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 then posed a question about the events at 𝐒𝐻, which made some students uncomfortable. Ida objected to discussing it, but 𝗵𝗏𝗏 insisted on answers. Bakugo raised his hand, smirking as he spoke about the leaders of the villains, but before he could finish, Izuku's anger boiled over, and he attempted to retaliate. Ida and Ochako quickly restrained him, while 𝗵𝗏𝗏 ordered him to take his seat. Izuku glared at Bakugo, who reveled in his anger, and sat down reluctantly. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 moved on to the next question about the sports festival, but the tension between Izuku and Shoto remained palpable. The class braced for what was to come next. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 asked Shoto if he was on his phone again, noticing Todoroki glaring and searching for something related to explosions. He then shouted for everyone to hand over their phones, prompting groans from Class 1A as they complied and placed their devices into a bucket. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 opened the window and tossed the phones outside, shocking everyone. The class heard the sound of their phones shattering on the ground. Izuku expressed his anger at 𝗵𝗏𝗏's actions, while the teacher attempted to calm him down, suggesting that their parents would buy them new phones. Denki remarked that he disliked 𝗵𝗏𝗏, and Todoroki echoed that sentiment. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 then asked the class who could tell him about the history of hero agencies, but he noticed Denki doodling while the others seemed clueless. He suggested they search their phones for answers, only to be met with cold glares from the class. Kirishima challenged him to finish that thought, and Jiro pointed out that their phones were broken because of him. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 suggested he could retrieve the phones while they stayed behind to talk. Mina expressed her frustration at having 𝗵𝗏𝗏 as a teacher, while Todoroki wondered how Aizawa dealt with such situations daily. Momo commented that 𝗵𝗏𝗏 was a poor teacher who hadn't taught them anything useful. Ochako noted that Bakugo and Izuku still disliked each other, and it would be a long time before they became friends. Bakugo vehemently rejected the idea of being friends with Izuku, while Todoroki questioned 𝗵𝗏𝗏's presence at 𝐒𝐻 and the potential danger it posed. Denki pointed out that villains might attack 𝐒𝐻 since they were after Izuku. Izuku declared that he would confront any villains that came after him, showcasing his determination. Ochako reminded him that villains were still human and that he couldn't kill them. 𝗵𝗏𝗏, feeling out of place as a teacher, acknowledged that the students needed help, especially Izuku and Bakugo. Bakugo retorted that 𝗵𝗏𝗏 was obsessed with surpassing All Might, while Todoroki accused him of hurting his own family in pursuit of being number one. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 fell silent as the bell rang, and the students left the classroom. Bakugo commented on 𝗵𝗏𝗏's behavior, while Izuku grumbled in response but sensed an impending attack from Bakugo, leading to a brief scuffle. Meanwhile, Aizawa had recovered and reflected on 𝗵𝗏𝗏's inability to manage the class. Nizu, sensing 𝗵𝗏𝗏's glare, advised him not to pursue teaching and let the students have their own experiences. In conclusion, it was clear that no one wanted 𝗵𝗏𝗏 as a teacher at 𝐒𝐻. Later, Mina proposed a girls' night out to the other girls from class 1. Momo was skeptical about the idea, but after some persuasion, the girls agreed to join her. They decided to go shopping and then have a party at Momo's house. Mina had also invited myheroacademia, which caused 𝗧𝗏𝗄 to react with anger. May, excited to see Izuku, was met with 𝗧𝗏𝗄's fierce protectiveness. Despite the tension, they all agreed to go to the mall together. At the mall, the girls enjoyed shopping and chatting, especially thanks to 𝗧𝗏𝗄's generous funds. After a long day, they headed to Momo's house, which was a large manor. 𝗧𝗏𝗄, having visited Izuku's home, noted that it was even bigger, surprising the others. They entered the manor, exploring the living room, kitchen, and pools, while Momo explained that her parents trusted her to take care of herself due to her good grades. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 felt a pang of jealousy as she admired the expensive items around her, but she remained quiet until they reached Momo's room. The girls entered and noticed the large bed adorned with pictures of Momo and her family. Mina suggested they discuss places they liked, and the group smirked, opting for that topic. Mina started the betting game, claiming she would wager $5 that Denki would fail his test. Momo raised the stakes, betting $10 that he would fail and cry about it. Jiro, who had been tutoring Denki for 3 hours, defended him, stating she would bet $5 that he passed. 𝗧𝗏𝗄, unsure about betting, agreed with Mina, putting down $2 on Denki's failure. May chimed in, reminding them that Denki was the boy with yellow hair who had lost to 𝐈𝐵, betting $6 on his failure. Tsuyu also placed a $5 bet on his failure. Toru interrupted, questioning how they would prove Denki's results. May smirked, revealing her plan to place cameras in 𝐸𝐽 and hack into the school records. The others were shocked, and Momo asked how she could do that. May brushed off the question and pulled out her laptop, showing the test scores. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 saw her score was 80%, while Izuku had the highest score, making Momo frown, as she wanted to surpass him academically. When they looked at Denki's test, they discovered he had failed, prompting Jiro to express her frustration and hand over $5 while contemplating how she would react when school started. Mina then asked if anyone had another bet. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 smiled and shared her curiosity about Izuku's room, recalling that he had told her never to enter. She had heard strange noises from there and wanted to know more. Momo bet $4 that his room was full of books. Jiro raised the bet to $6, claiming he had weapons. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 wagered $10 that he had video games and anime posters, shocking everyone. Mina bet $8 that there were All Might posters and dolls, while May claimed $15 that he had training weights and cash. Tsuyu agreed with Toru, betting $8 that there were pictures of Izuku and his pet Shana everywhere, but also that it smelled like cheese pizza. Momo questioned how they would find out, noting they couldn't just break in. Toru stood up, declaring she could sneak in. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 expressed her concern, but Toru reassured them, stating she could move quickly and that May had a camera bot to help them see inside Izuku's house. May produced her tiny spy camera and followed Toru to Izuku's home, which was only a short distance away. 2 minutes later, Toru arrived at Izuku's large manor, thanks to 𝗧𝗏𝗄 providing the address. The girls were amazed at the size of the house, which seemed even bigger than Momo's. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 confirmed it was indeed Izuku's house, and the others were astonished at how he could afford such a place as an orphan. As Toru snuck inside, she heard water running from upstairs and peeked into the bathroom, where she was taken aback by what she saw. Izuku was in the shower, and Toru felt her face heat up. She quickly shook off the moment and decided to explore the rest of the house. When she returned upstairs, she sensed something behind her. A 3-headed dog named Shana was growling at her. Momo shouted for Toru to get out, reminding her of the guard dog. Izuku, hearing the commotion, called out to Shana, and Toru dashed into Izuku's room, locking the door just in time. Inside, she found a spacious room filled with advanced technology, training weights, books, anime posters, and video games. The sweet aroma in the air mixed with quiet music created a cozy atmosphere. As she looked around, she spotted a picture of Izuku and 𝗧𝗏𝗄 having fun together. Realizing the situation, she knew she had to escape. Meanwhile, Izuku noticed Shana barking at his locked door, sensing that someone had broken in. He unlocked the door, only to find the room empty. Izuku noticed Shana barking angrily and looking out the window, her barks echoing loudly. Concerned, he checked outside but saw no one, though he sensed a presence nearby. Meanwhile, Toru was sprinting back to Momo's place, fear evident in her expression as she approached the girls. She exclaimed how close she had come to danger. Apologizing, Ochako mentioned that they had forgotten about Izuku's pet dog but were surprised by the amount of stuff in his room. Momo agreed, noting that his room was much larger than hers. Toru added that while they were right, Mei's spy camera was broken. Mei, looking out the window, noticed Mineta watching them and alerted the others. Ochako quickly rushed to grab him, tying him down and smashing his video camera in the process. Momo glared at Mineta, questioning his intentions, while he stammered that he was just trying to figure out what the girls were doing. He was soon punched and securely tied up, with Ochako dragging him back home. To ensure he wouldn't remember anything, she erased his memories of the last 24 hours before leaving him behind and heading back to Momo's place. With the situation resolved, Mina suggested they think of something else to do as it was getting late. Jiro reminded everyone that they had school the next day. Momo offered to call her driver to take them home, and the girls agreed, leaving the manor one by one, with Ochako being the last to depart. As she drove off, Ochako reflected on the fun night they had, emphasizing that it was a secret they would keep among themselves. Meanwhile, Mineta was left confused, unable to recall anything from the past day. He shrugged it off and went to his computer, ready to indulge in his usual activities. In another part of Denki overheard the girls discussing their night out and thought it would be a great idea to organize a boys' night out. He approached Kirishima, who was with his best friend, and proposed the idea. Kirishima enthusiastically agreed and suggested they invite Bakugo, while Denki would gather the others. At the school entrance, the group assembled, including Bakugo, who reluctantly joined to keep Kirishima happy. Lita, Todoroki, shout in protest, worried for his safety. Just then, the door opened, and everyone took their seats as Aizawa entered. Aizawa greeted them in his usual blunt manner, which made everyone frown, especially Ochako, who considered reporting him to Nizu for his lazy attitude. He announced that they would have a special lesson and instructed them to meet him at the hero training grounds in their hero costumes. When asked about Izuku, Aizawa only laughed, which made Class 1A feel uneasy. As they changed into their costumes, a sense of foreboding filled the air. After an hour, they arrived at the training grounds, where Aizawa was joined by Nizu, Midnight, and Present Mike, causing concern among the students. Lita inquired about what was happening, and Aizawa informed them they would be waiting for All Might. When All Might landed, he apologized for being late. Nizu reassured him that he was right on time for the course they would be undertaking. Momo asked for clarification on what was happening, and Aizawa explained that it would be a survival battle, with them facing someone experienced in survival tactics. Denki expressed concern about fairness, questioning how they could fight one person. Nizu revealed that the lesson was actually Izuku's idea, and just then, Izuku appeared in his hero costume, smirking at his classmates. Ochako asked what was going on, while Bakugo grinned, knowing this had to be Izuku's plan. Izuku addressed Class 1A, explaining that they would be facing him in a 1 versus 19 match. He expressed his concern that many of them were not strong enough to handle real-world problems, pointing out that some only wanted to be heroes for fun, fame, and glory. He intended to show them what true hero work entailed. He warned them that they needed to improve their quirks and skills, referencing the incident at the 𝐒𝐻, where a student had been killed by Shigaraki. He reminded them that the League of Villains was aware of their abilities and would return to attack 𝐻𝐸. He also mentioned the cult of witches, who would not stop until they captured him, potentially endangering those he cared about, especially Ochako. Izuku declared that this was their last chance. If they were still afraid of becoming heroes, they could walk away. Bakugo, furious, shouted at Izuku, questioning whether he thought they were weak and useless. Lita reminded Izuku that they had chosen to come to 𝐻𝐸 to become pro-heroes, fully aware of the risks. Momo affirmed that they would not back down, as this was their choice to become future heroes. Ochako vowed to become the #1 hero and support Izuku, promising to stand by him. Izuku then indicated that he would show no mercy, especially to Ochako. The class shouted their determination to take him on. Izuku drew his sword and lunged at them, while Shoto and Bakugo launched their attacks. The others surrounded him, looking for an opening, but Izuku summoned a flame demon to attack. Denki shouted that they needed to deal with the demon while Aoyama used his naval laser against it. Izuku sent Todoroki flying with a gust of wind but dodged an attack from Bakugo, countering with a swift uppercut. He mocked Bakugo for being too weak. Meanwhile, Ochako attempted to use her quirk on him, but Izuku whispered something that caused her to lose focus, giving him the advantage to kick her back. Momo, Tsuyu, Jiro, and Mina combined their efforts to attack Izuku, but he called forth Shana, a three-headed dog, to intimidate them. Izuku smiled as he commanded Shana to have fun with the girls, who braced themselves in fear. Toru attempted a sneak attack, but Izuku quickly countered and knocked her down. "Nice try, fake ninja, but your scent gives you away, not to mention your skills are less than average," Izuku observed. Mineta, Shiro, Sato, and Shoji were next as Izuku looked at them. Shiro announced that Izuku was surrounded, using his tape to wrap him while Sato and Shoji held him down, with Mineta using his pop-up ball. Izuku, however, was covered in a crackling energy, causing Sato and Shoji to wince in discomfort. He took advantage of their weakness to strike their chests, breaking free from Shiro's tape and executing a high jump kick at both Shiro and Mineta. Lita was running at top speed, but Izuku matched him stride for stride. Despite Lita's efforts to increase his speed, Izuku's rigorous leg training gave him the edge. To further hinder Lita, Izuku created a layer of ice on the ground, causing Lita to lose his balance and crash into a nearby building. The teachers watched in astonishment as Class 1A fought with determination, but Izuku was merely warming up. Aizawa remarked on how Izuku might be on the path to becoming the #1 hero. Midnight agreed, recalling how Izuku had previously saved All Might and the others during a crisis. Present Mike questioned Izuku's motives for such intense training, while Nizu speculated that he was teaching his classmates about the harsh realities of being a pro hero. All Might expressed his disbelief at how the orphanage had allowed Izuku to suffer for so long and wondered why no one had adopted him, given his impressive skills and multiple quirks. Aizawa noted that it was unfortunate Vlad King wasn't present. Just then Vlad, along with 13 and the Telex sisters, arrived, stating that Izuku had invited them to observe the lesson, emphasizing the need for Class 1A to improve against potential threats. Class 1B was watching the match, and Ibra was shouting, eager to assist Izuku. Vlad pointed out that Ibra seemed unaware of Izuku's relationship with Mei Hatsun, while Aizawa suggested they focus on the match. Back in the training ground, Shana was howling and unleashing powerful acid attacks at the girls. Mina warned that Shana's acid was much stronger than her own, as Ochako struggled to lift Shana, who was barking and stomping, causing her to lose focus. Momo, Jiro, and Tsu witnessed Shana tearing her tail down, making them fall and fall. Mina was in close range when Shana protected her and shot fireball, hitting her while Ochako quickly tried to escape. Koda was calling his animal friends for help, but Shana, a fearsome server, overwhelmed and frightened them, leaving Koda traumatized and unconscious. Izuku now faced the last three standing: Todoroki, Bakugo, and Ochako. With a hint of boredom, Izuku noted that only 3 remained, indicating that Class 1A had grown soft and weak. This provoked Bakugo, who lunged at him, but Izuku used his telekinesis to freeze Bakugo midair. His cross pendant glowed golden, summoning a powerful dragon that slammed into Bakugo, knocking him out. Izuku then addressed Todoroki and Ochako, stating that since the event was almost over, he would pause the match, surprising them both. Ochako protested, insisting they could continue, but she soon felt the effects of Izuku's sleeping quirk as he approached her. He told her that she needed to grow stronger if she wanted to be the #1 hero, thanking her for her support before gently knocking her out. With the event concluded, Nizu announced Izuku as the winner. Shana returned home after gathering the unconscious and injured students to Izuku. He created clones of himself to form a large healing dome, restoring Class 1A to full strength and repairing any damage to the training ground. After the event, Izuku returned to class, where the others were upset about their loss but understood that they needed to train harder. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 seethed in frustration, vowing not to forget this defeat. Izuku contemplated the dangers, and 𝗃𝗁𝗍 also joined, each with their own reasons for wanting to escape their homes. Denki noted the absence of some classmates, including Mineta, whom he suspected was up to no good. As they arrived at the arcade, they found it crowded, but trouble was brewing as a group of boys was causing a scene. One boy with black hair, using a wind-based quirk, declared the arcade as their territory. A civilian protested but was pushed back, prompting Denki and his friends to intervene. Kirishima confronted the troublemakers, who smirked at the sight of you. Students. The leader of the group, 𝗓𝗓𝗓, boasted about his family's wealth and influence, claiming ownership of the arcade. Lita challenged this assertion, stating that the arcade belonged to the public. 𝗓𝗓𝗓 dismissed him, flaunting his family's riches and power. Realizing they were outmatched, Todoroki suggested they leave, while 𝗃𝗁𝗍 felt frustrated watching his favorite place being taken over. The situation escalated when Bakugo, enraged by the disrespect shown to his friends, punched one of the troublemakers, shocking everyone around him. 𝗓𝗓𝗓 retaliated, declaring war and challenging Bakugo and his friends to a fight. Bakugo accepted the challenge, igniting a fierce confrontation between the two groups. The tension in the arcade was palpable as both sides prepared for the impending clash. The clowns had confidence, but it wouldn't last long, as the 7 of them possessed powerful quirks, and there were only 6 of their opponents. 𝗓𝗓𝗓 mocked them, tauntingly. 𝗃𝗁𝗍 noticed Bakugo's serious expression and asked what he was doing. Bakugo's anger was palpable as he declared he wouldn't let anyone hurt Shitty Hair or upset him. With his friends Kirishima and Denki supporting him, he felt strong enough to show the clowns they shouldn't mess with him. Todoroki pointed out the problem. There were only 6 of them, and they needed one more person to ensure victory. Denki smirked, confident he had a solution. He called Izuku to inform him that Ochako was in trouble and needed his help. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed, and a dangerous aura filled the air as a green-haired boy arrived. His face twisted in rage. Izuku shouted for Ochako, but upon seeing his classmates and the weak opponents, he realized he had been tricked and glared at Denki for lying to him. Denki, feeling the intensity of Izuku's bloodlust, stammered that he could explain. However, Shoto intervened, telling Izuku to let Denki go. Izuku calmed down and listened as Denki explained everything that had happened, including the challenge from the other boys. Izuku was incredulous that Denki had called him under false pretenses about Ochako being in danger just to teach the others a lesson. Denki pleaded for Izuku to join them, emphasizing that he was the only one strong enough with his many quirks skills. Kirishima chimed in, urging Izuku to help, while Todoroki, Lita, and 𝗃𝗁𝗍 confirmed their willingness to participate in the match. With a shout, Izuku agreed, stating that he had nothing else to do and that this wouldn't take long since their opponents were weak. 𝗓𝗓𝗓 recognized Izuku as the boy with many quirks and the winner of the sports festival, which shocked his group. Izuku responded with a glare, declaring that they were about to face defeat. The two groups faced off at an abandoned house far from the city, with 𝗓𝗓𝗓 and Bakugo glaring at each other. 𝗓𝗓𝗓 announced that it would be a 7 versus 7 match, a free-for-all where the last team standing would win. With a shout of begin, Bakugo and Kirishima charged in, followed closely by 𝗃𝗁𝗍, Shoto, and Denki. 𝗓𝗓𝗓 called upon his friends with ice, lightning, and fire quirks to combine their attacks. In response, Izuku unleashed a powerful windstorm, transforming into his dragon mode and shaking the ground, giving his friends the advantage and knocking out 𝗓𝗓𝗓's 3 allies. Izuku turned to 𝗓𝗓𝗓, revealing that he knew their family hadn't bought the whole arcade for them. Bakugo shouted in disbelief, while Lita rushed to confront 2 opponents with chain and water quirks, using his receptor burst to send them flying. Now, only Hibachi and 𝗓𝗓𝗓 remained, and Izuku and Bakugo glared at them. Izuku warned them they had made a grave mistake and presented them with 2 options. leave or face the consequences. Denjuro's friends suggested they retreat, and although Denjuro glared, he vowed to have his revenge. As they left, Izuku and his friends celebrated their victory. Denki thanked Izuku for his help, and Izuku replied nonchalantly that they should head back now that he was there. With a snap of his fingers, he teleported everyone to the arcade, which was now open to the public. The owner expressed gratitude to Izuku for restoring his business. The group spent the day playing games and eating pizza, while Lita struggled after an eating contest with Izuku. Despite their arguments, Izuku and 𝗵𝘃𝗀. As the day ended, Izuku and Shoto discussed their feelings about girls. Shoto mentioned that Momo was worried about him, but he still cared for her. Izuku pointed out that Momo had feelings for Shoto, just as 𝗏𝗏𝗏 liked him. He also speculated that the girls might be involved in something questionable. Shoto acknowledged the importance of their roles as future pro heroes after graduating from uni, and asked Izuku about his plans. Izuku remained quiet, still refusing to pursue a hero's path while needing to confront the cult of witches and their leaders. He explained that he intended to apply for a major business to earn money, allowing 𝗏𝗏𝗏 to pursue her dream of becoming the #1 hero. As the evening grew late, Shoto expressed his reluctance to return home and deal with his father. Izuku suggested sending him to outer space, but Shoto reminded him that the city still needed heroes, with Endeavor being the #2 hero. Izuku joked about Endeavor's reputation, making Shoto laugh. As the day concluded, the boys returned home. Izuku thought about 𝗏𝗏𝗏, who had been texting him about her new clothes and wanting to visit when she wasn't busy. He replied, inviting her over but reminding her to inform her parents to avoid any misunderstandings. Reflecting on his own family situation, Izuku wished he knew who his parents were but felt it didn't matter much anymore. Meanwhile, Shana was in the kitchen, drawn to the 10 boxes of pizza in the fridge. As she tried to open one, a cloaked woman stopped her, scolding her. Shana frowned and retreated, muttering about the girl's obsession with pizza. In Class 1A, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 noticed Izuku was absent and wondered why he wasn't at school. Lita called out to her, asking where Izuku was. He had never been late to school before, and it was unacceptable. The others were concerned, wondering where he could be. One student mentioned trying to call him, but there was no answer. Another suggested he might be sick, especially with flu season in full swing. However, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 shocked everyone by stating that he had never been sick, not even once. She explained that Izuku had a powerful immune system that kept him healthy, even against the most dangerous diseases. She had seen his medical chart, which left her and Recovery Girl astonished. The conversation shifted as Bakugo pondered the situation, sensing that something significant was happening if Izuku was absent. Todoroki speculated that perhaps the cult of witches or the League of Villains had captured him, which caused 𝗏𝗏𝗏 to. Of being their target, determined to protect his school and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 while planning to confront the cult and its leader. Madam Green, I will find you and your group and put an end to your schemes, Izuku vowed. As the school day ended, he headed home but was met by 𝗏𝗏𝗏, who glared at him, clearly upset. Izuku acknowledged her feelings, but before he could explain, she surprised him with a kiss, playfully smacking the side of his head.
That's all you got?
You big dumb, let's go.
Got
Promised me some alone time, she said, and Izuku nodded as they left together, while Ibra pouted, determined to win Izuku's heart. Izuku, she declared.